It does not have to happen in a month. I think we have to understand what the context of the decisions you guys will be making further on in the future. So my recommendation is to direct me not to post an anticipated position and scold me if necessary for not following your original direction. But I felt it was necessary not to take that action during this unprecedented time.
I would say those are the decisions we look to you to make. I think that's a wise decision given what we're facing right now. Dana's got his hand up, like using the thing, not waving at me. So Dana and then Ken.
I just want to point out I'm in a closet the way my household is going right now. So you don't need to see my closet. I agree with Bill that maybe we better hold off and see how this COVID-19 plays, because I think with this shifting economic structure that's going on right now, we may lose families because they need to go somewhere else in the country or things have changed. So we might want to wait and see. And then if we let Bill pull the plug real fast and find somebody, I'm sure there'll be somebody out there looking for a job. So let's, kind of wait and see on it and see how these chips fall.
Ken?
Dana just said it all. That's pretty much it. Good job holding off, Bill. I think you made a wise decision.
Anybody else? Okay, so there's your new direction. Well done. Okay, now we need to talk about the long-term work planning calendar.
So last meeting, I presented 2 calendars to you. You guys had a little bit of discussion. We said we were going to talk a little bit about it tonight. Basically, one calendar is adding a second meeting every month for the next 5 months. This other calendar is keeping those meetings, but then adding a check-in with the budget committee in between. And so I need the board to make a decision about one of those 2 calendars. And then secondly, I need direction for me and my team to start working on what those different scenarios can look like for the board. And in doing some reflection and chatting with my colleagues, I would like to keep it as open as possible in terms of direction so that we can provide you as many different options as possible. My suggestion would be that every scenario or option that is presented back to both the board and to the budget committee reflect the West River values. But any other constraints, I would say, can come during the process rather than at the beginning. But I take my direction from you all, and so I'm just going to make that suggestion. And then I need to hear from you what marching orders you would like us to take.
Okay. I know we talked about it at the last meeting, which calendar we wanted to use. There was discussion back and forth about whether or not we kept the budget committee involved and let the budget committee do some of the extra work. What's the pleasure of the board? Mike?
I think it makes sense to keep the budget committee, and I mean, it's all going to go in front of the whole board anyway, but let the budget committee do some of the groundwork so we don't have to have multiple full board meetings every month.
I also, I know there were concerns about the budget committee maybe not sharing. I think if we use the budget committee more like we've been using the administrative tasks too, the board can set the budget committee to look at certain elements of the plan or, investigate certain things the way they can happen. Then that'll get reported back at a board meeting. So I was, just trying to think of how it works. Emily's hand is up. Lindsay's hand is up.
Very quickly, I agree with what Mike just suggested, and I think that that's maybe a more efficient model at this point in time with all the unknowns. I would just also add that we should probably be prepared to be called to a board meeting in case it's necessary. So maybe a second meeting as needed by our board any month, but in the meantime, the budget committee could be acting in, you know, to keep all of us apprised and to make sure that they are sharing whatever they're learning with the full board as it unfolds. So thanks.
Lindsay.
Emily just said what I was going to say. That, yeah, I definitely think that's the right structure. And I also was going to say that in terms of communication between that committee and the rest of the board, I think it's totally fair for the larger board to ask for clearer communication and also to be prepared to step up and do some more of the work as need be, because things are probably going to be pretty strange.
True enough. Anyone else? Oh. Dana agrees with you. He's chatting. Okay, so it looks like move forward with the budget committee schedule. In terms of direction, thoughts? As much trouble as it got us in last time, I'm sort of like, remember plan A, B, and C, where we just said, show us what you can do and go back to the values and show us what you can do. I'm inclined to let you have that sort of freedom for the initial discussion anyway. Yes, Bill.
My only caveat would be that what we learned from our last process is that we have a process that both Lindsay and Mike talked about the interplay and the information being transferred from the board level to the committee level, as well as presenting something to the public in a rollout in the fall over multiple meetings, multiple periods, not at a summertime period when it could be challenging for parents to fully participate and community members to fully participate. So the idea is that we would do the work from this point up until about August, back and forth, board, budget committee, so that the board would have some options that they felt that they had vetted, that they felt comfortable, and then they would present those to the communities, even though the community can participate throughout the whole process, but have an official opportunity just to present those things in September and October. So the board would be well informed about where the community stands before they got into budget building season.
Absolutely. Yes, Mike.
Just wanted to piggyback onto that. And I mean, obviously we all know we're in unprecedented times, but how are you even going to be able to come up with options? Because you got the options based on this year's numbers or last year's numbers, and then these chasm of we have no idea what our budgets are going to look like and what the fiscal end is going to look like.
Yeah, go ahead.
We will build it on the best information that we have at the time, and it'll probably involve multiple options because you guys are going to have to vet them. You guys are going to have to say, oh, I like this part. Can you build it over this way? Or can you take this core and can you extend it? I consider the next 4 or 5 months this ongoing conversation as we get more information and we realize what's possible and what's not, and then what's palatable and what's not.
Right. Are you finding, I mean, any glimmers of hope from what we're going through right now as ways to cut, reduce costs going forward? You must be seeing something, right?
No.
No.
Nothing is on a positive side of money as of right now.
Yeah. No, I was more thinking like with more stuff online or ways to, like
Oh.
cut the costs that we currently would be
Well, I
spending.
think Ken and Lindsay's dream of not having snow days is a real possibility. So, I mean,
Yeah.
that's low hanging fruit. I think we've just basically trained everybody to be able to make that happen. In terms of the ability for us to offer more remote learning, I think we're kind of doing a little pilot now to see what's possible. But in
That's
terms of building for the long term, I don't know how that's going to look.
Fair enough.
Go ahead, Ken.
Got to unmute. I was going to say we got to be saving money on transportation and mileage.
We are in certain arenas. Some of our transportation is currently being spent making sure everybody gets fed. So we're using that transportation system in a different way. But our special education transportation is different. But remember, every time we don't spend $1 right now in special education, we lose 56 cents on the dollar in reimbursement. So there's a little one coin and the other. And we're spending more money in other areas than we're not. So we may be saving some money on electricity, but we're spending 3 times as much on food. And we're spending way more on outreach to families that goes above and beyond contracted hours.
Well, these are points that should be made to the state that these things are being done.
They absolutely
good.
are. And as Emily said, what is going on in Wyndham Central is going on across the state. And so there's $31.1 million that's supposed to flow through to the SUs and SDs. Unfortunately, a lot of that money, there's a lot of places where that money could be gobbled up. One is the things we're currently doing right now in overspending certain line items. Another one is the discussion at the state level about whether that money will actually end up getting to the SUs and SDs, or whether there will be some other accounting structures that would have that money be making up for other money that would not be being received. And if you need more explanation on that, Lori Garland is fabulous at it, and she's on the line.
Yeah, she just popped in when we started talking money. Yes, Lori.
So just to piggyback on what Bill is saying, basically this COVID CARE Act, COVID-19 money, as we refer to it, it will be coming down from the feds into the SU level. It does not go into the ed fund. However, they need this money because of the shortfall. So I envision something like maybe the healthcare recapture. I don't know if you all remember that. Some of you were on the board at that time, where they captured the potential savings of the healthcare changes when we went to the new plans. So what they did was they reduced the ed spending money over a 2-year period. So I can envision something like that happening, where the money will come down from the feds, and it will probably come down, think ERA money, through grants, that type of thing, and have to be used in a supplement, not supplant way. So, that means you can't, you might be spending more on, teachers contracts or counselors or something like that, but you've already done that. You can't pay for that type of thing. And then sometimes you can. So it is a little broader than a grant, but that's how I envision it happening. So we may get this money, but then there might be some other mechanism for the state to take it back. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, Ken.
It always makes sense when the state intercepts your money. Got it, Lori.
Okay. Do you need more, Bill, or do you have enough to go?
I just want to make sure that the board is comfortable
Howie.
with me and my colleagues going off with coming up with options for the board to consider over the next 4 or 5 months. Obviously, every time I touch base with the board and every time we touch base with the budget committee, we'll get feedback. But the goal is by the end of August to have some fully vetted options for the board to be able to share with the community and get feedback before they go into budget building season. And the only guiding document we're going to use, or the only requirements, the only guidelines, the only guardrails are going to be, it has to meet the values of the West River Board.
Thanks, Scotty. Howie, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, I'd like to say plan for the worst as far as the budget goes. Give us a worst case bare bones budget as a basis, because things are going to get bad. Wyndham Elementary School has cut down to one teacher / principal, to keep our end going. I think we need to look at, now that kids are getting used to doing online learning, switching over any class that can't attract 20 or more kids into an online version of that class, so we can continue to keep our offerings without, exceeding our budget. We need to look seriously at it because it's a serious situation. So yeah, I would like to see in that range something where we sharply curtail staff and continue to offer the range of options curriculum-wise by online learning.
I think that fits in with, as long as we, make sure that we are satisfying the values of the West River. I think all those options are open. I mean, that's what I'm hoping that the discussions are about for the next 4 to 5 months. We have to look at them all. Then the board has to decide what they want to present to the communities, and the communities will give you guys feedback, and then some decisions will be made. So yeah, I think we're in the same line there, Howie.
All right. Thank you all. Any final words on that? Okay. So administrative tasks for the next meeting. Anything? Keep us posted on, essentially just kind of keep us posted on this. I mean, the next meeting on the calendar is April 27th, where we're going to start talking about designing goals and parameters. There's really,
I'm thinking you don't have to meet on the 27th, as long as you guys are okay with letting us go forward to start our work, and then we can give our first, salve to you all at your first meeting in May.
okay. And if you need a budget committee, if you need feedback, board feedback for ahead of that, you could always ask for a budget committee meeting.
Perfect.
Or a full board meeting, whatever you want.
Okay.
All right. So there really aren't any tasks then, necessarily.
Well, we're going to be doing some work before your next meeting.
Oh yeah, but nothing we're going to task you with. And I don't think there's unless there's a policy committee meeting where you look at the weapons policy again to take care of those things. I think that's the only committee task there is.
Yeah, I'm confident that the policy committee will get together prior to you guys meeting at the 3rd week of May. Just to let you all know, Scott Tabachnik has volunteered to assist that committee as the superintendent's designee. I thought it was important to have a principal on that committee to be able to have voice and reflection. And he will keep me well informed of anything that I need to know, but kind of that boots on the ground so that those conversations can be really fruitful for the budget committee. And so Scotty, I just want to thank you for doing that.
That's great. Thank you, Scotty. Okay, so I have a question just before we move down the list here. We're going to approve pay orders. How are we going to do that remotely, Lori?
Okay, so what's going to happen is next Monday, I'm going to email or share a folder with 2 people on your board to go ahead and approve pay orders. And then that way you don't have to come in and you don't have to touch paper, because there's certain time frame that you're really not supposed to touch paper. And then because you haven't touched the paper, then the treasurer can come in and sign the checks. So typically you have a meeting on the 3rd Monday. So that's what we planned for, is the 20th. And you know, it's been a little slower with people not being in the building, getting all the information together as well. So if you want to just give me the names of 2 people I can email this folder to, that would be terrific.
I'll do one. Anybody else want to volunteer to review the pay orders by mail? Trish,
Thanks,
thank you.
Trish. Okay, so look for an email from either myself or Terry Fletcher. It'll
Okay.
probably come in a Google folder type of thing.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So we won't have a motion to approve pay orders tonight then?
Not tonight.
Okay. Trish, question.
That's a question.
Sorry, just a total aside, nobody cares. Just be patient with me. For some reason, sometimes I have multiple email addresses, and so Google Docs are sometimes a pain. I might have to do a little back and forth, but I'll get there.
Okay.
Okay. So we need a motion to approve the minutes of March 16th, March 23rd, and March 26th. Ken,
I will make the motion to approve the minutes for March 16th, March 23rd, and March 26th.
there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Howie. Any discussion about the minutes? All right, ready to vote? All in favor, please say aye. Howie,
Aye.
Ken,
Aye.
Emily,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye.
Leanne,
Aye.
Lindsay,
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes. Okay, we have an executive session for a contractual matter. There's actually a way to do this without canceling the meeting, starting another one and doing it, that BCTV has figured out and given me the directions. So essentially we need a motion to go into executive session for the contractual matter. And then anybody who wants to be here after the executive session, after we come out of executive session, I'll just put you in the waiting room and then I'll let you back in. If you don't want to stay, you don't have to. So we just need a yes, Bill.
So Lori and the principals can go and enjoy their evening.
Thank you, Lori and the principals.
I'll make the motion to go into executive session for a contractual matter.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor, please say aye. Ken,
Aye.
Howie,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye.
Emily,
Aye.
Leanne,
Aye.
Lindsay,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
We're out of executive session and we didn't take any action. So we just have one more motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Don't all make it at once. Mike, you made it. Ken, you seconded it.
So be it.
All right. All in favor, please say aye. Ken,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Howie,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye. Be safe.
Emily,
Aye.
Leanne,
Aye.
Lindsay,
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, everyone. BCTV and Aaron, board members. Stay safe, everybody.
Thank you.
You too.
Good night.
Bye now.
Night.
Good.
Thank
Good
you.
night,
Bye.
everybody.
So we're calling the meeting to order at 5:03, and this is a special meeting for COVID discussion. So, Tom, do you want to go first?
Yep. And I'll stick with my normal presentation. I'll do the state things first, and then the local. So just to bring everybody up to speed, as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, Vermont had 759 positive cases, 58 of which are within Windham County, and 30 deaths, unfortunately, throughout the state. At this point, as of 2 o'clock this afternoon, actually, I'm sorry, 11 o'clock this morning, the governor, as well as the health department, are cautiously optimistic that even though the total numbers continue to rise, the individual daily increase in positive cases is starting to decline. So they're cautiously optimistic that things are going to plateau shortly. And then the expectation beyond that is for a decline in the numbers. The reason that the governor is stressing the term cautiously optimistic is what he is and his cabinet are, what they are very, very concerned about is that once the general public sees that there's a plateau, and certainly there's a slight decline, that people will let their guard down, so to speak, and just go back to what they're used to as normal, what was normal before all of this. If that happens, then what's being predicted is there'll be a significant spike in a significant surge in the number of positive cases. So the governor is stressing that neither he nor any of us can let our guard down, and though his next steps are to explore the best ways to open things up, open up the economy again, and return to, or begin to return to a new normal, a new baseline, and how that's best accomplished, and what guidance / directives will still be in place, or new guidance and directives will come about in order to prevent that second wave or that second surge. Everything right now in his executive order is still maintained, will still be in place until May 15th. And then we'll see what happens from there. So that's it in a nutshell as far as the state's concerned. Any questions or anything there? Okay. As far as locally, as far as we're concerned, as of the end of last week, after our meeting last week, any planning that we needed that was left to do is done. All of our plans are in place to be executed if, in the event there is a sudden unexpected surge or spike, and we do things as we'll need to. We still have daily are working with some different citizens in town regarding mental health issues. We're actually pulling in still different clergy members and different therapists that we have at our disposal, and that's going well. Not, to this point, we've not had to transport anybody emergently for a mental health related issue, so that's good. So at this point, we're just kind of status, just doing what we do. The next thing on the plate is for us to begin to look at the recovery phase and see, using what information we have already, start to put some plans together for what things are going to look like down the road for us. What planning we might need to do in the event of a second wave or second surge if things don't go as planned. And then above and beyond that, start to look at applying what we've learned from all of this thus far over the last however many weeks, applying that to and integrating those things within existing policies, plans, etc., creating some new plans and policies surrounding this, as well as infrastructure needs. And I've been talking with Karen a fair amount about municipal wide, what those things might look like and what might be needed and would certainly be appropriate. So all that will keep going for the next several weeks, months. So that's that.
I have a question for you, Tom.
Absolutely.
So we've gotten through the planning stage, which is
Yep.
usually the first step.
Yep.
Then it's the recovery.
Response and then recovery. Yep. So we're still in the response phase.
Okay.
We're just starting because we here right now today we can. We're just starting to look at that recovery phase, the beginning recovery of the recovery phase, and what things might begin to look like and what we need to plan for within that.
Okay. So do you think we're at a good place?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And your experience locally, call volume wise, Tom, is average?
Again, regionally, statewide, and within our mutual aid directly mutual aid system, call volume is way down for everybody. Right now, we're down about 90 calls from where we typically are.
That was actually a lead into a question that I had for you. I've heard that car accidents are way down right now, which makes sense to me.
Absolutely.
So you're getting less of your regular calls.
Yep. We're unfortunately, not unfortunately, fortunately, we're getting less of everything right now. Everybody is.
Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing.
No, it's not. It's not.
Just a side note, Putney Mutual Aid has 2 more counselors to send your way, and they'll be reaching out soon to get them connected with you. They don't have
one woman and one gentleman, is that correct?
Potentially, they may have already connected to you.
Okay, I know I talked with a woman who had reached out to me late last week by email. We emailed back and forth, and I urged her to sign up. So I hope she's one of them.
Yeah, she may very well be.
Okay,
I avoid the names like the plague.
Right.
So, thank you for that report. I'm really pleased to see some of the work that you and Karen have been putting into place regarding like digitalizing more records through the town. And in thinking about what it would look like if we had to move our town hall to the fire department at some point, I really appreciate that you're starting to, I know that we've been thinking that way for a long time, but that this has prodded that action. And I'm curious, like where you're seeing big holes right now. And I guess that's a question for both you and Karen.
I think getting the two buildings, and Karen, you might have a different thought, but I think getting the 2 buildings connected, so that at either location we can access different databases. We can access all of our calendars are synced, all of our emails are accessible. All the technology that hopefully will become available to us, will be in both places. I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, I think it's critical that technology, that we're all connected. It's the fire department, the highway department, town hall.
Mm-hmm.
Also, telephones are critical.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like Tom and I and Brian all have cell phones. Everybody uses a cell phone, but if we don't have that service, we need like, you know, a backup system.
Mm-hmm.
And Tom and I have already discussed some options. We've been in contact with our telephone person, and all service, we will have a contract with them beginning July 1st. They will be our new computer IT people, and Tom already uses them. The other, the library needs to be connected too, because the way we're doing things,
right?
You know, cybersecurity, the whole 9 yards. But right now, it's so awkward trying to, you know, all have a conversation together. You know, So at any time, I want to be able to get a hold of Tom or, Brian, and they need to do the same thing with me, and right now we're relying on cell phones.
And also along with that, should at any, I mean, this could happen anytime. If town hall needs to relocate to the firehouse for any amount of time, certainly greater than a 1 or 2 day time frame, then the town hall staff, they still need to be able to conduct business like normal. And right now there's no way that they could.
No.
As far as the ability for phone calls, emails, access to databases, that kind of thing.
So I think the town manager's office and administrative assistant could continue working. It'd be a little clunky, but what my concern is the town clerk's office.
Mhm.
So all the land records are in the safe. So I have proposed to Jonathan to look into getting all the land records online, like Brattleboro. Because if anything ever happened to the town hall, we wouldn't be able to access that vault. And that's all history in there.
Mhm.
And having everything online would allow us to be like at the fire station and still be able to do our jobs.
Or allow you to go into isolation and still be able to do your job.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's
the other
great.
Thing too, the other thing too, Laura, is we're still working on payments, for services. So we already have the credit card established. We're going to get ACH where people can do like a bill pay and just make like tax payments and utility payments. I believe, and Jonathan would have to look into this, but some towns are doing dog licenses online. And I know with fishing and hunting licenses, it's all online, So that might become a new way, less person-to-person contact. Not that we want that, but
if it becomes necessary.
I think it's good to have built into the system.
Yes.
Yeah, redundancy, definitely. I think, honestly, well, I mean, we'd have to look at, do you have any sense, Karen, scale of hardware necessarily for this kind of change, or is a lot of this software and reprogramming? Do you know?
We talked to All Service a little bit because I told them what I was looking to do. Because one thing, the fire station cannot even get to the network. Okay. So everything that Tom is doing is totally isolated to the fire station. And I don't even know what that looks like, which if something happens to Tom, that means we're going to be down there, on his computer because we cannot see his computer. So he needs to be connected to town hall. And
Karen, if I might butt in there just real quick.
Sure.
Another thing that would be critical is to be able to access our network over the internet, which is possible. In my car, I've got a mobile router. Some of the apparatus will have mobile routers and either laptops or tablets in them. So if we're out, or even if the firehouse, if we can't function out of there for a certain time frame, at least we can still have access to everything we need to have access to. So that would be built in as well.
Right.
And I think as far as redundancy is concerned, it would make a world of sense to have the library have the same access to.
Yes.
You know, for you, Tom, for example, if you had to move your incident command location or emergency operation location, the library would probably be much better suited to that than town hall. So I think we should certainly be looking at that. We're going to have to do a financial, we're just going to have to get estimates on what it's going to cost and see whether it's realistic. And, you know, I think that what would make sense as far as that's concerned is to think about a range, you know, what's the least expensive way we could do this, and then what's the ideal way we could do it, and what's the happy medium if there is one, you know, because I think that you know, this has certainly highlighted the fact that big things do happen, and that we need to be prepared for that. But of course, the nature of this is very different, and could be anything. I mean, for example, you know, a hazmat incident right in front of the fire station, and you're knocked out. You know, that's a big deal. You know,
Right.
Well, yeah. So we were thinking also too, like voice over IP. So if a phone call comes into any department, it automatically goes to the email.
Can be redirected. Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, if we had another Irene, Josh, and I was in Newfane and couldn't get to the office, I mean, I mean, that would not be a good situation.
Yeah.
So we're already looking at it. I mean, we had Marty from Southern Vermont Telephone give us a price on a setup for the town hall and the fire department, and actually and plug in Brian in too.
And was that including hardware, or was that just the network component of it?
It's all of the hardware, and Tom has part of it already at the station.
Yeah.
So he's going to build it around that. And it's going to be similar to the Brattleboro Fire Department, what they're doing. And we will have to contact the internet provider, but we got that from the other vendor too. So they'll do all the wiring and get us the equipment, and then we have to go out and get the internet provider to actually just hook it up.
And as Josh said, that would be we should really go after the library, the highway department, the fire department, and the town hall. It also makes sense to me that under some emergencies, the library may be the better approach for town hall to relocate to.
Right.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, the beauty of the library, more than, well, equivalent to the fire department, but access is fantastic.
Right.
Access, there's parking, there's a lot of compelling reasons to have the library be a viable backup plan for either location. I would say, from my perspective, communication with the highway department is useful. Beyond that, that building, that's not a realistic location to do much other than run a highway department out of.
Right.
I mean, I suppose as a last resort, potentially, but I would say, you know, investment wise, probably minimizing that so that we can communicate with the highway department, but that it's not assumed to be a location we would relocate to.
Just one thing to keep in mind with that is, should something occur at the firehouse, that's where we're going to be.
Is it the highway department?
Temporarily at the highway department.
Is that for equipment purposes, or?
That would be for essentially for everything.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
Keeping it to a minimum what we would absolutely need, but theoretically we could have everything end up over there.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Also, I mean, just, you know, again, if you take, for example, a hazmat incident, something that happens in front of the library and is large scale, that's going to knock out the fire department, the library, and town hall. So, having the highway department as a more remote possibility. I think we just have to be really thoughtful, though, about the financial implications of something
Right.
so I think we need to put it out to bid to a number of different people, and again, have a real range of what we're looking at.
Curious, have we ever considered talking to, and I guess this would go to like worst case scenario, but have we ever considered talking to one of the schools, seriously thinking about Landmark as being a backup site?
I was thinking that too.
A backup site for
relocation. So, for example, worst case scenario, we were cut off transportation wise for some reason to the highway department, and something, obviously this is pretty far fetched, but it also seems like there may be that Landmark might be a more suitable location for us in many ways as a backup location.
we could look at that.
Is that really out there?
My hesitation would be surrounding if the campus is occupied.
Right.
Yeah, understandable.
But, the location, for example, where they did that testing, that's not a bad site for a relatively remote location for you that could have access to buildings, bathrooms, so on and so forth if necessary, and not have a tremendous amount of impact on the campus, but it might be worth considering.
Yeah.
And I think that we have a good enough relationship with certainly Landmark, Putney School. I think that if push came to shove and we had to think about something like that, as long as we had the flexibility, like Tom said, a vehicle with a laptop in it kind of thing. And obviously it's more than that, but just having alternatives is probably not a bad idea.
And I also think, as we are seeing through this, that in times of crisis, folks in this community come together really quickly and are willing to adapt. And we could probably change strategy pretty quickly, but it's nice to play it all out before it happens.
Yeah.
So as far as it feels like you're on a really great track as far as records go and assuring that services continue. Have you found through any of the departments that, including the highway department, that there are any major concerns about needs that aren't being met at this point? I guess that would be to either Tom or Karen.
No.
That's the general consensus from the community. I think that you're both doing a bang up job.
Yeah, and Brian's, he's been working the roads, and he's been very cautious too with his guys.
Yeah, it was good.
If it's raining, they're home. They're not hanging out at the garage, they're home.
Good.
Karen, I think that was just today that clarification on highway department stuff came through. I found that helpful, and I think that's helpful for you just in giving you clear guidance as to how you should be assuming they are doing their duties, which is just nice to have.
Yeah, well, I was aware of the state, putting everything on hold, all their projects. So to see this information today, and things change daily.
Of course, yeah.
And when
Karen,
I read
along with that, did you see the email exchange or exchanges and the clarification on road maintenance?
Yes.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, that was surprising, Tom, to me.
Well, there was a clarification within that. Questions were raised about, specifically about grading roads.
Yep,
Okay, all
yep.
right.
Which
Tom,
is,
are you getting the full support that you need at this point? Are you,
Yep.
have your hours gone down a little bit, even a
Little
little bit?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I had mentioned this previously. Tom and I certainly had the conversation, but I think I mentioned it to everybody that I received as a gift from a previous Putney School parent, a box of masks, 2,000 masks.
Holy smokes.
They are not N95s. They are procedure masks. They're the masks that are typical good for people who are sort of out and about.
Surgical masks.
Well, yeah, procedure masks. Yeah,
Yep.
the sort of flat ones that go
Yep.
broad.
Yep.
Tom, you have a bunch of those already?
We do, but we'll certainly take more.
Okay.
And to be honest, a big piece of this, looking ahead, is, and again, hindsight's 2020. We learn from everything that we do.
Yeah.
So a piece of it is going to include us maintaining, not going overboard, but maintaining a fairly decent stock of disposables.
Yes.
From
Yeah,
this,
I agree.
so certainly anything that we can get a hold of that we could hang on to after this is over with, would be huge in getting us set for that.
Okay. Well, we should think about that. The other thing, and Laura, you might be better suited to feel this one out. I think it would be nice if at least a significant portion of these became available and I can make phone calls, but the mutual aid group, if we had 500 available to them to distribute to people who need a mask and don't have one, I think that would be a great use for them. So, I could touch, and I was thinking maybe through the food shelf, hey, if you're getting a food delivery, here's 3 masks in your bag with it too, just in case,
Yep.
So I think we might as well distribute some if there's a need for them. And again, they're not, they're the masks that are recommended to wear if you're out, essentially to prevent spread more than anything else.
Yep.
But I have a lot of them. So
That's amazing. Don't tell people where you live right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is one of the public calls to action has been to ask that the food shelf and Tom and different folks that are out in the community are actually carrying extras on them and distributing them.
Yep.
That they're going into the food shelf bags. And we do have an amazing amount of people locally that are making fabric masks and getting them out there. But the disposables are hugely needed too. So I think that the Putney Food Shelf is working closely with Putney Mutual Aid, and getting them to them might be the best bet.
Okay.
Emailing Hannah and
Yeah.
offering them through them. And then whatever you and Tom come to an agreement on of like what should go to the fire department and what should go to the food shelf, I think is really appropriate.
We should also probably, in our next whatever our messaging is, unless, Tom, you want to hang on to these more, I think we could message that we have masks available, touch base with either Tom or the food shelf if you need,
Yeah, absolutely. That the priority at this point is to get them out to people.
Exactly.
We don't need to hoard them. So we've got what I think that we're gonna need. So.
No, and I mean, as far as that stockpile is concerned with these, 2,000 is a lot of masks. Of course, in a time like this, you can go through 2,000 masks pretty quickly. And these are disposable, but they're good quality disposable. There's certainly that somebody who's cautious could use it regularly for an indefinite period of time.
Right.
Just as So
It's really about how you handle them.
yes, exactly.
And I can't, I assume, Tom, that you're doing this, but like mask education is super important. I know that we're doing a lot of mask education with our people at Groundworks. Like, don't touch the face of it and handle it by the ear straps, and don't pull it down like this to talk, or put it up over your head, or any of the many silly things that people just don't know any better. So it's, making sure that you're not contaminating yourself with making sure that the outside is always going to the outside. And sorry, I just gave a little mask lesson. But that's amazing, Josh. Thank whoever donated that. Please make sure that they get an enormous amount of gratitude from us.
I will do that, definitely. The
Thank
one
you
thing
so much.
to do, and I'll get this to you before next week, Karen. She just asked that we have, and she drafted something because they did the same thing for the Putney School group. It's basically a waiver of liability. That it's a donation that they, by donating, are not accepting any responsibility for the efficacy or anything else. So, and I figured we could just do that in open session. We can. That would be good. So I'll look into distributing those a little bit, and Tom, I will make sure that you have at least some now, but that any that are left over will make sure.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Again, the priority is to get them out to people. So
yeah.
And since we're having this conversation, I don't think it came up in our last meeting. Maybe it did. Things are starting to blur, but I know that it was promoted over social media that you got a UV light and you're able to essentially sanitize N95s.
That's right.
For so many times.
Right. Exactly.
So that's really exciting. I'm glad that. How did you acquire that?
We bought it through. I've forgotten who the vendor was that we bought it through. And it was a lot less expensive than I had envisioned them to be. So it worked out fine. It's good.
That's fantastic. I commend you for having the foresight to do that.
Believe me, it wasn't me. It was a couple of our folks that researched it and took care of it all. So I had nothing to do with it other than say go get it.
Yeah. Well,
your job.
Good for having good people.
Right. Exactly.
All right. Are we? I feel like we're in, as you said, we're kind of in the response phase, and we talked a little bit about planning for recovery. Does the select board want to talk about planning for financial recovery at this point?
Can I just comment that, so the state has now declared, a state of emergency. So public assistance is now open. And I've been going through some webinars, and I'll be looking at that this week.
Right.
But there's only certain things that are reimbursable. And I don't know if you saw the email that I sent everyone.
Yes.
But I'm thinking our EOC, Emergency Operations Center, whatever Tom is doing there, most of that's going to be reimbursable. Anything outside of that is going to be tough for reimbursement. So some in overtime too, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you guys are, working more hours than they normally do, it's going to be hard because they're on call.
Right.
But we need to try to track some of that.
Yep, absolutely. That's all been tracked right along, and so we can account for everything minute by minute if we need to.
Yeah, good. Like the UV machine, the shower that you just did.
Yep.
Decontaminating shower.
Yep.
All your PPEs, all that stuff.
Yep.
But the thing that we can't reimburse for is teleworking from home. We cannot, hazard pay absolutely won't be reimbursed. That only came up once in the very beginning. So it won't come up. If it comes up again, it'll, we just can't reimburse for it. Let's see what else. If somebody's sent home, you know, any sick time, let's say somebody's quarantined, that sick time cannot be reimbursed.
Even if it goes beyond their regular allotted sick time?
Yeah, it just says, let me see. Yeah, I don't know how I would deal with that, Josh. I hope I don't have to get to that
No.
point.
No, I mean, I would assume that it would be that they were expected to use up their available sick time, and then beyond that would be reimbursable, but I have no idea. I'm guessing this is all likely to evolve some as time passes too, but.
I think it will. So
All right,
this is how,
typically the initial guidance comes out, and then once a lot of questions are raised, then some things begin to be modified because it was stuff initially and originally wasn't thought of specifically.
Yeah.
So I would assume it's gonna be the same trend here.
Yeah,
That's
and
comforting.
I would think that, you know, even if we're not, if there are things, Karen, that you think should be reimbursable that are currently not listed as reimbursable, we should probably keep them in a file somewhere just so that if it comes around, you know, I mean, the main thing about all of this stuff is just documentation until the cows come home.
right.
And in some respects, typically, some of it will revolve around how that documentation is specifically worded.
Yeah.
As to whether it's in or it's out.
Yeah.
You know, if it's one of those gray areas,
Right.
just get a little creative, and it'll slide in.
That leads to a question I had for you when you were talking about staffing hours. Are you designating them as COVID-19 hours when folks are coming in
Yeah.
specifically to do work for COVID-19?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
And
We're doing that with the highway department and in the town hall too, Laura. So it's clear that if you're working from home, you're to track your hours if you're doing town work. Anything, if you're not working on town stuff, then we're putting it towards COVID.
Okay.
and also, just so you know, Laura and Karen, for that matter, all of our responses that we have to follow the COVID protocol, or that are the responses that are brought about that are linked to the pandemic, i.e. the mental health issues.
Mm-hmm.
We're tracking all of those too, so that those will be reimbursable.
Excellent.
So something else too, Laura, I want to bring up, and I'll probably talk to Tom more about this, but so when we had the testing site at Landmark, I know our deputy sheriff was up there, and that's not part of our actual contract.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of expense like that, I got to look at to see if we can get reimbursed for that.
It looked like through that email you sent out that it should be, but
Right.
I only skimmed it.
Yeah.
I don't know if we would be reimbursed for that, or that reimbursement should be sought after by the sheriff's office.
That's what I would think. But we might want to motivate that because they may have less motive to do that than we do if we're paying the bill.
And if I'm remembering correctly, Karen, didn't you very specifically say that we weren't going above our hours at this point and we wanted them to put it through themselves?
I talked to Sheriff Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
See, they don't get funding. They don't get funding so they would have to fight for that money. So we'll end up paying the invoice. And
Okay.
then I'm gonna have to turn around and try to get that paid. And we can do it because it's listed right here.
Mhm.
So it's an emergency measure, security and law enforcement, overtime labor for temporary facilities. So given that was a testing site requested by the state of Vermont,
Seems
think-
pretty clear.
yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I touched on that I met with the Neighbors Helping Neighbors Putney Mutual Aid earlier today, and they are planning on putting out sandwich boards. They're trying to do low-tech outreach, which is really amazing, and I'm very grateful to them for it because, as we know, we do have many community members that either don't have access for a plethora of reasons or are unable to use high-tech communication apparatuses. So they are planning on putting out sandwich boards, and they asked if the town or if you, Tom, had any specific messaging that you would want either put directly on those boards, keeping in mind that there's limited space.
Right.
They are getting a Google phone number, so people would be able to call in that have low tech abilities and get directed to all of the same ways they're directing now. So it could either just be their Google phone number up on that sandwich board, and if somebody called in with a mental health need, they could say, here's the number to the fire station. Or do you want the fire department phone number listed on that as well? And you don't have to answer me now, too. You can take time to think about it.
I'll think about it. I'll touch base with you tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
And Karen, did you have any feelings about sandwich boards and what they should look like?
No,
Okay.
I mean, we have one right out front that we can utilize.
They're planning on having, so the food shelf prints posters
Yeah.
and staples them to, they have about 5 boards that they use and place strategically around town when they have something big going on, like top the truck. So they're planning on using the same system that they use at that point. But if you wanted to change your board to reflect their messaging, they would probably appreciate that.
Right. Yeah, I can work with them with that
Okay.
board.
Great.
It might be, I don't know what the avenue for this would be, Laura, but that might be a good way to get out news that there are some masks available.
Oh, that's a good point too. I'll make sure to email them tonight and let them know that you're the contact. Is it okay for me to put you down as the contact person
That's
for
fine.
that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm getting used to you being upside down.
It's, but it's my bat background,
That's how this whole thing started.
I know.
It's new meaning, the idea grounded, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Uplift.
Thank you for doing that for us, Josh, or for me at least. Anybody have anything else?
I got a question for you, Tom. This is maybe going backwards a little bit, but if I look at the numbers, it looks like between 1 and 0.2% of the population of the state are actually positive. And because it's over 600,000 people and 750 people are tested positive. Any idea how many other, what's the estimate of what positive cases we don't know about? Is it 10 times that, or any idea?
There isn't. All we know is that there are many more.
Okay.
That we just don't know about because the testing hasn't been there.
So it seems like that leaves us really vulnerable because there's a lot of people that haven't been exposed.
Yep.
And if that's the case, that we're really vulnerable, even as you were saying earlier, and these numbers come down, what is we're looking at, social distancing and this stuff for some time.
Yep, I'm sure.
Until we get a vaccine or something that would alter that.
Right.
So are there any ideas? I know we're in the response mode right now, not the recovery mode, but is there any talk about how things might change once those numbers come down, if at all?
Not really.
Okay.
It just, that hasn't come out yet.
Okay.
I know it's being thought about at the state level.
Mhm.
I know still the New England governors, as well as the governor of New York, are working very, very closely together
Mhm.
to help ensure that when the time comes, we're all on the same page in doing things alike. Not exactly the same, but similar in a lot of respects. So, but again, none of that has come out yet.
So I'll tell you why I'm asking, and I don't know if that will help or not, or change anything, or maybe it's just a seed for you to think about. But I spent some time this last week talking to people who are growing and raising food, and their concerns are that the farmers markets are closed, and they're the margins of profit on growing food are so small to begin with.
Right. Yep.
And New Hampshire is handling it very differently than Vermont. They're telling their farmers markets to stay open. And a lot of these people are calling me and texting me and emailing me saying, we're not going to stay in business if we can't sell our product. And
right.
I'm not the guy to know how to do this over the internet. I am an internet idiot, okay?
I know specific to farmers markets, the governor is looking at it.
Yeah, it's being revisited, and
the legislators took it to him for consideration.
Yeah, I even wrote a letter to the governor about it. It's definitely being reconsidered, and he's talking to farmers market kind of community leaders about how they could stay open and safe.
And another, thank you. And another thought is there any way we can facilitate them moving their product without it being a farmer's market?
Karen's on that. Karen's so on that.
The other thing I want to mention.
A little bit, but yeah.
What was that, David?
We talked a little bit last Friday about this, but not again since.
No, and I got David involved too. He's doing a really good job reaching out to a lot of people, getting people to fill out the survey.
Yay!
We came up with that list, but it's a work in progress. And I think too, I was going to ask Laura about, so what's the status with Michael Maricki and Jeanette White and Nodder? Are they pursuing what we're pursuing, for the farmer's market?
So I know that Mike's been a huge advocate. Nodder has been speaking to it as well. And they are going to be having a community meeting, I believe, on Saturday. If you bear with me, I can find the exact time of it. But they're going to be holding an info session this weekend where they'll answer questions like that.
That's a Zoom or
yes. Yeah, when I say meeting now, I don't even mean it in the sense of the way we used to say it. I can get you the exact time on that. Hold on.
Not only the
10 to 11.
10 to 11.
Yes, and I can send the link to you all so that everybody, I think it would be great if we all participated, if we were able to.
If we do that, we need to be careful because then we're going to have to run the meeting.
That's true.
On Saturday, you said 10 to 11?
Yeah, it's Saturday, 10 to 11. I had planned to participate, but if the two of you want to, then, maybe we just warn it.
We could, although I would think this would be one of those exceptions, Karen. If we're if we're not conversing with each other and we all happen to be at the same meeting at the same time, I'm pretty sure that's legitimate. But
and frankly, it's very clear that we're not having discussion about town business amongst each other because we'll be in a big Zoom chat. So everybody will know exactly what we're saying and that we're not talking amongst each other.
Yeah, I would not worry about that from a legal standpoint, but if it wouldn't hurt to warn it if we think we're going to be there. I don't know what Saturday looks like for me, but sounds like an interesting topic.
Right.
I know it's really difficult for me. I have two guys coming to come logging with me on Saturday, but I could maybe take an hour away. I had another thought I wanted to share. We're really lucky in this community that we have so many resources. We have so many people that grow food and raise food in this community. And if we're going to be in a position that we're doing social distancing for some time to come, I think we need to think seriously about keeping those people in business, if for no other reason, for our own well-being. And so looking at it from a slightly selfish standpoint, what can we do to keep them selling their product and keep them in business? I mean, I know we need to follow the rules and keep people safe and healthy and social distance. I get that. I take that seriously. But we need these people not throwing their food away because they can't sell it. So can we store it? What can we do? I mean, what are the other ideas around it?
So, David, can I make a suggestion? I wrote a pretty lengthy letter to the governor, and I suggest that we each reach out to him and share our perspectives on this. I've seen really excellent leadership from him, and I think that he's open to hearing from the public. But additionally, I love the way you're thinking. Can we talk to the school? Can we talk to the schools that aren't operational right now that have huge kitchens and huge storage areas and walk-in coolers and see if we can help them partner up? And maybe there's an opportunity to do that through the survey that Karen has put together.
Green Mountain has these huge storage rooms that are empty of apples now. I mean, can we store food in that? I mean, what can we do?
Yeah. I don't know if we can do it. And Josh, you know more of the technical answers on this than I do. I don't know if we as a select board can do this, but can we facilitate this happening? Can we connect people to help make this happen? I think that's probably an absolute yes.
I mean, I think part of the challenge, I think we can definitely try and help facilitate it. That's probably mostly better left to private sector, just because if we can help make the connections, I'm sure they're reaching out to each other, but harvest is a long way away for many people. Of course, there are exceptions. I mean, I saw the milk delivery truck up at Putney School the other day, and I was thinking, I hope that milk ends up somewhere viable, because I know for a lot of people it isn't, which is terrible. But a lot of the farmers, as David said, I mean, their margins are so small. This is also, even just eking out a little bit at this time of year is tremendous, because they've been hungry for months.
Well, I'm hearing something a little different than that from a bunch of them, in that these next few weekends are huge for their year, because a lot of them don't just sell the product, they're selling the plant too. And
on the shares.
They have greenhouses full of greens that are coming in, and those are high profit products for them, because seeds and just sat in the greenhouse, and then all of a sudden it's $10 a pound for a bag of greens or whatever. These next few weekends are huge.
Yeah, no, that's
Howie Cusack, all these guys got on the phone and talked to me for hours, and they're like, "We need to move this stuff now. This is, we don't get this, the rest of the year is, really difficult to come back. So it's not just harvest time; it's now too."
Yeah.
And David, they rely on the farmers market for that movement. Is that what you're telling us?
Absolutely, because they're working their butts off growing this stuff right now. Saturday morning for 4 to 6 hours, Sunday mornings for 4 to 6 hours, they move it all, and then they go back.
And I mean, for example, with Paul Harlow, typically they go to New York, or they are part of a group that goes to New York. They can't do that. So how to distribute that food. Yeah, no, I agree with you, David. I mean, I think that these early weekends, for Howie in particular, movement of plants, but for somebody like Mike or Paul, movement movement of
Jack Vanix and those guys. right?
greens. Yeah, no, and Jack, actually, I heard the other day, Jack was saying, he's allowed, because it's food product, to sell some of his plant starts, but he's not allowed to sell any of his decorative, his flowers and things,
Right.
because it's not technically an essential. So it's like, that's a tough situation to be in, but.
Yeah, but that's agriculture.
Hey, Guy, just 1 second. I really do want to keep continuing this conversation. I think it's a very important conversation for us to have. And I also recognize that it may not be as important to Chief Goddard. And if Chief Goddard would like to get going, we could let him go at this point probably and continue our meeting.
I appreciate it.
So you are welcome to get going unless anybody has another question for him specifically.
You need a bag of fresh greens?
Yes, buy your greens, buy your plants. I'm going to go buy a bunch of plants because my dog destroyed mine. So.
Okay, thanks everybody.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Tony, thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you.
All right,
Yeah.
man, absolutely.
Oh, okay, he's gone.
You're still upside down, Josh. You moved to the middle, but you're still upside down.
I can balance it for everybody.
Everybody home, ready? Maybe we can get upside down too.
Bring levity. I love it. So,
Yeah, I think that the unfortunate thing, David was sort of alluding, with these early crops, even if they're small, they're valuable because they're bringing an income that hasn't been there for many, many months. The other problem is they're highly perishable.
Yeah.
Greenhouse greens last, we all know how long they last in our fridge, not that long.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And true also, for somebody like Howie with tomato plants or whatever the other starts might be, you don't get those out the door and suddenly there's nothing you can do with them,
I think that Karen, was it Linda Okogie?
Yeah,
Kaogi. Yeah.
yeah.
And Marissa Miller they both were talking like they were already organizing, trying to come up with something to replace.
Yeah.
But I don't know what that is. And I think probably you're right, Josh. It's best left in their hands. But if there was something we could do to facilitate that, I don't know what that is. This is
well, I'm
not a marketer.
We've certainly all talked about the reality that we are not much more able to get a message out than anybody else. But, I've thought about, for example, a temporary CSA kind of thing. If I was given a list of product that was available to me, next Saturday for a bag for pickup somewhere, I would definitely do that, and I don't know whether that's viable or how we could make it viable, but it certainly should be, there's product available. I'm sure there's demand for it. And how do you make the connection between the two?
Well, Karen's doing that. That's what what that survey is. And we do have, so I would think that I sent you all an email with the information about Nodder and Mike's session. And in the end of that email, I have to update it, but I have links. I put in my signature links to pretty much everything that's happening right now locally in Putney, as far as surveys to fill out, where you can get resources. I have to update that signature to include the data from the surveys that Karen and David were so supportive of. But I think that us messaging that out as much as we can be, each of us individually to our networks, sending out an email to everybody on your email list, saying this is what the town has put together, and please check out these resource providers, see if you can use any of them. Linda is actually my CSA, and who I go through for vegetables. And she has told me that as far as the CSA, and I hope that I'm speaking correctly, my last understanding was that as far as the CSA end goes, she is fuller than she's ever been. She has more CSA clients than she's ever had before, which is excellent to hear, and probably put this lower on my radar because I thought, oh, people are connecting. They're doing the fresh local thing. I hadn't thought of the plants and how are we getting the plants out to people.
What I read this survey, only 2/3 of the farms that produce vegetables are actually CSA farms. A third of them, and those people are probably making their money not as much off of local people, but so those are the ones I think that are more at risk. And I don't know.
How do we support them?
Yeah, I mean, I give away food. I grow so much food away, so I don't know. I don't know how we do that, but
yeah, no, I think it's. I mean, I think that people are working on it, and that's great. I think to Laura's point, communicating and trying to get that message out as best we can, and also being supportive in any way that we can of a mechanism for it would be good. I think what we don't want to encourage is individuals to be involved with we don't want 82 different people going to Linda Agioki's farm because that puts her at risk, and I'm sure she has a distribution system, but it also, she via CSA, I think with many farmers, the CSA is a viable part of their income, but with somebody like Linda, I'm sure that the farmers market is also not an insignificant number for her. So even if her CSA numbers are up, if her farmers market number is 0, that causes problems. So
the deal I get, it's like 5%. I mean, it's like, your profit is like 5%. I mean, it's like, you lose 5% of your volume, you might as well
you're losing money.
You're not making anything.
Right.
Yeah. And the farmers market for her, and I know for other CSA farmers, is also where they do distribution often. Exactly. So not only is it where they sell, extra loose vegetables, but it's also their distribution site, and the same with the Brattleboro farmers market. Right. They're not just often they're doing both on their circuit, sometimes even more than that.
Yeah.
So
I talked to somebody in New Hampshire. Well, actually, I had someone call the Commissioner of Agriculture in New Hampshire for me. And the reason that the farmers markets in New Hampshire are staying open is because it's their choice to do that. And in Vermont, not their choice. And I don't understand what the legislation is that's different that allows it to be their choice.
I have to say, David, I went over, I had to go to Perkins for something. And if New Hampshire is the model, I don't want to follow it. I mean, there's people driving around, nobody's wearing a mask. It's like, thanks. And, honest, and I know that's not what you're asking for, but farmers markets, I think, being an excellent example of a really bad means of getting food to people right now. I mean, you take a whole bunch of people and put them in the same place at the same time. I mean, I think that farmers obviously need a vehicle to get their product out, but I would not be a proponent of a farmer's market functioning right at the moment, unless it were really, really tightly controlled.
Yeah, and I think that's the answer, Josh. I don't think that the farmers market, the way we have historically thought of it, should be taking place. I think that a farmers market with new policy and new plans on how to approach this in a safe way, whether it be a drive-through. I mean, I don't know exactly how they would pull it off, but I think those conversations happening between the governor and the folks that run the farmers markets are really important because it's a huge part of frankly, our community health. Farmers markets are a big part of our economy in so many ways that we don't see. So, and David, to answer your question, I think it's a matter of an executive order. It's not legislation. The governor made this order, and now is as Tom said, often when these things come out, it's put out there and then they walk it back a little, they rethink it. And I think that's in process right now. He has said that he is rethinking it, but we'll see. I hope he rethinks it in time for some kind of some kind of season for our farmers.
Well, that leads me to the next question I had was, do we then as a community have to think about investing in our farmers if they can't make enough money to stay growing food?
Absolutely.
And so what does that look like? You know,
well, on a personal note, for me personally, what that looks like is and I was fortunate enough to be in a position to do this. I understand that not everybody is able to do this. It was a small sacrifice on my part, but I paid my shares up front this year, knowing full well that, you know, I'm working through a small farm, and if anybody gets sick on that farm, there's a chance that I won't get my shares, but it's an investment to me. I'm placing my faith in them, and I'm also trying to support a piece of our economy and frankly, people that have supported my family in so many ways for a long time. So not everybody can do that. So that's the piece that I did. But, you know, I think that having these conversations and thinking about how we could all support in different ways is so important.
I wonder if people are thinking of it on a community way, not an individual way, so that this lasts for a year. We have social distancing for a year, and there's a chance that these farms can't stay functioning and grow food, and we become vulnerable that way. Is there emergency money that can then support them so they can keep functioning, that we can direct to them? Are people thinking about that? You know, and shouldn't we?
I hear you, David, because other towns have set up emergency funds for certain things. And the thought crossed my mind as well. I don't know what that looks like or how it would work, but I hear what you're saying.
So the Small Business Association is, of what I read on it, is offering a $10,000 loan and a much larger grant. And can any of that be used for agriculture? Can they apply for that? And so part of that, you can ask for forgiveness of repayment of part of that. That's wages. So you can hire people to continue to grow, and you could ask for that to be forgiven, the payback on that. Is there anything else like that? Just stuff that's going through here.
I think it depends on who you are and what you're doing.
Okay.
Because that $10,000 loan does not support everyone.
No, the other problem, I mean, those loans, as they're set up now, if you're a sole proprietor, you have to use more than 75% of that. In order to get it forgiven, more than 75% of it has to go into payroll, right? You know, I mean, yes, quite a few of these folks have payroll, but quite a few others, Marissa probably being a good example. She, as far as I know, she doesn't have any payroll at all, and she's 100% dependent on the income from her farm. So she's screwed. You know, she can't take that.
Right.
So although they are very low interest loans, but it's still a loan. Who wants to take a loan out? But
Howie said, I talked to Howie about this, and he said, you know, we're just trying to do it all ourselves, and we're reluctant to take a loan for that exact reason, because we need so little to begin with. We can't afford to give away 1% of it.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. So
I think it's worth doing some more research on something like that, David.
maybe we need to plow some land, that piece of land on top of the hill, and plant some food.
There you go.
There were town gardens historically.
Town Farm Road.
Yeah.
Almost every town has one.
Yeah. I'm not sure that I want to get into competition with our farmers though right now. I would rather see, I mean, I think that maybe connecting them through programs like Food Connects and through the Vermont Food Bank. Maybe if they can't sell their food the way they're used to selling it, maybe they can sell it through programs like that are getting food into hands of people that are in poverty. Food Connects does a wide variety of connecting local foods to schools, and our schools are still serving lunches. I mean, Bless them. What they're doing is amazing. What Steve Head and his staff have done at Putney Central School is nothing short of a small miracle. And other schools in the district as well. But I just really have to commend Putney Central School because they're doing fresh food, 2 meals a day, going out on the buses to all the kids.
Yeah.
So, they're having to source those foods and there's a possibility to connect to them.
Right.
But I would, David, when you're talking to people, I'm curious if they're connected to Food Connects or the Vermont Food Bank.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, Paul certainly is. And they're through Paul, Mike. I mean, these are very savvy people, obviously, and they're also, if you look at many of the staples and Paul, Mike, Howie, Jack Mannix, they've all been working together for 40 years, so the problem is it's the larger markets that are gone. And when you take those larger markets away for anybody that's in production like Paul, he's screwed, it's like he just doesn't have an avenue for it. I think they're trying to redirect it to food bank, but again, at this time of year, the perishability of those crops is it's really hard to manage that. So
yeah.
Well, the other thing too, it's going to be tough is that they don't have any workforce to help them.
Yes.
Put it in the ground. That's a big concern right now.
Yeah.
I mean, not only in Vermont.
Migrant workers. Yeah. No, it's a huge problem. Definitely. I think messaging wise, wherever we can help, I mean, it's not us, but on these sandwich boards, even on our sandwich boards, buy local. I mean, just reiterate the message.
I like that.
Yeah.
And that goes across. I mean, I've been trying to go to the general store and buy a sandwich as regularly as I feel comfortable doing. I mean, it's just, we all got to do our part trying to support these places because otherwise they're just not going to be there,
Right.
Yeah. And since you're going in, Josh, and you see it, like I have to commend them as well and the co-op on the amazing job they're doing of responding to this. I can't imagine how difficult it is for them. They've had to change their systems overnight as well and wear masks and
absolutely
and take a really hard financial hit. But I'm really proud of how they're responding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been into a store in 18 days because of Mom. I haven't been anywhere. But the comment you made earlier, Josh, about how New Hampshire isn't the example to follow, right here in my driveway on the 2 days a week where I'm working, I'm having to step out and say, hey, stay away from my mom. You need to walk up 6 feet.
Yeah.
People, there are a percentage of people who are just not taking this seriously. Even here in this town of pretty educated and aware people.
Yeah. I was amazed. Like I said, I went over to Perkins. I went this morning because I had to pick a couple things up. And, one of their employees was wearing a mask. Otherwise, nobody was wearing masks. They have plastic set up around the registers, but none. I think I was the only client that was wearing a mask. And it's like, what are you idiots thinking? It's just so, I mean, it's disrespectful, it's dangerous, it's irresponsible, just like across the board. It's like, come on, people, where are you not getting the message? And that's what, and I know you were loosely referring to New Hampshire and not saying we should be like them, but, live free or die is a very good example. More or less, it comes down to live free and die. I mean, and their numbers have stayed reasonably good, but I think that's mostly luck at this stage, and at some point that's going to come back to bite them, I would imagine. But
I just want to make it clear the reason they pointed at that wasn't because of New Hampshire's example across the board. It was that New Hampshire is letting the people who go to the farmers markets sort of self-regulate and point more towards what Laura was talking about and what you were talking about. These people have been doing this for years. They're probably going to come up with a safe system on their own better than anybody else could. Yeah. And somehow we're not letting ours do that, putting, by legislating that they can't. So that's why I wanted to know what the difference was. And Laura, you told me it was an executive order. I get that.
I think I think that's very much what it is. And again, I mean, I think we're all on the same page, definitely. But I think it's all about the messaging. I mean, if you're not messaging, if you allow your farmers to have farmers markets, which I think is fine, and I totally agree with you. But if 9/10 of the people that are coming into your farmers market have been told that there's no problem, you're screwed.
So if you look at, Governor Sununu recently met an airplane from China that had many masks on it, and he met that airplane with a bunch of other people and was standing right next to them without a mask on himself. And so the exampling there is very different than the exampling we're getting, the modeling that we're getting here. We might be neighbors, but we are the yin and the yang, truly, not just inland. So, yeah.
All right.
Yep. Thank you.
You have anything else for us, David? I really you're doing great work. Thank you for talking to all these people and bringing this stuff to us.
Yeah.
I'm not really doing great work, but thank you for saying that.
You are.
It is. It's important. It's really important.
Call people. That's all I'm doing. And I just have the luxury of that I've known these people for 50 years. And fix their cars. And so they'll talk to me. I'm really just saying, hi, what's happening? What do you think? And then I just write it all down. I'm not really doing anything. Karen,
you're listening.
People as it can be.
Yeah. Sometimes that's the best thing that can be done. Sometimes it's the only thing that can be done, unfortunately.
I feel like I'm a great example of social isolation in my everyday life before this virus ever came. So it's really any change for me. I mean,
are you getting everything you need?
Well, the things that I need, I'm not getting. I can't talk about in this meeting.
I'll leave that alone.
But honestly, David,
I'm the greatest example of self-sufficiency. We have enough food for a year. Everything I can make or fix on my own. I have a community of unbelievably good and resourceful customers / friends. If I need anything, I pick up the phone and I'll call Noah and he'll bring me a pig. If I need anything that I don't have, if I need something, I'll call Josh. He'll help me with whatever. I'm totally set. I'm totally set.
Good. Glad to hear that.
And I have to say, David, I mean, one of the reasons that I think your presence on the select board is valuable is because you're a guy who does live within and know this community. And when people see you modeling, they pay attention to that. And that's really important. And I think you can't overestimate that. I mean, for you to be able to step out in your yard and say, yo, back away from my mom, somebody take the message from that, that's a good message.
Let's hope.
It is a good message. Yeah. Right.
And she's good too, except for that she lives an isolated life and she's really struggling, not having any connection with really anyone but me. And, my sister can't come because she works at Vernon Green Nursing Home. And so she's totally isolated now. And so that's tough. I try to get her on the phone as much as I can, but I can see I think it sunk in about a week ago that this summer is going to be, if not the summer and this fall, going to be pretty much what we have right now.
Yeah.
And it's not going to change.
Probably going to go, it's probably going to do this.
But if we're intelligent, the way we're acting isn't going to change because we're so vulnerable still.
Yeah.
Unless they come up with a medical miracle shorter than it looks like they could possibly come up with.
Yeah. Oh, and Josh, I know you're out and about pretty regularly, but your family is good. You have everything you need.
Definitely. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Yeah. No, we're I'm just so glad we live where we do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All the reasons we've been talking about. You know,
Truly.
Imagine doing this in an apartment in the Bronx. I mean, I just can't imagine it. You know,
I do have
No.
one
brutal.
question. Anna Darrow was offering up a deal where she would match any ground beef or meat that you bought from her that she produced that was left over in 2018. So I bought 30 pounds of ground beef, and I have the other 30 pounds that was her matching that I've been giving away to people that need it. But I called Hannah Pick to give the rest of it to the food shelf and got an email back saying that they were being very careful about what food they accepted. And I don't really know what to do now. It's in the freezer. I don't know if I should bring it or not bring it. I don't know what to do. So,
Hey, David, can I make a suggestion? Putney Mutual Aid has quite a few people on their list that are food insecure right now.
sure.
And there's potential that it could be circulated that way. It's
Okay.
something that I could float to them. How many pounds is it?
20 pounds of ground beef.
Okay.
So how'd you get that offer and I didn't?
Yeah.
It's on Facebook. She put it out there about 10 days ago.
Oh, huh.
And it was just wonderful. Yeah. So
Okay. I'll float it to them, and I'm going to put you down as the contact person for it.
And I will, if they need more, I'll buy more and give that away too. So, whatever you
That's
need.
lovely. That's wonderful.
Anything, both of my freezers, I can't open them without stuff falling out. So if you need something.
So the other thing is, and I'm not sure, this might be bordering on inappropriate, but I know through my work that there's a need through the Brattleboro Food Works, and they do serve this community as well. So I can put you in touch with those folks as well. It's actually not my program, so it's. Yeah, I can put you in touch with them as well, and they could probably take bulk.
Okay.
So,
Awesome.
Laura, I have a question.
Yeah.
As far as the mutual aid group, right?
Mhm.
So we just found out that they have people that that need food. What else do people need? I mean, how do we know this? How do we support what they're doing?
So, I mean, essentially what they're really trying to do is connect neighbors with neighbors and kind of decentralize it so that it's more sustainable in the long run. But when people fill out the survey, they fill out where their areas of concern are or where their desire to volunteer is. And through that, they get a really great snapshot of who is food insecure. And some of that food insecurity isn't so much like some people can afford the food, they can't get to it. They have no way to actually get to the grocery store. Maybe they're in quarantine themselves. It depends. There's a variety of circumstances. I can imagine, though, that I know they're having their first volunteer meeting tonight where they're actually like coordinating with a large group of volunteers. So I can imagine that within the next few days, they'll be prepared to do things like get a good donation of meat out into the community.
So they're in response mode.
They are in response mode. Yeah, they still a little bit of planning mode, but they've been in response mode the whole time. As people were coming in that were really vulnerable, they were connecting to them right away. But now they're in more of an organized response mode. Before it was a lot of Jamie and Ruby just responding on their own and trying to connect people that way.
This we all need to remember, as David was alluding to, it's going to be a long, slow process.
Yeah.
I mean, those who are food insecure now are likely to be a lot less food secure a month from now.
Yeah, that's the truth. It really, yeah. And I will say that this group of folks have created a pretty robust system to respond to people. So we have a lot to be proud of in this community.
Yep. I heard of one friend who has direct deposit got their check, got their, what's it called, relief.
I got mine today. It got put in my account today.
Yeah. I had another friend that did too, and I've heard a few people are donating theirs to the food shelf, which is pretty darn amazing, because more than anything, what the food shelf could use right now is funding.
Yeah.
They can buy through the food bank. It's their safest means of buying food right now. And so that funding allows them to be really flexible in their storage and capacity. And
it's also the other thing about donating to them monetarily is that they have tremendous leverage with cash from the food bank.
Yes.
You know, what $1 can buy from the food bank compared to what you or I can buy on the street is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Sure.
Unless you're getting a 2-for-1 beef special, then maybe.
Well,
no, that's Josh. That's exactly what it is. And the food bank has an incredible amount of storage, which the Putney Food Shelf has converted their storage space. They're using a lot more of the community building right now than they ever have before.
Yeah.
And they still have things to contend with in that storage space that doesn't make it necessarily the best option for them. Yeah. So having cash on hand is the ideal for them.
Yeah.
Okay. And do I connect Hannah to do that? To connect to Hannah to do that?
If you want to donate cash, just go to their website and go through. There's an option to donate, and they'll know it was you, and they'll be very, very grateful. But Hannah right now is, as many people are that are on the front lines, she's really stretched thin. So anyway, anytime we can direct somebody to the website, we're doing her a favor.
All right, my computer's to die.
Okay. So do I hear a motion?
Yes, that was it. That was code for motion to adjourn.
And second the code.
It has been moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any discussion? Not hearing any discussion, we will adjourn. So
thank
you all.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
This is a great topic that came up yesterday during a live stream, and it touches on politics, it touches on finance, it touches on economics. So let's dive right into it. Why did the stock market go way up last Thursday when the news was breaking 6.6 million more people have lost their jobs and have filed for unemployment benefits, because one would imagine that bad economic news would cause the stock market to go down, not up precipitously. But the opposite happened. Indeed, last Thursday, when the terrible unemployment news broke, stocks went absolutely skyrocketing for the day, and it has confused a lot of different people. And it's a great opportunity to talk through many of the different elements that are factors here. So there's a few different things going on. First of all, if you want, you can just write all of this off as mere speculation by market insiders, right? You can argue the stock market doesn't even really have any connection to the news of what's going on within the economy. It's just traders speculating and pushing stocks up and pushing stocks down, sometimes taking long positions, sometimes taking short positions when it benefits them. And there's just no meaning whatsoever in market moves related to what's happening in the economy. Now, of course, there's an element of truth to that. There's no doubt that hedge funds, derivative instruments, a lot of these non-productive financial mechanisms can benefit from and even move markets or exacerbate market moves without being directly tied to some factual change on Main Street for the average person. But it's only a piece of it. It's not really a comprehensive analysis, and it lacks some understanding of some pretty basic economic concepts. Now, before I jump into this in more detail, there's two things that I should mention. Number one, any effort to explain why stocks went up or down on a particular day is a fool's errand, in the sense that there's no real way to definitively say, here's why the market was up or here's why the market was down on any particular day. We're doing this more of as a thought experiment. Number two, I understand that lots of the ideas that I'm going to use today are partially debunked, in the sense that standard economic theory, rational actor, efficient market economics has been partially debunked. And that is undeniable, but it still is an okay framework as an entry point to start thinking about some of these things. So all of those disclaimers out of the way, let's now play the game. So the first thing to understand is that the stock market is supposed to already reflect future news that we can expect. This is a classic economics term called efficient markets hypothesis. And put very simply, what efficient markets hypothesis asserts is that asset prices, the price of the Dow, the NASDAQ, the S&P 500, it reflects all available information. Now, sometimes information is available, but it's about a future event that hasn't happened yet. Efficient markets hypothesis argues information about future events is also priced into the stock market. Now, of course, efficient market hypothesis is one of those things they teach us early in economics academia. And to some degree, it is complete and total BS. It's only sort of true. If the market's really priced in all future information, there wouldn't be any way to make money in the market. And, eventually brought to absurdity, eventually the sun will expand and engulf the earth and everybody on the planet will die unless we move to some other planet. If that was priced in, stock markets would be at zero, because we already know that that's eventually going to happen. So again, it's just an idea. It's a framework. It doesn't work 100%. But as applied to the unemployment numbers from last week, even though the 6.6 million additional people filing for unemployment was announced on Thursday, it was expected for more than a week ahead of time. And there were predictions about the number of millions of people that would be filing for unemployment. So arguably, it was already priced into the market. Now, that could explain why stocks didn't crash on the announcement of unemployment numbers last Thursday, but it doesn't really explain why stocks actually went up drastically on that news. That doesn't seem to make sense. Well, that gets us to layer two of the analysis, which is markets don't like uncertainty. Even though there was the expectation of millions of people losing their jobs last week, once it was announced, the uncertainty was removed. So if you expect 6.6 million people to lose their jobs, and then it's confirmed that 6.6 million people lose their jobs, you've removed the uncertainty. 6.6 million plus the uncertainty of will it be more or will it be less is worse, arguably, than just knowing it's 6.6 million people who lost their jobs. So that could make stocks go up. Lastly, when you file for unemployment benefits, you start to get money. So from a market perspective, what is going to happen to the companies on the stock market when you learn almost 7 million people are going to start getting money? They're going to start getting unemployment benefits coming in, which they will spend with a lot of these companies that trade on the stock market. That could cause stocks to go up on the news of 6.6 million new unemployment claims. And then lastly, when you learn that nearly 7 million more people lost their jobs, meaning around 17 million people have lost jobs in just 3 weeks, that's a signal that this is bad enough that the government might do more stimulus. And again, stimulus injects money, much of which goes to the companies that are traded on various stock exchanges. So thinking about it this way, we at least have a plausible explanation for why terrible unemployment news correlates with the stock market going up. Lastly, remember, this is more proof that the stock market going up doesn't mean that Main Street or the average worker individually is doing well. $6 trillion in stimulus could be great in the aggregate for the market, but if the individual person is getting a $1,200 check 7 weeks after they've been sitting at home or whatever the case may be, maybe more like 5 weeks in some cases, you can very quickly see how aggregate market stimulus can be very good for the stock market, but not that good for the individual person who has way more than $1,200 in bills overdue and is just now getting their $1,200 check. Let me know if this type of segment is useful or interesting. And, I try to explain this is the economic concept. It's partially BS, right? I mean, a lot of standard economics is partially BS, but it can still serve to be useful in thinking about a particular news event, in this case, bad unemployment news combined with the stock market going up. So we've been tracking very closely this extraordinarily concerning authoritarian slide by Donald Trump, where he is now asserting to have absolute power over governors and over what governors tell businesses and schools within their states to do. The context is all reopening the economy from coronavirus. And Donald Trump signaling yesterday during his press briefing that there are somewhere between 20 and 29 states that he believes very soon, even before potentially the April 30th social distancing deadline, may be able to start to open up. There are states that have already said, we're not going to listen to Trump. We're going to do what our public health officials say. And Donald Trump has now asserted multiple times that he has absolute authority over the states. Here's one example from Monday's press briefing.
What you're trying
No, not at all. Let me just tell you, very simple. I'm going to put it very simply. The President of the United States has the authority to do what the President has the authority to do, which is very powerful. The President of the United States calls the shots. If we weren't here for the states, you would have had a problem in this country like you've never seen before. We were here to back them up, and we've more than backed them up. We did a job that nobody ever thought was possible. It's a decision for the President of the United States. Now, with that being said, we're going to work with the states because it's very important. You have local governments. They're pinpointed. It's really, you talk about, it's like a microchip. They're pinpointed. We have local government that hopefully will do a good job. And if they don't do a good job, I'd step in so fast. But no, they can't do anything without the approval of the President of the United States.
Here's another specific question from another reporter, and Trump is just not backing down. He wants to be the authoritarian. He also wants to avoid responsibility when things go wrong, but he wants to be the authoritarian. Take a look.
Clarify your understanding of your authority vis-a-vis governors. Just to be very specific. For instance, if a governor issued a stay-at-home
When you
order,
say my authority, the President's authority, not mine, because it's not me. This is when somebody's the President of the United States, the authority is total. And that's the way it's got to be.
Your authority is total.
It's total. It's total. And the governors know that.
So if
The governors know that. Now you have a couple of bands of excuse me. You have a couple.
Could you rescind that order?
You have a couple of bands of Democrat governors, but they will agree to it. They will agree to it. But the authority of the President of the United States having to do with the subject we're talking about is total.
And then lastly, here's CNN's Caitlin Collins pressing him and asking, where did you get this idea? Who told you that you have this absolute authority over governors? And has any governor said they agree that you have this authority?
Question about something you just said. You said when someone is president of the United States, their authority is total. That is not true.
Okay, so you know what we're going to do? We're going to write up papers on this. It's not going to be necessary because the governors need us one way or the other, because ultimately it comes with the federal government. That being said, we're getting along very well with the governors, and I feel very certain that there won't be a problem. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Has any governor agreed that you have the authority to decide when their state
I haven't
opens
asked
back up?
anybody, because I don't, you know why? Because I don't have to. Go ahead, please.
But who told you the president has the total authority?
Enough, please.
Trump obviously not really giving an answer. So yesterday I told you it's not even clear that a governor can force a business to open. Like, can Charlie Baker here in Massachusetts go to my favorite sushi and Indian food restaurants and say, you have to open? I don't think that he can. So the idea that the president can force the governors to make businesses do those things is a joke. But now that we've had another 24 hours, the constitutional law experts have weighed in. And not only does Trump lack the powers he claims to have, the Constitution is actually very clear that he can't do what he says he is able to do. And both Republicans and Democrats who are thinking about this clearly seem to be on the same page. Here's Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney, the daughter of the diabolical former Vice President Dick Cheney. She tweeted that, quote, "The federal government does not have absolute power. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people." That's the 10th Amendment to the Constitution. Now, Trump frequently will mention federalism when he talks about why he has this absolute power. He'll say this often during the White House coronavirus press briefings, and he pretends to understand what it means. But federalism in practice tells us the president can tell state governors what to do, other than in the very specific areas outlined in the Constitution. Now, it is true that in times of emergency, presidents have tried to figure out how to boss governors around, but they failed to do it. During the Korean War, Harry Truman declared a national emergency, seized private steel mills, tried to preempt steel workers from striking, argued, the mills are essential to national defense. And the Supreme Court actually decided the other way in a case called Youngstown. It's Youngstown v. I forget the name of it, but it's Youngstown something. So this has been tested and it's not gone the federal government's way. Now, there's another important element. Trump never shut the country down. He just didn't do it. How can Trump reopen something he didn't close in the first place? Whether Trump could shut down the country by directing governors to do it is question one. Answer is, it doesn't seem that he can do it. But in practice, Trump never shut down states. Governors made decisions at different points in time, and it's up to governors to decide to reopen. What we have is a wannabe dictator on our hands. And sadly, when the Senate prejudged Trump's impeachment and decided we're acquitting him before the trial even started, they actually reinforced the notion that Trump can do anything. And Trump has said, Article 2 of the Constitution says I can do whatever I want. Trump may well believe this. He hasn't actually demonstrated it legally, but in practice, what consequences have there been? When Trump's not supposed to violate the emoluments clause, but he did it and there haven't been consequences. Trump has done it with no consequences the entire presidency. And this is why it's so important to remove this clown in November. The law is not on Trump's side here and in many other cases. The Constitution is not on Trump's side here and in many other cases. But he's been getting away with whatever he wants for more than 3 years at this point, and there have been no repercussions other than a few of his former friends having to go to prison for a few years. He has done damage as a result of being essentially immune to consequences, and he's just going to keep doing it until we remove him, if we do so in November. We'll talk a little later about Bernie's recent comments about this, former President Obama's recent comments about it. But in the meantime, let me know where you fall on this issue of Trump versus the governors, on who has the right, the power, the authority that Trump claims to have. I think it's pretty clear. Constitutional experts seem to think it's very clear. I'm on Twitter at @DPacman. Let me know what you think.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform, at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram at David Pakman Show. You can check out behind-the-scenes pictures, memes, shots of the studio, shots of what Pat does all day. Very, very concerning to a lot of people. All of that and more on the David Pakman Show Instagram account at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Michael Fulton and Eve Marie Lahar. Michael and Eve, thank you so much for your support. Also want to say thanks to Christian Hayes, who's today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Christian's been with us, it's hard to believe, for almost 5 years. Join these great folks. Grab a membership at joinpakman.com. It is time for Hatriot Mail, with a very special new coronavirus-related Hatriot Mail introduction. Let's take a listen. What is Hatriot Mail?
If you're allowed to shop for luxuries like food and medicine, then we should be allowed to clap our hands together in a megachurch. Hatriot Mail. Written by patriots who hate David Pakman. Because America. And because freedom.
All right, love that. I actually have two new coronavirus-themed intros. We'll play the next one next week. I think you'll like it. Let's get right into it. This week's edition of Hatriot Mail, it goes after you. It goes after our audience and our followers and our subscribers. Take a listen.
I want free shit. F***ing losers in this channel. Get a real job that offers real insurance. GTFO of your lazy asses. BTW, Trump is still your president. LMAO, David Pakman is a user and y'all fall for it. Sheep, Pakman failed utterly. You are less than nothing. And also, subscribers? Seriously, 800K? Who are these morons? Count me out.
Listen, go after me. I can take it. I'm a big boy. Don't go after our subscribers. And by the way, if you're going to state the correct number of subscribers, we are not at 800,000 subscribers. In fact, at last check, we are almost at 826,000 subscribers on YouTube. We're at 33,000 on Twitch. We're at 120,000 on Facebook. We have a combined 200,000 followers on Twitter. So yes, the numbers are growing, and it's thanks to you, and I'm so appreciative of that. And it seems the Hatriots are getting very, very triggered. You know, for years, I've been dealing with hate messages that say, David, I'm so glad your show is circling the drain. David, I'm so glad you will soon be gone and your views are being reduced to zero. And fortunately, and this is not because of me, it's because of you, things have gone in the opposite direction. And we're really so grateful. And we're going to do sort of like a state of the show update coming up at some point soon, where I'm going to talk you through all of the different things that have been going on with the show. And some of them are very, very exciting. A lot, to quote our president, a lot of them are very exciting. In the meantime, fight hatriotism by using the code HATRIOT40 when you get a membership on my website. The coupon code HATRIOT40 will save you 40% off of any membership at joinpacman.com. I today have for you a disgusting new height of narcissism. $1,200 stimulus checks are potentially being delayed because the narcissist in chief Donald Trump wanted his signature printed on all of the checks, so it looks like he's sending you the money. People are waiting for those $1,200 stimulus payments. Some people have already gotten them via direct deposit. People who, the first batch was people who filed taxes already electronically for tax years 2018 or 2019. They were the first to start getting $1,200 direct deposits. Some people are now waiting on direct deposits. But then there's another group, and it's a group that's disproportionately underbanked. They may either not have access to a bank account. They may or may not have regular access to the internet to actually get set up with direct deposit. So they are waiting for a paper check. Arguably, those are the people who most desperately need the money. And it's possible they are now going to be delayed because, as the Washington Post reports, the Treasury Department has ordered the IRS to print Donald Trump's name on the stimulus checks, a last-minute change, which could delay payments to millions and millions of Americans. Now, the Treasury is saying, well, we're not so sure that it's actually going to cause a delay. They're denying that that's definitely the way that it's going to go. It could cause checks to be delayed several days or longer, according to senior Treasury officials. So a couple different things. Number one, this has never happened before. Never in history has a president's name ever appeared on an IRS disbursement. Now, the Treasury Department told the president, you can't be the one signing the checks. Trump wanted to be the one signing the checks, but Trump doesn't have signing authority for funds coming from the Treasury or IRS. Why? Because Trump is not formally, he's simply not on the list. You know, if I have a business, I have to tell the bank who is allowed to sign checks for my business. Trump, the president, is not allowed to sign checks from the Treasury or IRS. So what they're doing is, instead of Trump signing the checks, it's so pathetic how triggered this guy is by not having his name on everything. They're putting his name in the memo because he can't sign the check. So instead, his name is going in the memo. At first, Trump was insisting he has to sign them. He was told it's just not going to happen. So now this is what they're doing. If Trump is going to be signing anything related to what's going on right now, it would make more sense for him to sign the death certificates of people tragically dying from coronavirus than for him to be signing stimulus checks, because it's not his money. It's really our money. And in reality, he should be signing nothing, and we would all be better off if he wasn't even involved in the coronavirus response. But that's another story, which you are probably very familiar with at this point in time. Chad Hooper is the national president of an organization for IRS managers. Chad Hooper says this is an abuse of government resources. Is anybody shocked by this, though? From day one, Trump has been abusing and misusing government resources for his own personal benefit. It's not Trump's money. This has never been done before. Trump is used to putting his name on a building, and he wants it on the checks. And it is egomaniacal nonsense to the nth degree. And that doesn't change or stop because we're in a pandemic. This is Donald Trump. And the other factor of this is this says a lot about what Donald Trump thinks about the electorate. Donald Trump thinks the electorate is so gullible and that voters are so shallow that maybe they see Trump's name on the check and they decide, I'm going to go and vote for him. And I wish I was able to tell you, obviously, that won't work. But Trump won in 2016. So clearly these types of cheap bamboozling tactics, these cheap, shallow tactics, they do work on many voters. And that's the saddest thing of all. Did y'all cash your Trump checks? Well, then stop complaining about them. It's going to work on some voters, and it makes it all the more urgent that we remove this malignancy in November. After the break, I'm going to talk about Barack Obama's endorsement of Joe Biden. I'm going to talk about Bernie Sanders escalating his claims that it is irresponsible not to vote for Biden in November. That's Bernie who's saying that. All of that coming up after the break. Make sure you're following me on Instagram at David Pakman. The urban gardening coronavirus quarantine project is growing by the day. Follow me on Instagram at david.pakman to follow the exciting adventure.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex French press or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Patriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. You can follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/David Pakman Show and on Twitter at David Pakman Show. And if you want to reach me directly, no trolling allowed, follow me on Twitter at dpakman. Hope to hear from you soon. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show. And on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
I'll talk about Bernie Sanders in a little bit, but very, very soon after Bernie's endorsement of 2020 Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden, former President Barack Obama has now endorsed former VP Joe Biden. There are people saying Obama should have gotten involved earlier. I think it was pretty clear Obama was never going to endorse Bernie. And in the end, the guy Obama would likely have endorsed won anyway. So the conversation about is Obama late seems practically speaking irrelevant. But let's take a look to just a little bit of Barack Obama's statement yesterday. I believe it was a 12-minute statement in total. We'll look at about a minute and a half here.
I'm so proud to endorse Joe Biden for President of the United States. Choosing Joe to be my vice president was one of the best decisions I ever made, and he became a close friend. And I believe Joe has all the qualities we need in a president right now. He's someone whose own life has taught him how to persevere, how to bounce back when you've been knocked down. When Joe talks with parents who've lost their jobs, we hear the son of a man who once knew the pain of having to tell his children that he'd lost his. When Joe talks about opportunity for our kids, we hear the young father who took the train home each night so he could tuck his children into bed. And we hear the influence of Jill, a lifelong teacher. When Joe talks to families who've lost a hero, we hear another parent of an American veteran, a kindred spirit, somebody whose faith has endured the hardest loss there is. That's Joe. Through all his trials, he's never once forgotten the values or the moral fiber that his parents passed on to him and that made him who he is. That's what steels his faith in God, in America, and in all of us.
Certainly filled with lots of political speak that to me, it speaks to me very, very little. It doesn't speak to me very strongly, for lack of a better term. But Barack Obama's involvement is potentially very important here. Whatever you think about Barack Obama or Joe Biden, a highly involved Barack Obama improves the chances that Donald Trump is defeated. You might remember back in 2008, George W. Bush was very unpopular and was almost completely missing from the campaign trail in support of the Republican nominee, John McCain. Just didn't make sense. It was possibly going to hurt John McCain to have George W. Bush heavily involved in the 2008 Republican campaign for the presidency. Ultimately, McCain lost anyway to Barack Obama. In this case, it's very, very different. If and when the real campaigning is able to get going, and this will depend on the virus, of course, there may be a window there between, early July through late September, maybe before wave 2 is likely to hit, where there will be some real campaigning. I believe it's a very good thing for Joe Biden for Barack Obama to be right there with him. And for better or worse, Obama there with Biden will create the contrast in people's minds of Trump versus what things were like under Barack Obama. Now, I want to be really clear about what I mean by that. Barack Obama was wrong on many issues, right? The Obama administration's dealing with whistleblowers was not good. The Obama administration's drone warfare policy was not good. We could go on and on. But the U.S. was respected as an adult was leading us back then because we had an adult leading us. And with the country shut down, it's very difficult to gain any momentum if you're Joe Biden. Trump is making bad decisions daily with coronavirus, but sadly, many of his followers seem to fall more and more in love with Trump the worse his decisions on coronavirus are. Some even see Trump as decisive and strong and powerful in the context of coronavirus. So Biden needs to do something to get attention and start building momentum. Okay, I guess eventually there are going to be debates. We don't know exactly what the format will be, again, because of the virus. But one way to maybe start building momentum to a small degree would be to see Barack Obama's increased involvement. Barack Obama, of course, much more powerful on social media than Joe Biden. And I've said it before, and I've said it many times. The choice is just really clear. And there are people on Twitter talking about, how do you choose between two Nazis? Don't you just opt out? This is not a choice between two Nazis. This is a choice between a lunatic authoritarian who is in way over his head, cares only about himself, and whose decisions are leading to more coronavirus deaths than were necessary or than what the minimum could have otherwise been. That's one option. The other option is a center-left diplomat with decades of experience who's less progressive than I would like the president to be. The courts alone are enough to show us the importance of voting for Biden. When you compare Biden and Trump on the environment, Biden's way better. When you compare Biden and Trump on regulating business, Biden's better. Biden's tax plan is better. Biden's health insurance plan is better. Biden's better on LGBT rights. Biden's better on abortion, and on and on and on. There's just no comparison. I don't need Joe to come beg for my vote. I know that there's a lot of Bernie supporters saying Joe needs to come get my vote. Joe needs to put out a policy platform which we can analyze like adults and make decisions about. I don't need to try to get anybody's attention by claiming, I might stay home, I might do it, or I might write in somebody else. It's not a blank check to the Democratic Party. I'm not even a Democrat. It's that I've looked at the policy platforms and Biden's the clear, better choice. Biden isn't entitled to anything. The DNC is not entitled to anything. I don't vote blue no matter who. I'm not a Democrat. I'm looking at the candidates. It's clear which one is better. That's all this is. Now, in the meantime, a former Republican Congressman, Justin Amash, who left the Republican Party and became an independent, Justin Amash is reportedly thinking about running as an independent. This would be tremendously useful to Joe Biden and potentially damaging to Donald Trump. Amash, as a longtime Republican, would likely pull way more Republican votes than he pulls Democratic votes. And being from Michigan, which could end up being a very important state in the 2020 November election, Michigan's governor even being sort of thrown around as a possible running mate for Joe Biden, it could be an absolutely delightful thing and could single-handedly hand Michigan to Joe Biden. Just a rumor that Justin Amash is thinking about that. I say we encourage him to run. I think it's a very, very good idea. Okay, let's talk about the rapidly growing rift between former Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders and his own supporters. The same Bernie supporters who have praised Bernie for saying he's been saying the same thing for 40 years. He's consistent. He doesn't sell out. He always tells you what you think. He doesn't bow to corporate interests. He doesn't bow to party politics, all of this stuff. A lot of Bernie supporters are now saying he sold out by saying support Biden. He sold out. He's nearly 80 years old. What exactly does selling out mean for Bernie Sanders at this point in time? What is he trying to position himself for by selling out? Bernie said yesterday that it would be irresponsible for his supporters not to vote for Joe Biden in November. And a ton of Bernie supporters are absolutely furious. For some reason, they're tweeting at me on Twitter. I don't know why that's going on, but it is. This is all from an interview that Bernie did with the Associated Press, and it is getting very ugly. Bernie was asked about the choice that his supporters now have to make. And Bernie Sanders said, quote, do we be as active as we can in electing Joe Biden and doing everything we can to move Joe and his campaign in a more progressive direction? Or do we choose to sit it out and allow the most dangerous president in modern American history to get reelected? I believe that it's irresponsible for anybody to say, well, I disagree with Joe Biden, and therefore I'm not going to be involved. Bernie says that this is it. Bernie says it's Joe Biden time. He says, despite technically still being on future primary ballots, Bernie will not be advertising. He won't be running ads. He won't be spending money, and that he is all in for Joe Biden and that it would be irresponsible for his supporters not to be. So if you are a Bernie supporter, I'm trying to figure out how you square praising Bernie for never selling out, always speaking his mind, always being genuine for 40 years. And then now at 78 years of age, Bernie has become disingenuous and a tool of the Democratic Party. If that's really what you believe about Bernie Sanders right now, it's very hard to imagine you had the right assessment of him all along. I believe the simpler explanation is Bernie just gets it. Bernie, much like Noam Chomsky, understand the importance of removing Donald Trump. Now, another source of controversy from the same interview with the Associated Press is that Bernie is being accused by some of attacking his own supporters because he sort of distanced himself from a woman named Brianna Joy Gray, who was his press secretary at one point in time. She posted on Twitter, quote, with the utmost respect for Bernie Sanders, who is an incredible human being and a genuine inspiration, I don't endorse Joe Biden. I supported Bernie because he backed ideas like Medicare for all, canceling all student debt, and a wealth tax. Biden supports none of those. To me, this is just the epitome of a misguided comment because, okay, Biden's not for Medicare for all, but he wants to expand it to 60 plus, which would give it to 20 million more people. Trump wants to kick 32 million people off of health insurance. Joe Biden just put out a plan for partial cancellation of some student debt. Trump, now is being forced into suspending some payments because of coronavirus, but Biden's better than Trump on that. On the wealth tax, okay, Biden doesn't support Warren or Bernie's wealth tax, but Biden's tax plan and capital gains taxing plan is way better than Donald Trump. So to me, this is, missing the forest for the trees. But in any case, Bernie was asked about the comments from Brianna Joy Gray, and he did a sort of Brianna who kind of thing, telling the Associated Press simply, she is my former press secretary, not on the payroll, which is kind of a funny cop-out because Bernie's campaign confirmed no one's on the payroll. Like, in other words, the campaign is over. And this reaction from Bernie about Brianna is throwing a lot of people into total disarray on Twitter. Some people are saying Bernie is attacking his supporters by saying this. So once again, my goal going forward is I don't want to split the left into factions. I want to just bring the left together to defeat Donald Trump. All of the woke Twitter stuff is dividing the left, and it helps Trump. So first of all, my hope and instinct is that the very loud Twitter, Reddit, online Bernie Biden stuff is overblown, and that while it's very divisive on the internet, I'm hoping it's not that divisive in the real world. If the primary taught us one thing, it's that the loud Bernie wing is very loud online, but it didn't translate to that many voters. Joe Biden is ahead of Bernie by nearly 3 million votes right now. And so in the same way, just because a group is louder on Twitter doesn't mean there are necessarily that many of them. My hope is that outside of this Twitter area, there is not really that much division among the left. And it's clear that we need to vote to remove Donald Trump. But what's going on here is simply that a lot of people are just struggling with it. Bernie realizes Trump is an existential threat to the world, and his handling of coronavirus has proven that even more acutely. In practice, you're either helping Trump's proto-fascist, authoritarian baby dictatorship, or you're working against it. It is true that if you don't vote, you're not voting. That's not literally a vote for Trump. This idea of not voting is a vote for Trump. No, it's not literally true. But we've got to be adults. By staying home because you voted Bernie and you won't vote Biden, you are furthering Trump's proto-fascist authoritarian reelection. If you're not activating against it, you are essentially one more vote for allowing it. And I can't do that. There's no neutrality here. Now, maybe you feel okay about having that role because you're an accelerationist and you believe another 4 years of Trump will more quickly destroy the system and lead to it being rebuilt in a better sort of framework. Okay, that's fine. Let's just call things what they are, though. Bernie is acting sensibly and normally here, if you believe Bernie has been genuine for the last 40 years. To say now, in April of 2020, Bernie has become disingenuous doesn't make sense. We've got 6.5 months to fight Trump until we either get 4 more years of it or we get something better. Bernie's keeping his eye on the ball. That's a good thing. You would think that the trust he has built with his supporters would have them saying, you know, Bernie's probably right, rather than Bernie has sold out to the DNC, which you don't believe he's done for 40 years. Why would he do it now? Let's think critically, guys.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. If you're wondering, how does the David Pakman Show afford to exist? The answer is mostly through memberships in Patreon. You can support the work we do by signing up for membership at joinpakman.com or pledging as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Perks include the daily bonus show, the commercial-free audio and video feeds of the show, and the positive feelings that come from doing the right thing and making Hatriots cry through your support of independent progressive media. Jump in today at joinpakman.com and patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So you really have to see this video of a Fox News host admitting that conservatives are total and complete hypocrites. And many times I've said, if Obama did this, if Hillary did this, they wouldn't just be calling for their impeachment, they'd be calling for their heads. Example, if Chelsea Clinton had 5% of the role that Ivanka Trump has had in the Trump administration, if Chelsea was sitting with other world leaders at the G20, sitting in for our Secretary of State, Fox News would be 24/7 demanding Hillary Clinton be tarred and feathered. If Obama at a press briefing played a 5-minute propaganda video like Donald Trump did on Monday this week during a 100-year pandemic, they would be calling for Barack Obama's head. And when Trump has now gone full authoritarian, claiming that he has the absolute authority to open or close a state at his demand, that governors must do what he says, any supposedly small government conservative who believes in states' rights or federalism and the Constitution and says nothing is a gigantic, glaring hypocrite. And Brett Baier on Fox News called it out. Some Fox News people like Brit Hume have been sort of just waving off Trump's growing belligerent authoritarianism, but Brett Baier admits it. So good for Brett. Check this out. Brett is asked, how do you see the battle between Trump and governors going in the future over this issue of opening and closing states? Here is what Brett Baier says.
How do you see this shaping up across the country with the president, with his fiery statements last night and the governor's trying to pour a little cool water on it?
First of all, the Constitution is pretty clear, and constitutional scholars will say that this is not the president flicking on the switch. It's the governors and the local authorities that have that going forward. I think that
there's a hypocrisy here in that, one, if President Obama had said those words that you heard from President Trump, that the authority is total with the presidency, conservatives' heads would have exploded across the board. Two, a week ago, there was a lot of coverage of saying, why isn't there a national stay-at-home order?
The Constitution is clear. Trump doesn't have the authority. The governors have the authority. That's the correct analysis. But Bratt goes into the hypocrisy, which is what I like. If Obama ever said something like this, right-wingers would be slamming Obama's authoritarian one world government, whatever. And in fact, many of them were calling Barack Obama a dictator anyway. They're silent right now. And Trump is increasingly, the things that Obama was accused of being, Trump increasingly is. And very few people are actually calling it out. So, of course, disclaimer, one moment of truth and clarity on Fox does not change that they continue to big picture be water carriers for the disinformation of Trump through the coronavirus pandemic. But here's the really scary thing about Fox News to me. If they are successfully able to spin this presidency into something that maintains 40% support for Donald Trump, they can spin anything to 40% support. And what I mean by that is this is by far the most outrageous presidency we've had in the modern media era. George W. Bush was a disaster. He was a warmonger. I'm not praising George W. Bush. But George W. Bush was much more of a standard right-winger. And the right-wing media playbook for how to defend a standard right-winger is very well written. There was nothing new there. We know that that will have roughly 40% support. Fox News has been able to evolve on the fly and figure out how do we defend anything Donald Trump does. And if they can do it with Trump and keep him at 40% support, I fear that there is no president so crazy that Fox News would not be able to help them maintain 40% support, no matter what they do, no matter what they say. And we talk about things are much different now than they were for Nixon in the 1970s. Maybe if Nixon had Fox News in the 70s, he wouldn't have had to resign. Maybe if Trump didn't have something like Fox News and the entire apparatus that's around it, maybe he would have suffered more consequences for his harebrained actions so far. That's a really scary idea. And what Fox has proven is that they can reframe almost anything and still keep 40% of the country saying, Trump's doing a good job. And that should scare the hell out of all of us. And it's reminiscent of George Orwell's 1984, but it's also reminiscent of the kind of manufacture of consent outlined in George Orwell's other novel, Animal Farm, which I recently reread, and many elements of what is going on increasingly today with Fox News and Trump and media coverage and the virus makes me think of Animal Farm, and that's very, very bad. I truly can't believe this is happening, but Kellyanne Conway, a top advisor to Donald Trump, seems to think COVID-19 means that it's the 19th coronavirus. Of course, COVID-19 is a reference to 2019, the year in which this virus was emerged, was named. There's really not much need for more explanation. Donald Trump yesterday announced that he's cutting funding to the WHO in the midst of a pandemic. It's a disastrous decision. Kellyanne Conway, of course, went on Fox News, and she's trying to defend everything that Donald Trump does, trying to defend Donald Trump from scrutiny, trying to defend Donald Trump's action in cutting funding to the WHO. And she says, hey, guys, come on. This is COVID-19, not COVID-1. The WHO should have figured it out by now. And of course, COVID-19 just means coronavirus disease from the year 2019. Here's Kellyanne in her full glory.
The president took decisive and immediate action the end of January to shut down flights from China. That was criticized by the WHO. It was criticized by other people as xenophobic and racist, and travel bans don't work. Well, this one sure did. So we have every right to know, and every right to know because of what's happened here in this global pandemic. But there's another reason. Some of the scientists and doctors say that there could be other strains later on. This can come back in the fall in a limited way. This is COVID-19, not COVID-1, folks. And so you would think the people charged with the World Health Organization facts and figures would be on
Right.
top of that. That this is just a pause right now. So there's an investigation, examination to what happened, but people should know the facts.
How dystopian is it that she ends with people should know the facts despite spreading something that is not a fact, but is rather completely false propaganda? This is COVID-19, folks, not COVID-1. That's just the year. This isn't the 19th coronavirus. I hope that all of you understand the implication, which is if this is the 19th such coronavirus, how the hell has the WHO not prepared during coronaviruses 1 through 18? That's not what it means. It just means this is the 2019 coronavirus. That's it. Now, I suspect, and I'm curious what you think, I suspect Kellyanne Conway knows that COVID-19 doesn't mean this is the 19th coronavirus. I think she knows it means it's the 2019 coronavirus. I think Kellyanne Conway is saying this because she's on Fox, and it's likely to stick with a ton of their viewers. This was sort of useful to me in that I thought the movie K-9 Cop was the 9th movie, and I've been asking my mom since I was a little kid, can't we rent, K-9, K-Cop 1 through 8? Turns out they weren't really movies. Turns a new leaf over for Blink 182. Now I'm understanding where are all of the other bands. Many questions really being answered for me by Kellyanne Conway here, but this is a top advisor to the president. Top advisor. I do thank Kellyanne Conway to remind the audience that COVID-19, by mentioning 2019, is another reminder that this was around last year. Trump did nothing until February, but it was identified last year. We started tracking it last year. We were following case numbers last year, not in late February when Donald Trump finally started doing something about it. Now, one other word about the WHO. Trump announced yesterday he's cutting funding to the WHO, talked a lot about China, or China as he calls it, and it's a lot of blame shifting and trying to blame everybody and take no responsibility. Just because Trump said he's cutting funding to the WHO doesn't mean he actually is. And I'm not saying anything other than Trump has many times announced that he's doing things and then he never does it. Remember when he announced the transgender military ban while his then Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense was who knows where, nobody knew about it. And then it wasn't ever actually done. And nobody talks about it anymore. Very often, Donald Trump will announce something and then it doesn't really happen. That doesn't mean it's right to announce it if he's not actually doing it. All I'm saying is Trump made an announcement of something that is a bad idea. We don't actually know whether it's going to happen. He claims it is. We don't know because he lies all the time. We have a voicemail number, and that number is 219-2-DAVID-P. Here's a voicemail from someone who I sympathize with in terms of the feeling that they have, but we always want to remain realistic and pragmatic. Take a listen.
Hey, David, this is Mike from Indiana. I just got a comment. They should use the 25th Amendment and kick Trump out of office, and he should go directly to prison.
Right.
Because in my opinion, he's responsible for murder, all these cases of coronavirus. That's all.
Yeah. So listen, I understand the frustration. In our country, even if you're removed from the presidency for being unfit, you don't go directly to prison. We need indictments. We have due process here in this country, all that stuff. But I get the frustration, and there's no doubt that Trump is not fit to serve. But here's the reality we all just need to come to, okay? The opportunity to remove Trump comes in 6.5 months, and it will be when we vote in November. Everybody's got to vote in November. So it's time for everybody. It's time for the Green Party, centrist Democrats, disaffected Republicans, former Bernie supporter. Everybody's got to come together because impeachment's not going to remove him. 25th Amendment's not going to remove him. None of these mechanisms are going to work. We have been saying it since before the results of the Mueller probe were published. Nothing has changed. We are down to 6.5 months. And it's crazy because for 3 years, we've been saying the same thing. He deserves to be removed, but he's not going to. And the opportunity will be November of 2020. We said it 2 years ago. We said it 1 year ago. We are 6.5 months away. It's mid-April. Early November is when this happens. That's the way to do it. Get your frustration out by voting in November, ideally via absentee ballot. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. A lot of those decisions will be made at the state level, and I'll talk about that on the Friday show during audience questions. But that is the most important thing that we can do, because these other mechanisms aren't going to work. We're all seeing front and center the disaster through his dealing with coronavirus that this presidency has been. It should be the last straw, the straw that broke the camel's back, whatever metaphor you want to use. And we've got to vote in November. That's it. The left has to come together. We can't be divided. We have a great bonus show for you today. Florida's totally Smurf-like governor, Ron DeSantis, has determined that professional wrestling is an essential business during the pandemic. A court has thrown out Donald Trump's rollbacks of school nutrition rules. You may not even have known that he was doing this. A court has thrown it out. And we have more and more people protesting in their cars because they can't safely march in their streets. I will talk about that and so much more. Get instant access to the bonus show by becoming a member at joinpacman.com or a patron at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've got the show, we've got the bonus show, and then later today, most evenings, we have the live stream of the White House coronavirus press briefing. Join me for one, join me for all of them. I'll see you then.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Okay, I'm going to call us to order at 6:01 p.m. And Lyle, has the meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. The before we jump right in, I wanted to offer our congratulations and gratitude to Mark Spino, who has been named Vermont Elementary Principal of the Year. That's fantastic. I can see you all clapping and waving your hands. So, yeah. It's not a surprise to any of us, but it certainly is a nice honor. Well deserved.
Thank you, David. I really appreciate that.
You're very welcome. Let's see, I think we're full. We have 35 participants. I'm going to ask you all to manage your mute buttons, please. If you're not speaking, please, you can mute yourself. Right now, about half of you are muted and half aren't, and it's nice and quiet. But if it, sometimes there's background noise and sometimes electronic noises. So if you would unmute yourself and raise your hand and put it right close to the camera, you'll notice I can see it if it's way up like that. So if you have something to say, please do that. As usual, we'll, the things that the business that we are covering, the board will participate, we'll hear presentations when appropriate, and the board will comment and ask questions, and then we'll open it to the public for participation as well. And there'll be the recognition of visitors and the communications and the public opportunity to comment on things not on the agenda will be at the end of this agenda. So that's the plan so far. If you're on the phone, Kate is at the moment, and Deb Gass and Christina Naylor and Ann Beekman. *6 will, let's see, what does *6 do? *6 will unmute you if you get muted somehow, and *9 will put a little hand waving over the dark panel where your name is. And Kelly, same thing. So without further ado, I'm going to jump into the first item on the agenda, which is discussion of the powers of school boards. And this is part of an ongoing series of educational things we'll do together to make sure we all have the same understanding and the same information, the same background around what it is we're supposed to be doing. And I'm not sure if in the future, if there'll be opportunities for the chair and the superintendent to do their duty of doing, I think it's 8 hours of training over the course of the year. So I'm going to keep track of all of these things, and we'll count this. And I'll take a look at the statute and the regulation and make sure that we're covering most of the topics that are on there. And we'll see how that goes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen where I have the document that I sent to the board. And it's the actual statute from the Vermont statutes on the powers of school boards. And I annotated it. I changed some things to red to sort of point out the language that specifies what the power is, or the responsibility is. And then I have to let a few more people in. And then and then we'll skip over all of the details in between. You're welcome to read that at your leisure. People coming in, please mute. Thank you. And then we'll just go through. If you have any questions as we're going, make sure I won't be able to see you, so you'll have to say something. So maybe the board might want to actually all unmute at this point. So if you have something to say, you can. If everyone else would stay muted, that would be great. So I'm going to share my screen, and you probably won't see me anymore. Okay, so you should have on your screen Title 16 Education, Chapter 009, School Districts. I hope that if you're a board member and you don't have that, please let me know. Okay, so the first power is the board shall determine the educational policies of the school district. And this describes about how to do it. We need to give, someone is, I'm getting some feedback on somebody's other conversations in the background and somebody's mic, so if you could mute, please, that would be great. The school board has to give public notice of its intent at least 10 days prior to adoption of a policy. And we have an extensive manual of policies that we'll be looking at. The policy committee is working on sexual harassment policy right now. So we'll see that in operation fairly shortly. The second power enumerated is to take any action required for the sound administration of the school district. Any of the actions that we take can be overruled by the Secretary of Education with the advice of the Attorney General. But we're responsible for soundly administering the school district. The third one is we have discretion to furnish instruction to students who completed high school, who completed secondary education, and to administer early education programs, which we do. We have a number, I think it's 19 pre-K, private pre-K partners that we help with the administration. The next one, number 8, is establish and maintain a system of receipt, deposit, disbursement, accounting, control, and reporting. This is our warrants. This is the reason that we have several accountants in the central office, and this outlines the ways that we need to do that. The system of accounts is what you see in the budget, and it changes from time to time, and that comes generally from the Agency of Education, or the Agency of Education. We have to report on the condition and needs of the school system, and we do that annually at our annual meeting and in the published report. And we have to prepare and distribute annually a proposed budget for the next year. And some categories are prescribed, and some categories I think we get to add as well. But that's become pretty formalized at this point. The next two are the provide at the expense of the district, public to approval of the superintendent, all textbooks, materials, equipment, and supplies. This, we do sometimes have students pay for things, and that's something that we're going to have to be looking at some point. It's on the agenda of the performance and programmatic equity, the PPEC, and there are some courses and some participation activities where students are paying. So we need to have a look at that in terms of equity. But it's our responsibility to provide at the expense the materials that are necessary. And then number 15, which is kind of like the 10th Amendment in the Bill of Rights, shall exercise the general powers given to the legislative branch of a municipality. But this basically says, and I made this larger because this is really the catch-all. It basically says that we make the rules. It doesn't say we carry them out, which is an important thing to keep in mind when we talk about administrative responsibilities. And a little later in the season, we'll have a look at the policy governance model of operating school boards and school districts. And that'll make a little bit more sense. But basically what it says is that we have the legislative power, the rulemaking power. 21 talks about that we can borrow short term to cover projects and things that will be reimbursed by the state. But the state, at the bottom, it says the state will not pay the cost of borrowing funds under this subdivision. So if we have to borrow for something we're going to be reimbursed for, we can do that, but we have to pay the finance charges. Presenting information to the electorate, this comes up often, and sometimes some people have thought it means that board members cannot present information or take positions on political questions or questions having to do, my phone is ringing, so I'm going to stop that. Questions having to do with things that the board is doing. So let's see. And so we can present information and materials designed to inform, educate, and explain to the electorate the board's position on the matter. And 24 is adopt. We can integrate homeschool students into the schools through enrollment in courses, participation in co-curricular and extracurricular activities, and use of facilities. So that's a quick run through of the I got to admit a few more people. That's a quick run through of the powers of the school board. If any of the board has questions, please ask me now. And I don't know if I can answer it, but somebody might be able to.
David?
Yes.
So I have a question. I think it was on number 21, talking about the borrowing. My understanding from last year when we had to, we almost, there was a lot of discussion about maybe having to borrow the 87% of, to cover the budget into this coming year.
Mm-hmm.
Since what my question is, if we had to do that because we were not able to, as this pandemic sort of progresses, and if it carries out further along than we are hoping or anticipating, if we are not able to make the budget vote in May, and we then have to go the route of borrowing the money, is it possible that the state would reimburse us for the cost? I mean, is there any leeway there? I don't expect that anyone would have an answer to that now, and it may be a moot point, but possibly if it does become an issue, maybe that would be a question that could be looked at.
Yeah, all of that right now is up in the air. The legislature and Lyle and Frank were in a webinar yesterday that they are, actually it was today, on that topic, and we're updated on what the Senate is doing as far as what will be permissible if we don't have a budget passed. I think that sooner or later along the line, we will have to have a budget passed. But well, Lyle, do you want to, or Frank, want to say a little bit of what you learned today in response to that?
So I can start, and then Frank can talk maybe more about the 87%. Today we learned that there are a couple of bills in the Senate. One would level fund us at the ed spending level from last year, which is a little over 40 million for us. And the other would level fund us with a percentage increase. So both of those are in the Senate. There's no time frame at this point. I am meeting with Becca Ballant tomorrow. I've sent out some emails also to some other of our representatives because it will go to the House as well, because that would actually be a help for us at this point if the Senate does state a specific amount for us to get the year started with before a budget is passed. Frank, I think Frank's here.
Yes. Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is regarding interest expense and borrowing money as it relates to 87%. Yes, that is part of a general ed spending amount. So there is no unusual payment process or liability associated with the interest expense on borrowing. That interest expense is just like any other expense that the school district incurs. It's just part of a total expenditure that is covered by the education spending grant, which is about 85% of what we receive, and then those other revenue sources that we talked about during the budget development. But as Lyle said, and David referred to, I don't think it's a particularly relevant issue for us today because there are these specific bills that Lyle just referred to that are being developed specifically to address the 18 school districts in the state that budgets passed. So it's definitely a let's stay tuned to the legislative developments.
Great, thanks. Any other questions from board members about I can't see every board member, so I've got about 25 of the 45 participants on my screen. So board member, if you have a question, please speak up. You'll have to unmute if you want to speak up because I can't see any waving hands right now.
There we go.
Sean, great, thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to say out of the 18, 9 were because of their budgets were not passed, and 9, of which we fall into that category, were because the annual meeting was canceled due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Great, thanks. Any other questions having to do with the powers of school boards? Not hearing any, and I don't, as I said, I can only see about half of the people in the meeting. So you'll have to just speak up.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next topic is we'll hear, a couple minutes early too. Corey Frazee is here, and I think also, Nadav Moline is also here from Building Green, and Corey Frazee from Stevens Associates. And Frank have some information for us on the Academy School project. So, gentlemen, take it away.
Very good. I'll just turn it right over to Corey and Nadav. We've met. We have some follow-up points to review with you from the last meeting where we discussed school board goals as it relates to this project. And so they're ready to give you sort of an update and a follow-up to that last conversation. And of course, we all wanted to be sensitive and very upfront about the fact that we understand that there's going to have to be a very careful sort of step-by-step process in dealing with the financial concerns that obviously we all have, the community has. So we know that no commitments to a major project will materialize until the board feels comfortable with with our financial ability to make school improvements. So so I'll turn it over to Corey.
Great, thank you, Frank. David, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'll use you as my guinea pig. Great.
Great.
I'm Corey Frazee. I'm a principal with Stevens and Associates, and I'm a civil engineer. So we're talking about a building addition. So I also have with me tonight Diane Abate, who is a longtime architect, has worked on a lot of schools and works with Stevens and Associates, and Nadav Malin with Building Green. He is the president of Building Green right here in Brattleboro, and we reached out to him after actually at your direction or request a couple months ago. We've had a couple good conversations with Nadav, and he can speak in a lot more detail about the different ways that we could approach this project from not only an energy perspective, but from kind of the broader sustainability perspective, going beyond carbon footprint, climate change, but looking at it in a really holistic way. And unbeknownst to me, Nadav is also a facilitator. He does a lot of facilitating across the country. So he has added value to this conversation in helping us kind of ferret out what the appropriate goals and objectives are for the meeting. We have outlined a document which I believe was forwarded to the school board yesterday, and it talks about 3 specific discussion points for tonight. I wanted to check and see if everybody had that, because I think that could be a good guide. I haven't facilitated a meeting with 45 participants before. David, I'm not sure about you. Maybe Nadav can help us out in how to kind of navigate through this conversation. But do all the board members have that, that document from yesterday? David, is it agreeable to you to kind of move down through that?
Yep, that'd be fine.
Would you like me to read it?
It probably would be helpful. Do you have a share screen option there? Do you want to share it? Is it on your computer screen?
I'd be happy to do that. It says I can share the screen, so
well, let's see if it works.
let me give that a try. Yeah, give me just 1 second. All right, here we go. So this is an outline of things we thought it was important to talk about tonight, and ultimately goals. If we could move through these goals, it would position us to take the next steps in the project. And I want to reiterate what what Frank said, we're very cognizant of our current kind of global situation. And so at the bottom of this page, we've identified that we think there's some good timely steps to take. It would kind of keep the momentum going on the project. But this would ultimately culminate with a bond vote, and the school board would set the date for that bond vote. So we are in no way suggesting that that should be pursued at this point. It would more be the work to get prepared for those public hearings, but not to actually schedule any public hearings yet. So first bullet point, confirmation that architect and design team will include an energy consultant for next phases of design. And we're going to actually propose to change some of that language, and I'm going to ask Nadev to speak to this. But Nadev has a great background in the sustainability side of things and can speak to the energy standards. And given the size of this project, we feel that if Nadev were to come on board and team with us, that he would play an important role, and maybe more as a sustainability consultant. And then we could use the mechanical engineers to do the energy modeling that would be needed for this project. Nadev, could you add to that, please?
Hey, sure, Corey. Hi. So first of all, really glad to be with you all on this, and I'm excited to be sharing a little bit about this project. David, one facilitation tip with a group this big, I think it would be a good idea. I think you as the host can mute everybody and then just request that people unmute when they want to speak up. That would be safer in terms of
That's the way we started, and it was problematic. So
was it? Okay.
Yeah, so we're stuck with this for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
And okay, so yeah, in terms of the sort of energy consultant versus sustainability consultant role and the energy standards, what I understood from speaking with you all is the board and saw in the goals that had been talked about that there is certainly an intention that this project be as energy efficient as possible. But also there are goals in terms of water efficiency, in terms of looking at the sustainability of materials and where they come from. Certainly the indoor environment is a huge priority to make it optimal in terms of a learning environment for students and the connection to the community. And so that really almost defines what a sustainable building project would address is that whole scope of areas. Energy along with all these others. And I believe in your last meeting, you looked at, there's a number of different standards that were proposed that could be referenced as setting the standard for what this project should be trying to achieve. And some of them are more specifically targeted at energy and others are broader. So we'll get into that. But from an energy consulting point of view, I'm not an engineer, I'm not an energy modeler, so it would be very important to me that there's somebody on the team with the project who has those capabilities. And what I expressed to Corey is I would be comfortable working with that person and trusting that that could work as long as as the mechanical engineer that's selected is not somebody who focuses strictly just on mechanical systems, but really has experience contributing to and advising on energy efficiency of the envelope as a whole, and doing the kind of energy modeling that really helps inform the design process right from the start. So there's two different ways of thinking about energy modeling. One is energy modeling that answers questions and provides data to inform the design as it moves along. And the other is what we call compliance energy modeling, which is when you've completed a design, you might run an energy model just to show that you've met the code or the standard. And they're both valuable, but in this case, we want to make sure that we've got somebody on board who can do that energy modeling early on to really inform choices and make sure that we're optimizing systems. So with those two conditions, that whoever's doing the mechanical engineering understands the whole building systems and is comfortable talking about the entire building, not just the mechanical system, and can do that early design energy modeling to inform the process, I think it would be appropriate, especially for a relatively small project like that, to basically utilize them as the energy consultant, include that in their scope, and then I could help participate in those conversations and review what they're doing with that broader sustainability lens. I or somebody like me. It doesn't have to be. I don't want to assume it has to be me in this case, but that's the way I would think about that.
Great. Corey, could you unshow your screen now, please, so we can
Yes.
see each other again? Thank you. Great, thanks. Well, Corey, keep going. Do you have other points to make? I think Nadav raised a couple of questions that I think you'll want to explore and get unpacked a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I would just add that the mechanical engineer having that energy experience and ability to do that modeling is you'll see that in another slide. It was actually part of the documents that we gave you last month or 6 weeks ago, and we fully support that the design team should have someone with that type of experience as the mechanical engineer. So I think that really opens the door for Nadav to play an important role and a valuable role if that's something that's agreeable to the school board.
Great. I think we had been pretty clear in the last meeting, at least in my notes from it, not necessarily minutes, that we wanted to have an energy consultant. I think you're suggesting that we expand it to a sustainability consultant, and given the previous conversation, I think that's consistent with what the board is looking for.
Great.
So, is there other information for presentation, or can you take questions from the board now?
Well, there's kind of those 3 discussion points. Do we want to? I think it would be great if we pause there, see if there's discussion or thoughts from the board on Nadav's role moving forward.
Again, board members, I have to ask you to just speak up and hopefully do it one at a time, because I'm not in control of that at this point. Any questions or thoughts about this process? It really is consistent with what we talked about as far as the next steps that we wanted to take. I see Sean, but you'll have to.
David, there is a raise hand feature within Zoom. Have you tried to use that and found it not
Well, I
working?
only have 25 of the 40 some faces on my screen, so raising hand won't.
If people show the participant list, which you can do by going to the bottom of the screen and click on the little icon for participants, then you'll see at the bottom of the participant list, there's a little button that says raise hand. I'm going to raise my hand now. And then you can see me on the list with a raised hand, and I think you can see me in the window with a raised hand as well.
I can see you in the participants list, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so actually that's up. So yeah, that's very helpful now. So I hope everybody got that. If you go to the bottom of your screen, participants, and click, you have the option to raise your hand, and that would help me see your help me see that you want to speak. Although again, the list is longer than and I've got a big monitor here, but the list is longer than my screen can handle.
I learned today in a meeting, when you raise your hand, you actually get bounced to the top of the list. So
Well, that would be very helpful. So we'll see how that works. Good. I hope everyone is as patient as I'm trying to be with this process.
You're doing great.
Sean, you were muted when you talked before.
Yeah. You still are muted. Sean, try again, please.
Sean, press and hold your space bar while you talk.
Or there's the unmute button down the bottom over there. Just hit that.
So does that make a difference? All right, I'm sorry.
Yes, you got it. You're there. Thank you.
Yeah, so I went over the material that we received before, and one of the things I was wondering about is there were different categories as an example, the stretch guideline categories? And was that going to be part of the discussion today?
I think one of one of those goals is to reach consensus on which set of standards we wanted to follow. That was what we asked for at the last meeting. So yes, hopefully we'll be able to find a way to do that through this online process. Other questions? Yep. Go ahead, Corey. I see your hand.
Yeah, that's a good lead in. I can't find the raise hand feature. That's why I'm laughing. So
well,
I'll work on that. But so I think that might be the next bullet point. And if it's okay, I'll toggle back to that and keep going with that. If there's not other discussion, Sean, that's a great lead in.
Yeah.
So, okay, actually, next bullet point I'll touch on quickly. That was consensus with the school board finalizing. These were the draft goals and objectives that we presented at the last meeting. And I'm going to see if I can toggle over to those now. Are you able to see those?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're seeing them.
Yes.
So I'll just give everybody a minute to read through them. The fifth one, the last one, gets at this standard for, we're gonna continue to call it energy efficiency, but we know that we're broadening that up to a much broader discussion of sustainability and climate change, carbon footprint, and beyond. So design a building to meet or exceed an industry standard. So Stevens and Associates has prepared a recommendation, and I believe I have that recommendation available as well. Nope. I'll have to find that. Excuse me. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and read this, and then we can have more discussion about it. We took into account the feedback from previous discussions. We understand that it's important to broaden this beyond just energy, and I'm happy to hear that that's important to the board. One of the documents we looked at our last meeting with you had 6 overarching sustainability topics that Diane had identified, and LEED actually folds into those nicely. Nadav is very experienced in LEED, but it's worth noting that Diane and I put our heads together, and Stevens and Associates came up with this recommendation independently. And I'm going to ask Nadav to speak further to the choices and his opinion on using LEED as well. So briefly, we're recommending that this project utilize leadership in energy and environmental design, which is called LEED in the country, to guide the design and decision making for the project, to the extent that this standard can be applied in a fiscally responsible way. So we're trying to respond to both the sustainability goals for the project, but also the budget and making sure that we're fiscally responsible in those decisions. So we currently believe the project is going to be required to adhere to the Vermont Energy Stretch Code because it's going to be permitted under Act 250. And that's a great baseline for energy efficiency. Adding LEED to that will provide us with opportunities to look for additional ways that the project can reduce carbon footprint, reduce impact on the climate, and I will add to that, be more sustainable. We feel that LEED standards will address the necessary sustainable building design concerns for the project. So it is a good overarching standard for us to refer to. we think it's appropriate to use it as a standard to guide design and decisions, but we're not recommending that we try to achieve certification for this project. There's a cost associated with that, and we would suggest that rather than being attached to a certain level of LEED certification, that we open it up to looking at all the different LEED standards and all the different opportunities that that brings to us, and working with Nadev and choosing what's appropriate for this project. In particular, what can we identify through LEED that's going to have the biggest return on investment, either financially, as far as life cycle costs, or for an impact to sustainable impact. And sometimes if you're chasing the LEED certification, you'll be required to spend money on something to check a box, essentially, so that you get the LEED certification that doesn't have a large benefit to a particular project. It's worth noting we also considered net zero and passive house standards for the project. They focus largely on energy. They're not just limited to energy, but because of the Vermont stretch code providing that nice baseline, or that high threshold for energy, LEED provides a much broader platform for us to pursue sustainability. And I will stop sharing.
Thank
and
you.
If people want me to put that up, back up, I can. And David, I'd like Nadev to have the opportunity to speak to that, okay?
Yes, thank you. Great, go ahead.
Well, I'm actually really curious to hear what board members are interested in hearing more about, because there's so many directions, so many aspects of this we could talk about. But I totally support what Corey just said. I think he described it beautifully. LEED, of the standards, I know in a previous meeting you reviewed or shared with you a document that went through a number of different building certification programs. And they all have their place, they all have their value, but some of them focus exclusively on energy. There's also some that focus exclusively on health and well-being, which is great. And then there's a few like LEED that really cover the broad range of all of these different things, and let you focus in on the aspects that are going to be most strategically valuable to the project in terms of making it the best possible project. And I think LEED does a decent job of that. And I also support Corey's assessment of you could choose to actually try to get the project LEED certified. It's not like it would be impossible to do that. I think it's very doable, but it will cost some extra money, take some extra time. And the question is that the best use of that money? Typically what we've seen is that for small projects like this, that money it's a relatively big piece of the overall budget compared to a very large project, and so it's just not as good a return on investment on a very small project as it would be on a much bigger project. So as long as you all trust that the team is going to stick with this agenda and these goals and follow through on them, the only thing you'd be losing by not going for actual certification is you wouldn't have the plaque on the wall at the end from the U.S. Green Building Council saying this is a LEED building. In other situations where somebody is concerned about whether or not they're going to actually get the performance that they want, then there might be a value to say, well, get it certified, and then we know. So that's really the consideration there, whether to certify or not. Yeah.
Great. So we have a proposal which does what we asked, which is to identify, well, it gives us a way to do what we wanted, which is to reach consensus on a set of standards, and this is the proposal. So I'd like to hear from board members. Does this fit the parameters and the requirements and the interests and the values that we want to make sure that this project incorporates?
It sounds reasonable to me. It sounds like what we were asking for originally, and the LEED certification doesn't seem like it's important to me. Just means it's just important that we're getting the standards that we asked for. It all sounds reasonable to me.
Other board members? Sean, go ahead. Go ahead.
I have one comment.
Yeah.
It seemed to me that looking everything over, that the stretch guideline that Corey laid out in the previous meeting, and additionally what he said here, use the stretch guideline, but also delve into the LEED's playbook, and so not pursue the LEED certification. So that seems like a very prudent approach. I did have two specific questions. I don't know how much we should get down, but I was kind of wondering about the under slab insulation of R10, and then the windows. They didn't mention argon. They mentioned
John, I want to ask you if you would please hold those sort of details for after we decide, see if we can come to consensus on this process.
Yes,
and there'll be plenty of opportunities along the way for you to use your expertise. Thank you. Other board members? Again, I can see Liz and Michelle and Thomas, and all the rest of you are invisible to me. So just speak up if you have any comments. Otherwise, I'll ask for a motion to approve the recommendation.
Emily has her hand raised.
Great, go ahead, Emily.
So my question is so I know we were going through net zero and LEED and passive building, and I heard a little bit from, was it Nadev, I think, who said that, you know, this one was more all encompassing. So I guess, is it also the case that this one is more used than net zero and the passive building standards that we talked about last time? Is it like more common because it's more comprehensive, or harder, I guess, a harder standard to reach? That's kind of two questions.
No, good question. So LEED is, of all the standards you looked at, the most widely used. And I think part of that is because it's been around longer than most of the others, and it was very well, it kind of fit when it was introduced to the market about 15 years ago, actually almost 20 years ago now. It met a need that was it just seemed to hit a sweet spot in terms of demand. And part of that was, with any standard like this, it's trying to find the bar that's better than standard practice, but not so far out there that it feels unreachable or like it's going to, you know, throw people's budgets out the window. And so LEED seems to have done a good job of that. It's gotten a lot of market uptake. And so, yes, it's some of the standards on that list are more rigorous than LEED. Some, I think, might be a little less or more narrowly focused. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so it's pretty common. That's a common one for folks to use, it sounds like.
It's the most common of the ones that of all the ones that are basically out there in the US market. I mean, other than, of course, codes, right? Things like energy code is mandatory, so every project has to meet that.
And my second, I have another question too, and then I'll put myself on mute. But my second question is, do you know from the state of Vermont, other schools that have looked into this and are pursuing LEED certification, or is it kind of like everybody is in the same boat and really just some maybe being mindful, but not going for that standard?
Wow, I'm a little embarrassed here because others may know this. I would be surprised if there aren't other schools in Vermont that have actually pursued LEED certification and become certified. I know there's projects at University of Vermont, a number have done that. But because professionally, a lot of my work is actually all over the country and not local, I'm not aware, I can't tell you about a specific one. I do know, for example, that the state of Ohio, at least for a while, had a standard where all state schools had to be LEED certified. It was that sort of ubiquitous there, and so schools in general are a pretty big market for LEED, and quite a number pursue certification, and many more do what we're proposing here, which is to use LEED as a framework but not actually get certified.
David, could I just make a quick comment?
Yes.
And Steve, you may have a little more detail on this, but I know that Brattleboro Union High School, that major addition, has been qualified as an Energy Star rated facility. And Robert Clark has done a terrific job working toward that recognition. And I don't know to what extent other board members are aware of that. But maybe Steve is aware of whether or not the project followed a lead footprint from a design point of view.
You know, I don't know. I know that a lot of the work was done with Energy Star specs and with Efficiency Vermont, but I don't know that it was directly looking at lead certification.
Okay.
But I can check.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other board questions or thoughts about this? A couple of things I just wanted to mention. In looking through the descriptions that we received at the last meeting, the thing that stood out for me about the LEEDS project, aside from things like making sure efficient use of water and energy, and it also focuses on materials and resources, but particularly indoor environmental quality and regional priority. And I think one of the things that this region has become pretty well noted for is green building, is sustainable building, and a focus on sustainability. There are not many towns in Brattleboro that actually employ a sustainability coordinator. And I think it really, it sort of represents this community really well in terms of our values. And innovation and design is another appealing characteristic of it. So I'm not hearing or seeing anything, so I wonder if we would like to entertain a motion to adopt the proposal, the Stevens Associate proposal that we select the LEEDS performance standards as our goal in this project, following the LEEDS standards as our goal in the project.
So moved.
Emily, second.
Great. Tim, you missed your chance. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I was just wondering to know if you know about the chat function.
I'm sorry?
Jackie and do you know about the chat function that Jackie and I have used?
I do know about it, but I don't have time to look at it. Okay. Wendy, did you get you did? Okay, great. Thank you. You didn't get the names. The names of the people who moved it. Who moved it, please?
I think it was Jackie and then myself. Oh, Jackie and then myself.
Okay. And Emily seconded. Great, thank you. Okay, any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
And all opposed? We found consensus. Good. Well, we've got one thing done. And I think probably, Corey, we could dispense with the second part, which is the putting together a team that includes a sustainability consultant. And I don't know exactly how you articulated that. It was a series of statements on your list. I wonder if you could give us a sense of how we might form a motion to approve that.
So you're specifically talking about including Nadev on the team?
Yes.
Yeah. So Nadev, I think we talked about the term sustainability consultant. And Diane, I'm going to look to you a little bit to make sure that we feel comfortable with this. If we're the kind of the architects moving forward. But I think just to simply replace the words energy consultant with sustainability consultant, and if the board wanted additional language on the reason for this shift, we could note that the mechanical engineer is going to be required to have the expertise to do energy modeling. And given the size of the project, Stevens and Associates is comfortable not having a separate energy consultant, but between Diane and Nadev and having a mechanical engineer with that expertise, we feel like we've got our bases covered.
Okay, let me just clarify, because I think we're going to look for a really simple motion.
Yeah, so I can give it. Yeah, I'll give you a simple one.
Yeah, but just to clarify what you're saying, the change is going to be that rather than have a traditional energy consultant, we will have a sustainability consultant whose responsibility will be to sort of monitor the process and make sure that we are following practices and procedures that are would comply with the LEED standards.
I think that's a great way to put it. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So that's in our minutes, right, Wendy? And it's also in the recording of the meeting. So that's really clear. So I think we could have a motion to the board would like to include a sustainability what was it, consultant on the team with Stevenson Associates and our business manager to take this project forward. I think we're going into the design and modeling stage of it. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. We can talk about next steps. The design and modeling will be part of the final design. The third bullet point on that goal for this evening's agenda is the next steps, and that's kind of this piece of putting together information for the public. But I'll stop there and let you get through this motion.
Okay. So do anybody want to have a go at making a brief motion out of what I just said? Nobody, huh?
David, I would
Yes.
be glad to. I would
Thank
be
you.
glad to suggest that what we're looking for is authorization to engage Stevens and Associates and Nadev Building Green to move forward with the project as the project architect and sustainability coordinator.
Okay. How much of that did you get, Wendy? Not enough.
Not much.
Okay.
Maybe somebody could write it down and email it to me.
Or how about putting it in the chat?
Yeah,
Does it go in the
Sure.
chat window?
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll send it to chat right now.
Great.
Thank you, Frank.
And in the meantime, Wendy's asked that people state their name when they move a motion or a second motion, please.
Thank you.
Wendy, can you read that back to us?
Not yet.
Oh, you don't have it yet. Okay, I didn't see it yet either.
Frank might be a fast typist, but that's
Oh,
really
I thought he had it all on his screen. He was just going to cut and paste it. All right, we'll stop disturbing you, Frank. Let you do your work.
Okay, I think I've got it. There might be a spelling error in there, but let me read it. I have the motion is to engage Stevens and Associates as the project architect and Nadev, I've got / Building Green as the sustainability consultant for the Academy project.
Great. Would someone like to move that for us?
I know.
Was that Liz?
Yeah, Liz.
Okay, Liz, thank you. And second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Thomas. Thomas seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Great, thank you. That has passed as well. So now on to the.
So much.
Yeah, and that is the business that we asked for, and I'm happy to say that you want to step. Not only did you prepare us really well for that, but went a step further with to outline the next step, which an initial viewing seems like a really good idea. So would you share that with us, please, Corey?
Yeah, so this circles back towards working towards what will ultimately be a bond vote. And so what we've talked with Frank about and what's been successful in the past is that we will work on what we'll call kind of a public information packet. And so we will synthesize a lot of what's in the feasibility study, and we will prepare documents for the board. Ultimately, and Frank, correct me if I'm wrong, but ultimately the board holds the public hearing, the public information session that would be kind of preceding the bond vote. And of course, we'd be happy to be there if you ask us to be there and do the majority of the presentation. But the idea is that we provide public information so that we can bring the public into the loop, help the public understand what we have done to date and what the project is proposed to be moving forward. And so this is a kind of another opportunity to reiterate that we've done a feasibility study to prove out that there is a viable solution for this project. But there's a lot more work to do. So we're going to revisit a lot of design objectives as we move into the next phases of design. But this public information packet will provide the history of how we've gotten to where we are today.
Thank you. I would suggest that you do that, the packet in a series of steps, and with each step of the project, that you kind of put together a package of information to present to the board, and something in a form that we could put into a press release, or that could go into the paper or go as a letter to the editor about this project and why we're doing it, why we're doing it the way we are doing it, and why it's needed. Obviously, that's important. And another component I just thought of as I was looking at all of the parts of the LEED certification, is how much value there is in there for Career Center students in the building trades. And so I would like you to talk with Ann and Nancy. Ann Beekman's the board rep on the Career Center Council, and involve them in the process as well, and see if we can't build some curriculum around that process, and maybe some student involvement as well in every aspect of it, but particularly the standards part and the sustainable building parts of it. I know that's not in the work plan, but it just seems for a school district that's something that we should try to fit into the process. And Ann and Nancy, I don't know if you want to comment on that or have any thoughts.
Go ahead, Ann.
Dave, I was going to, Dave, I'd like
Yes.
to speak on that. I mean, that is something I think is a great idea. I've done it on schools that I've worked on in the past. We'd be more than happy to go in and make it be a learning experience for students, whether we go in and do a demonstration or sort of involve and have students engaged in the process. I think is very important. So I'm happy to do that. And I think it's a great idea.
Great.
Nancy? I think it would be a great collaboration for our students.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great. Ann, I think you probably have the same view.
How could I not endorse?
Great, thank you. Good, and I don't want to sound too pessimistic, but it's entirely possible we may be looking for some off-site learning opportunities for students next year, because we can't be on-site all the time. So we'll see where that goes.
I'd be happy to collaborate with teachers and get involved in a class situation. It'd be great. I'd love it.
Great, thank you.
We've started a little bit of that with Dan Braden and the STEM program. So we can broaden that out to more elements of the Career Center if there are other populations we should be talking to.
Great, thank you. Is there Frank, anything else we need to, anything else on your list that we should try to deal with tonight on this topic?
No, I think those are the key things for this group to move forward and keep the board posted on progress. I would say maybe if the board has a general timeline, I don't think you want to talk about it now, but as to when we might start a conversation with the public around a public hearing, that will be helpful. But obviously, there's so much to sort through with this pandemic before we get to that. We'll take that as we come. But that'll help us outline, a timetable for deliverables back to the board.
Great, great, thank you. Are there any other comments or thoughts from the board before I ask for public participation, if anyone wants to? Is there any of the public present? Feel free to unmute yourself and just start talking. I have to change screens to see everybody, and I can't do it quickly enough to see it in a timely manner. Okay, well, I don't see or hear anything, so I will move us on to our next next topic, and we're going to leave the land of somewhat familiar and manageable processes and get into the land that we're in now, which is running a school district in a remote learning process. So I ask Lyle this is the administrative report on how that's going. And thank you,
David. I just wanted to say,
yes,
on
Corey,
behalf of Stevens and Associates, thank you to the school board. We're looking forward to this. Thank you to Kelly and Frank, and we will be back in touch in the near future.
Thank you. And I was remiss in not thanking you and not even Frank for that, for having such a coherent presentation that responded so perfectly to our concerns and questions. So thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Great.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, Lyle, thank you for that extensive report. I hope it doesn't take you as long to do something like that as it would have taken me, because you wouldn't get anything else done all week. But would you share as much as you'd like to, or I know there are some additional things as well, or updates you might want to give us too.
So the majority of the last week and a half has really been spent on the required continuity of learning plan that we submitted to the state last week ago today, actually. And in that plan, we had to really address everything you could probably think of, everything from how we're reaching out to students who don't have internet, how we're integrating students' IEP goals, how we are ensuring that we're still feeding students, how we're addressing mental health needs of families. So all of that is included in our plan. Administrators, Deb Cardane, Paul Smith, the academic coaches have all worked tirelessly on that plan for the last, as I said, last couple of weeks. Other things in the plan include how we're doing activities such as music lessons. So music teachers are still doing music lessons, and that's part of the plan. PE, art activities. So both what we're considering core subjects and activities that are a little more hands-on and active. So we submitted that. Actually, we were cited as having an excellent plan. We had nothing that we needed to update or go back and redo in our plan. So thank you again to everyone who took part in putting that together. In this plan, we've talked and I've outlined this in your information. We've talked about how counselors are working to ensure that any families that we've not heard from in a few days, counselors are specifically reaching out to find out if everything's okay. And if counselors can't get in touch with a family, we have each school putting together a protocol to determine whether or not we need to do some well child checks. Technology, of course, is a huge portion of this. Paul Smith and Gary Parzik have both been working on our technology needs, and we've designated someone at each site. We've put together a list of safe, and I use that term in quotes, safe websites. That's on the parent resource page on the WSCSU website, so that if parents are looking for some additional things for kids to do, that's there. We have actually, in my notes it says we're in process, but we have purchased Remind for all teachers. So that is a way that teachers can communicate with families and yet block their private numbers. So that's a way that teachers can also do some well child checks or remind families of upcoming class meetings, that type of thing. Food, we're up to about 1,200 students, and foods being prepared at BUHS, at Putney, and at Academy. It's delivered through vans or buses. John Sessions has done an amazing job ensuring that we have volunteers to help deliver the food or package the food. And we've used, we also have delivery points around the town. Many of the volunteers, it seems like John had said, we have up to 100 volunteers. We don't use them every day, of course, but many of those volunteers are para-educators. Let's see. Putting together contingency plans so that any administrator, myself, any teacher gets ill and cannot continue with their job for a while, who's going to step in and make sure that our students are continuing to be educated. I think one of the major things that we should just let you know is that we are very concerned about burnout, both for our families, because this is a very different way of educating, and for our teachers. So we've determined that starting after April break, which is next week, new learning only will happen on Mondays through Thursdays. Fridays will be a day for students to catch up or take a break from online work, go do outside things. It's starting to be nice outside projects, family time, and teachers will be able to use that day for planning, collaborating with colleagues, doing some professional development type things. Attendance, we're just starting with attendance to make sure that we are in touch and with families and students. This week, we're creating feedback family surveys to find out what's going well and what ideas that families might have of changes we might need to be considering. Always we're assessing and reassessing how distance learning is going. So that'll be an ongoing project that we're working with. And assessment is probably the next big topic that we'll start looking into how we're going to assess students. There's still not a specific end of year date. At one point, it was my understanding that the agency was going to identify an end of year date. Recently, I've heard that we will do our 175 days, which would take us pretty much where we had originally planned in the calendar, mid-June, but that's still to be determined. The other thing still to be determined, and I think Steve Theron might comment on this later, is spring sports. I had heard this week, I got a press release from the Vermont Principals Association that they are going to make that determination by April 30. In my mind, it seems unrealistic to consider that we would be having a spring season. Thinking about, we're still supposed to be doing stay at home until May 15th, just seems to be contradictory. I was asked about last meeting about BCTV doing some educational programming. They're willing to do educational programming of anything that we are putting together. I am very reluctant right now to ask teachers to do any creation of programming, but we do have posted on our website in the parent resources section, Vermont PBS at-home learning, and Vermont PBS is doing some at-home learning. So I think that's a quick rundown of what we've been working on. I did send out some new hires for Oak Grove, and we just had one confirmation today of a BAMS teacher. So would you like to do questions first on any of the distance learning? And then we could go to new hires and
yes,
resignation. Okay.
That'd be great. Yeah, and I believe Wendy already has the names, but we'd like to recognize them publicly as well.
Great.
Yeah, so I guess we'll start with the board. Any questions? Who would like to go first, I guess? Is that Jackie?
I guess I was just thinking about the students that are not attending, and that maybe, because there's certainly going to be some that won't attend online learning and that we won't be able to reach out to. What is the plan for them? Will there possibly be a summer session, or will some students maybe need to repeat the grade? Just curious about how that might be handled.
We do recognize that this is very definitely happening. And we're, as I said, we're using counselors to do some reach out and do some well child checks. For some people that aren't participating online, it's because they don't want to let their children be online, which is totally agreeable to us. So we are preparing work. We talked today about summer school and how we're going to assess which students might need summer school more than others. The sort of question we still have around summer school is, are we going to be able to be back together? So yes, Jackie, those are all questions that we are still recognizing that we've got to get a better handle on. Especially with younger students who really probably need a parent to help them access some of their work, and not all students have that parent that they can count on being there to help them. Their parents are working at home themselves, or they have a lot on their plates right now. So,
Thank you.
Other questions? Emily, looks like.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I had written down just a few questions. So first I wanted to give a shout out to Mark Spino, because I noticed in your report, Lyle, he got Principal of the Year.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
All of our principals are amazing, but really nice job, Mark. So the questions I had, one was on the food programs. So you said it's Putney Academy and BUHS, I think. So does that mean we're still utilizing, because I know different schools have different food programs. Does it mean that we've consolidated food programs for the time being, or we're actually still using different vendors for that?
So Putney is still using their own vendors, and they're doing the thing that they've always been doing. The other two, Academy and BUHS, we've consolidated so that we're using the vendors. It is not the same quality food that we've been doing in Brattleboro Town. It's very difficult when we're thinking about 1,200 bagged lunches and 1,200 bagged breakfasts. That we have to get things that we can pack up and we know will be able to be eaten in a couple of days. We don't have any control over what happens with that bag once it leaves us.
Yep. Okay, thank you. And the two other questions, I'm trying to consolidate all my questions.
It's okay.
So one is, because Jackie brought up something and then it made me think of something. So I'll say that one, and then the one that might be a little longer. So do you know what % of students you feel like aren't attending? Like I just want to kind of get a breadth of like, is there like in elementary school, we have about 50% attendance, or like, do we know those numbers?
David had actually asked for that data as well, and we don't know yet. That's something that we are working on. And this is our first week of really mandatory new learning. And so this is the week that teachers are really using to get this new learning into place. So the week after vacation, we're going to start. Counselors know right now who we have not heard from. So we have some preliminary numbers, but I don't want to.
Yeah,
I'm not secure in those numbers yet, right? To share.
Okay, perfect. And the last question, just to ground it, and maybe this is it could be you answering, or maybe it's a principal. I don't know who's most appropriate, but I guess like there's so much going on that I'm having a hard time conceptualizing, like, what does that really look like for, let's say, a third grader? Like, are they just on the computer for 6 hours, like bouncing from music to other things? Or like, so I guess I assumed no, because you guys are thinking holistically. Everybody's shaking their head no. Okay. So the question is like, what could somebody just give me an example of like what a day would look like maybe in elementary? Because high school, I could kind of conceptualize it a little more, because it seems like college learning when you're online.
Right. Part of the the plan, and then I'll turn it over to a couple principals. A part of the plan, we did include some research that I think Deb Cardane may have done for us about how much time we would expect it would be okay for kindergarten through second grade to be online, and how actually it may have been an elementary and high school, because we do not want our kids online for 6 hours.
Yeah.
So is there a principal that would like to speak to that? Just unmute yourself and jump on in. Herb, looks like Herb.
Hi, everybody. So one of the foundational tenets of this new landscape, this online learning landscape, really is that the number one mistake you can make is to try to replicate the school day, either in depth or breadth. And so we've avoided that at all costs. There are so many factors, as Emily just stated, that are at play here, that it's not even chess. It's like a chessboard where everything is moving around, controlled by a magnet that you can't see. So for things, for example, the capacity of families to engage with us, particularly the younger kids, K2, K3, they almost always need a parent to be helping them with anything that's coming across on a Chromebook or so forth, and so forth. And also, for those kids that are working in a combination, sort of a hybrid environment with Chromebooks and then some packets or other work that teachers might send home, they're also going to need support. So there are morning meetings, there are required sessions for kids a little bit more heavily as you go up through the grades, fairly light in the younger grades. What really has to happen is families have to make the best choices they can, given their capacity to engage with us in this endeavor, and we have to respect that. And I think that so far, so good.
Is there another principal that wants to speak about, or Deb or Paul, about what a typical day might be for our younger students? Deb?
Sure. Our younger students are doing a mixture of face-to-face contact with their families, and then also, or with their teachers, and then also some meetings where teachers are sending songs on, through a video. Remind app is a really amazing tool because they can just send a video out and all the kids get this greeting from their teacher every morning. We're really encouraging a menu to give kids lots of choices. So when they're working through their day, they might choose to play a game online, and then they might choose to go do an outdoor activity. And the teachers have been really cognizant about offering options online, but then also really encouraging kids to take some ownership over their learning, and parents are joining kids at these circle times. And we had a really good story today about with a family whose the older siblings are meeting with the families, with the younger siblings, with the teachers. So it has been a little bit of a silver lining in that our teachers are really getting excited about the inclusion of the families with our younger kids, for sure.
Thanks, Deb. I think Kelly Young may have had a question.
Yeah, I see your hand up, Kelly. Are
No, I
you?
see your hand.
Oh, great. I'm for some reason not hearing her. She's not muted.
Nope, I don't hear her either.
Can you hear me?
Yep, now we can.
Yes, good.
So my question goes to goes to a little bit further in the future, and hopefully this will not be an issue, but just to be prepared. Like, I don't think anybody was prepared for this, but let's say that this seems to kind of like we're down the down slope and things seem to be going back to normal. And we want to start the school year, and then from what I've heard, that there's the possibility that there could be a reoccurrence. I'm interested in how you are preparing and or preparing the new incoming superintendent or for in the fall, if we have a reoccurrence, it's going to be on him to be playing your role. So I'm interested in what your thoughts on that are, if any preparations are being made, that sort of thing. Thank you.
Yes. So the first preparation that we're making is thinking about, as Jackie had just asked, about summer, and are we going to be able to hold any summer classes, how we would identify that. We are also looking ahead right now to reentry and what reentry will look like, what types of assessment we have to do, and to find out where kids are. We are not planning at this time to retain anyone. If there was any question about retention, that those conversations would have started with families before we ended. I think Andy Skarzinski's here, but he and I have a Google Doc with questions and answers for each other, information for each other, and we have a time set up to talk, and Andy will be starting to join some of the leadership meetings that we have, so that he'll be a part of any conversations as much as he's able to. Of course, he has a full-time job right now. So I've been trying to make sure that I'm respectful of his time in his current position, but absolutely he will be a part of the sort of reentry plan. And part of that reentry plan will have to be, as you said, Kelly, will have to be, do we need to be making plans if we have to go out again for any length of time? Mark Spino had his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that beyond all the work we're doing around academics, there's still a major emphasis, probably the biggest emphasis we have is still in relationship building with our students. Especially in the time that we're in right now, you know, our number one focus is connecting with families, committing to weekly conversations with parents, but still looking for creative ways to have fun with our students and to engage with them during our class meetings. And I think that's just a really important thing for you to know, is that that's probably our number one priority, is maintaining a connection with our students and our families, and still focusing on building our relationships, because that's what's going to get us through this. Students are going to keep jumping on these screens if they don't want to see us. So that's a major topic for us as we move forward in this world.
And in our conversation today, I think it was Kelly Dias brought up that if we are able to do summer programming, a lot of that will be around socialization and getting back with your peers and working together as a team, as much as and more than academics, because our kids will really need to be able to come together and do those things with each other. Tim.
At the high school level, how disruptive has this been to those students who were looking forward to going to college, applying for colleges and such?
I know that Steve's been having some class meetings with seniors and with senior parents. So Steve, do you want to talk about that?
So, you know, we of course feel worst of all for our seniors, because, you know, they're missing out on a lot of the rituals that we all take for granted. You know, I'm in pretty regular communication with the folks that were planning the prom. We talk about graduation a lot. We talk about what that could look like. In terms of the college process, though, that's kind of proceeding as it always has. You know, kids are still finding out if they're getting into colleges. We're still getting scholarship applications for senior awards. So, you know, all of those processes are in pretty good shape. You know, we've moved a lot of those forms to a virtual environment so kids can access them easier. And so that's going okay. Really what we're starting to think about is, you know, as Mark pointed out, you know, how do we reestablish our community when we come back together? What does that look like? What happens for that kid, whether they're in 8th grade, 9th grade, or 10th grade, who's in a sequential math or science program, and how do we address and backfill the gaps in knowledge that they're not going to get? And that's a big part of what we've started to talk about with our department heads. And, if we have a budget and we have the resources to do summer learning, what does that look like? Because, we also have to think about backfilling driver's time. So yeah, there's a lot of things. But in terms of the straight up college process, that application process was pretty well underway for most kids. So now it's a question of, making sure transcripts are sent out. There's a couple of recommendation letters, but by and large, the application deadlines have passed. So we're in decent shape. The other thing we're a little worried about is, SAT, ACT exams. SAT has canceled exams through, I believe, the end of June. And so they're going to begin to hold multiple months, multiple tests per month, which they normally don't do to kind of address the backfill. But again, that's a process we're kind of waiting to unfold. And, the biggest, for me, probably one of the biggest problems is seniors and senior parents, really want to have a celebration and they'd like us to plan it. But we can't plan it until we know when we can reassemble. And so and every time I mention that, people get it and they understand, but that's a big frustration. So, a group of seniors have asked me if they could start doing some contingency planning about what graduation might look like, and so we're starting that process now.
And we know that all colleges have to expect that their incoming freshman class is probably in the same boat as ours. The majority of the schools in the country are closed.
Other questions? Is anyone from the public? We have 25 or 30, more than 30 people, I think, from the public involved in this meeting, which is kind of more than we get on a regular Wednesday when we meet in person. So it's kind of, I imagine you must have something on your mind, and I would bet a lot of it, some of it has to do with the remote learning. So again, if there are any questions from the public, please, I'm not sure I can see your hand, but you can unmute and ask your question.
Well, this is Maureen Ward from Penny Central School.
Hi, Maureen.
But I'm also a parent of a senior in the high school, and I'm just glad to hear that there is some kind of discussion going on about maybe pulling something together for a closing celebration when we know that we might be able to be together again as a group. I just think that that's an important closure for the seniors. So thank you for putting that on the table and having that be something that is getting looked into. I appreciate it.
Other comments? Lyle, anything else, Lyle, you want to? Tim. Yeah, does. Go ahead, Tim.
I thought that Ed Week article you sent was pretty interesting, David. It noted, for example, that 77% of students who are doing online learning feel that it's just not as good as face-to-face. But of course, it's way too early to look at what the learning outcomes are. But maybe this is premature, but I think it speaks to the need for the idea that you propose for fiber optic connections. And at some point, I think that maybe the school board could make what's a legal term, amicus curiae, a suggestion to the select board that we, as a town, move forward with fiber optics. And I'm still curious to know what percentage of our families are not connected. The article mentioned the lower the income, not surprisingly, the less connected they are. The good news is that the teachers in poor districts are using multiple means of teaching. But do you have any idea, Lyle, what the percentage of non-connected families are?
I do not yet. That's part of the data that we're collecting. I don't have I think the highest number families was, we had heard about was 9 families in Putney, but we also have families that have been unresponsive to all of our attempts to try to find out if they need help with getting connected. So it's still sort of a moving target for us. It looks like Paul has his hand raised, and Paul's overseeing the whole tech project, so maybe he has some more information on that.
I was going to say the same thing. It is a moving target. For instance, there are families that are taking advantage of the free internet offers that different companies are putting out there, but installation times are such that it'll be a bit before some of those installations happen. As Lyle pointed out, there are also families that are unwilling, uninterested in having their students connected online. And we need to honor that. And so that whatever the percentage is, it will encompass a number of different situations.
Thank you.
So the only other, Deb Cardane has her hand up as well.
I just want to say one of the things we're really focusing on is thinking differently about how we're differentiating our instruction, and that level of differentiation is really around how are we reaching our kids. So if there are families that either are choosing not to have internet or are unable to access, we're making it our business to explore what are the other options. Is it a pack at home on the bus with the food delivery? Is it phone calls? So we're definitely trying to think very outside the box as far as gaining that access with families.
The other thing we had tonight, David, was a couple of hires of replacements for teachers that have retired. So at Oak Grove, Mary is here. Mary, you want to just read your 3 people, and then the board could accept or not?
Sure. I have 2 classroom teacher positions and a librarian leave replacement. So for first grade, we have hired Kylie Weld. She's coming to us from a pre-K classroom in Massachusetts. She seems like she'll be a wonderful fit for our school, and she will be taking over for Stephanie Moransky. In third grade, we have Logan Robinson, who is currently an academic support teacher at Oak Grove. She's accepted the position to replace Deb Perotti, who is retiring. And our librarian, Lexi Oliver, is taking a 1-year leave of absence. And to replace her for the year, we have hired Catherine Haggerty. That position has gone from a full-time position to a 0.6 position. So all 3 of those we are happy to have join us and move into new positions for next school year if you would gladly accept them.
Thank you. Are there others, Lyle, or should we move on?
The only other one we have is a resignation, and I'd have Keith read that. So if you wanted to do the new hires, and then we can move to Keith with the resignation.
Could I have a motion to accept the new hires at Oak Grove as presented, please?
So moved, Emily.
Thank you.
Second.
Who is that?
Liz.
Thank you, Liz. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we have accepted the recommendation. And okay.
And
Keith,
we got a letter of resignation today. Keith Lyman got it. I haven't seen it yet. So if Keith, I think Keith's here. Yep, Keith, if you could be willing to read that, please.
Sure. Wondering, let's see, can you see my screen?
Yep. It works.
Yeah, so maybe you can, I'll just let everyone read that really quick. And as you're reading it, just really sad to lose her. She's fantastic.
Thank you.
So, she's moving down to take a job in Springfield, Mass, Forest Park Middle School. So she'll get a new experience down there, and we're very sad to see her go. So I'll ask that you accept her resignation.
Could I have a motion to accept the resignation as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Thomas. Second?
Again, with regret, Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie. It's moved and seconded to accept the resignation with regrets as presented. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we have passed the motion. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it for me tonight.
Great, thank you, Lyle.
You're welcome.
Again, having that long report was really helpful. I think it saved us a lot of questions probably. It's just good to be able to take it in bit by bit, sort of slowly. Okay, the next topic is financial stability. This, this is something that we've never faced before, and that's the seeming likelihood of revenue shortfalls and the inability of the people to pay their taxes. And since it's all unknown and all moving parts, I think there's very little certainty we can get from conversation about this, but there are some numbers that Frank shared with us and some numbers that we got from a webinar from the state that can kind of give us a picture of what's going on. So I wonder, Frank, if you would maybe tell us, or Lyle too, a little bit about the webinar and the current state, and then we'll have a look at the numbers that you sent us, and you can kind of take us through those sheets.
So the webinar was a week ago tomorrow, and the forecast, of course, looking for this quarter and possibly into the summer was quite grim. A lot of it due to the fact that because the state is pretty much closed, we are not taking in revenue from rooms and meals tax, from the lottery. There is, of course, the assumption that people that have lost jobs are going to have a hard time paying their property tax right now. So it was not an encouraging webinar at all. Frank has put together numbers of where we are now and what that might look like moving forward. So I'll stop talking and turn it over to Frank.
Okay, so a couple of kind of the big picture points, and then maybe I'll flip to fiscal year end forecast for this year. So I'll share a couple of documents with you. First is the big picture in terms of what's being considered in the legislature. So this is a page, it's page 12 out of our annual report for the Southeast School District. It's the projected tax impact. And what you're looking at here are there are two versions of bills to address the statewide issue of uncertainty in fiscal year 21. So one of the bills, it's the Senate version of the bill, my understanding it's going to be discussed this Friday, there's a proposal to freeze the 18 districts without approved budgets. So that's us, and that's Springfield, and it's Wyndham Northeast, and a number of other systems in our area, but it's also South Burlington, and so on. But one proposal is to freeze at this education spending number for the current year. And what that would mean is a $2 million reduction to the budget plan that we've developed. So obviously that would be extremely severe for us. Another version that I know the VSBA, the VSA, and as Lyle mentioned, she's meeting with Becca Ballin and others. We are hoping is a House version of a similar bill, and that is to provide a base ed spending amount of 40 million here, and then to add a inflator of the average budget increases that pass. And that inflator right now is 4%. So you see what that would do to us is instead of us getting a 5% increase on ed spending, it would be 1% less, which, that's $406,000 difference. So, still it would have an impact on us clearly, but it would be nothing like a $2 million impact. So those are the two legislative discussions that are in play for fiscal year 21. We don't know, how that's going to work, but we're obviously encouraging folks to contact their legislative representatives and advocate, particularly for districts like us where we have a lot more poverty than South Burlington and some of the others. This sort of an impact would be far more damaging to our system than it might be into one of the wealthier districts in the state. So that's the big picture for next year. Totally unknown as to what that outcome is going to be. When we dial it down to our circumstances, I want to flip to this document. Did you guys see the flip to this other document? I just flipped my screen. Are you looking at the forecast? Okay, so I gotta share that one as well. So let me do that. So I wanted to move to the document that I had sent to you through David. It's a forecast of our fiscal year to date, and so I just started with talking about the state of the state from next year's point of view. This is a look at how we might end up this year, and that obviously tells us a little bit about our financial stability, to start the new year. So the document I'd sent, there were two documents. This one that I'm sharing with you is the one that shows our current budget that we were actually just looking at in a very summary level. Okay, current budget 49 million in revenues, and we had a approved budget of 50 million. You can see that we proposed a budget that used $1 million of fund balance. That was the plan. That's what's been published in our annual report. Here's a preliminary forecast. When we look at the revenues, I'll go over a couple of the major deviations from the plan, but I'm at this point estimating 48 million in revenues, 49 million in expenditures, and not utilizing as much as the fund balance as we had originally proposed. So under the current forecast, based on my work with principals, with Lyle, with the state, I see this fiscal year end ending up slightly favorable. 167,000 as a percentage of 50 million is 0.3%. Not a substantial difference. But the good news is, I do not see a deficit in the school district, the Wyndham Southeast School District. The variations from the budget on the revenue side, You see I've got approximately 900,000 receiving less than the plan. It's really primarily the transition of us being separate districts when we planned this budget, FY20, that was passed, remember, just 4 days before the year started because of so many interruptions in the governance conversation across the state. When we administered the current budget, things like Guilford being a separate entity and paying the high school were eliminated. And so that's why that's not going to occur. This 600,000 in state revenues is a similar sort of a scenario where the state redirected transportation aid to the supervisory union and not to the SD. That's across the state, so not unique to us. We also had fewer vocational students that will drop the vocational aid that comes to us. These revenue shortfalls are more than offset right here under the tuition and assessments costs. So it's somewhat of a wash. And then because we're not in school here on the fourth quarter, as Lyle said, we are still making quite a commitment to education every day, every week. So there are expenses. You will see more expenses go through the warrants for the variety of things that are being delivered to students and families. But I don't see us spending all of those resources. So that's going to create a little bit of a surplus in those discretionary accounts. The salary and benefits are, this 1% variance at this point, which is just a kind of it could be plus or minus in any given year, given turnover and or people making plan changes for health insurance and those sort of things. So these are kind of a typical variance. And as you know, the governor has directed school districts to continue to pay staff through the end of the school year. So we would not expect to be a whole lot different in our biggest chunk of our budget. So overall, I think this is a fairly cautious estimate. I don't think it will be much worse than this. I think it could be better than this. It depends on there's no indication that our major source, which is the state revenue, that is 86% of 49 million, this state. There's no indication that they, Beth Pierce, treasurer, and others have said they plan on making the education spending grants as planned. And then the towns, the extent to which they have a portion of this 42 million. Remember, they collect on behalf of the state, and then they send the school district the money that is associated with the school property tax. If a town is not able to collect that last fourth quarter, Mark Peralt in the webinar last week and others in the state government have reiterated at this point, there seems to be no change in the current statute, which says a town will have to borrow in order to pay the school. The statute it's Title 16, it's Section 427 that basically says the town treasurer must remit the school property tax to the education fund and to the school district 20 days after taxes are due. It's not when they're paid, it's 20 days after they're due. So I've seen this interruptions from year to year over a long period of time where towns have had to go and borrow funds in order to pay the districts. And I believe this is where the legislature at the state level and at the federal level know that across the country, towns are going to have trouble with their revenues, and I believe there are strategies coming together to help address that. And where we started the conversation is the biggest strategy, which is the legislature considering passing budgets for the 18 districts under these emergency circumstances. So that's all to be determined. So I think the takeaway from this outlook is that we're not bringing in a deficit into fiscal year 21. I think we'll close out, with stable financial condition. We have about $5 million in cash right now. So we're okay through the end of this year, but we know we're all working administratively in preparing for these contingencies that we know are going to be very challenging. Any questions for me?
Board members, any questions on Frank's presentation or the forecast? Yes, Tim.
I heard the webinar too, Frank, and yeah, this year we're going to get through this year, but next year, my takeaway was that things look very, very bad. What?
I would agree with that, and that's where when you hear from the legislature when they're considering freezing our budgets to the FY20 education spending level, that's a reflection of how concerned they are. That our spending plan was up 1.8% or 900,000. They're dialing us back behind that to authorization to spend that would be a $2 million cut. And that's the first conversation that we're seeing out of the legislature to address what you heard in that briefing to the legislature by the Joint Fiscal Office. So what was also brought up in that briefing is that there's expected to be 28 million in the CARES Act federal funding for the state of Vermont, and the Agency of Education has interpreted that number for us here at Wyndham Southeast as an approximately 800,000. So these are things that there's no certainty to, but they are in play, and I do see some mitigating resources and strategies coming to help alleviate. I think, unfortunately, this is what we're going to see. We're going to see some extremes in the conversation because there is so much uncertainty, and then as more concrete actions take place, we'll be able to start planning and address our workforce, address employment contracts here, and those other things that we must do to get ready to operate school for next year.
Yeah, Tim, go ahead.
The Leadership Council at Guilford Central wrote a very good letter, I think, which was a reminder asking the board, what are we doing about all this? So with that thought in mind, I jotted down a few guiding principles that this board might consider as when we come to the point where we have to consider budget reductions. Some of them are obvious, but I think that it's important to state the obvious sometimes. One of the first principles, I think, these are really up for discussion. But the first principle is that we should make every effort to ensure that the continuation of quality instruction, especially but not limited to those students who are most vulnerable, most at risk, we should focus on those students who are most vulnerable. Under the thought, I always think that the mark of true civilization is how we take care of the most vulnerable. The school district should be the same way. With that thought in mind, the discussion should focus not only on the number of students impacted, but the category of student who would be impacted. There are some students, as we know, who succeed no matter what, and then there are other students who need help. Another principle would be certainly before cuts are made, we should look at long-lasting impacts. This crisis isn't going to last forever, and I think that we should look at perhaps suspending programs that can come back after the crisis is over, assuming that the economy gets back to normal someday. I think we should state that as a merged district, budget decisions should focus on what's best for all students in the district. Again, obvious, but I think it should be stated. I think that, well, let me just stop there and ask for reflection on when we look at budget reduction, what are the guiding principles that should guide our thinking?
And would you repeat the last part again, please?
The last part is more or less we're a merged district. So we look at on what's best for all the students in the district, regardless of the size of the town, the size of the school. We're focusing on what's good for for most students in the district. But the tough decision, I think, is going to be focusing. It's not tough at all for me. We should focus on classroom instruction above all else when it comes down to cuts. We have to determine what's least harmful to instruction in the classroom. So to make there's one more principle, I think. In my mind, primary grades are critical to the foundation of education. So in looking at reductions, I think that K3, for example, is much more critical to sustain that than higher grades. I know these are controversial, but somebody has to say it.
Thank you, Tim. Other thoughts from the board about what principles should guide our consideration if and when we have to reduce programs or staff? Yep, Sean?
Yeah, I would just like to ask Frank, I have called my representative and also one senator, and I think Frank alluded to the fact that there possibly are two bills in the legislature right now. One would be a little less favorable than the other. And if you could give us guidance, it was recommended to me by Sarah Coffey that it really means a lot when school directors actually reach out to their legislators and all the legislators. And if we had a specific guide from you, Frank, on those two bills that you mentioned before.
Sure. And Lyle, do we know if the VSBA has distributed that document that was in development? I think it spoke to the two bills and it advocated for the one where we get the inflator on the current year ed spending. That's the one that's clearly to our benefit and would prevent us from being put way behind the rest of the state if we do have to go through an extended period of cuts.
I don't know if Sue Siglowski was going to put that together today. I have not seen anything from her, although I would probably get it from Jeff Francis, not from Sue. But that I thought was going to happen after our session today.
Yeah. They probably have numbers for those bills, but the legislators, at least the three Brattleboro legislators, had a Zoom conference on Saturday, and they were talking about those things. That they know exactly what they're brainstorming a range of ideas having to do with all the things that were raised at the webinar. So I think anybody that wants to contact their legislator and say that would be most helpful or at least damaging to give us a more than just last year's budget, or just mention that if you only give us allow us to spend last year's amount, we'll have to cut $2 million worth of programs and staff. It doesn't have to be really specific or really detailed or impressive. It just has to make the point that this is going to really hurt. And that's the voice that they need. That's what they need to hear. So I second what you're saying, Sean. I encourage people to take a minute to email or call our representatives. They're home. They're easy to find now.
So
other comments, Emily?
Yeah. So I guess in the past, there has been times when we've reached out as a board. So I guess I wonder, is this a situation where it makes sense to draft something and have it come from the entire school board? Or is it more powerful for us to individually reach out?
I don't know if there's any legislator in the room or someone with that experience that could say. I think that hearing individually from people that they know is very impactful. And sometimes for committees where we don't have representatives, a letter from the board is also helpful. But I think the individual contact with the grassroots contact is really valuable. I'm happy to have a resolution, to pass a resolution and send it up tomorrow, or tonight for that matter. But I think both would be the way to go. Sean, something else?
Yeah, what Sarah Coffey said was that either a letter or individual contact would be very valuable. And actually, she went ahead and sort of tentatively set up the idea that I could testify on Friday in front of the House Ed subcommittee. But I probably need permission from the board in order to do that.
Any thoughts? Comments?
I mean, Sean would be advocating for obviously the one that's more beneficial to us. So I guess it seems like a really great idea.
Yeah. Yeah, and Sean, and anyone can advocate for what we want individually as people. The fact that we're school board, but we can't say you can point out that you're a member of a school board when you sign that. You can't say it's a school board's position unless we all agree, which obviously we will in this case, but none of us are restricted from expressing our opinions to our legislators in any way. It's the policies and oaths don't replace the Constitution. Yeah, Jackie.
So then do we need a motion to agree to allow Sean to speak on our behalf? Is that possible?
Sure. I'd like to see if we have a couple other hands up, and then wait a little bit before we decide on the motion. Liz?
Yeah, Sean, when you testify, can you also point out that the 4% might not be particularly good because of the rate of poverty and the addiction issues and everything that this area entails? Because it's not going to be the same all around the state.
Other thoughts or comments? Well, we have two things that have come up. One is if in the situation which we'd never faced before, being a region that's always had strong community support, we haven't ever had to really look seriously or too seriously at reductions. We've had to move some things around and change things, but we basically had support. Now we're looking at a situation where people aren't going to be able to support us because they simply don't have the income. So we are looking at serious reductions, and Tim has raised the concept of having principles that the board supports in terms of proposals that are developed for where to reduce spending, whether it's 400,000 or 2 million, where those things, where we want those things to be looked, where we want the administrators to look first or last, depending. I guess what you're saying, Tim, actually is the last place to look is at anything that affects the most vulnerable, anything that affects quality instruction in the classroom, and anything that harms the primary grades. So that's one question we have in front, one potential action that we have in front of us, and the other is how to communicate with the legislature our desire for the 4% cost factor. What was it called? Inflation factor, Frank? Yeah, inflation factor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kelly Young has her hand up, David.
Oh, thank you. Thanks. Go ahead, Kelly.
So I would like to thank Sean for being willing to speak on our behalf. And so I would certainly support that. As far as the cuts, we all know there are going to be sacrifices that are going to have to be made, and it's going to be a scary process. I would just caution making having preemptive thoughts on anything over third grade or anything, this specific because yes, there are vulnerable populations in our areas, but each kid is valuable. And I think we need to, before we start to say, sort of segregate certain portions of our school populations, I think we should be very cautious about that. And regardless of whether you don't happen to, maybe just by a little bit, not fall into what someone may categorize as a vulnerable population, that student personally will be losing out. So I'm aware, I acknowledge that there are quite possibly going to need to be some cuts, some sacrifices, some very difficult times ahead, but I would be very concerned, and I would encourage caution when just sort of when targeting where these cuts need to come. Thank you.
So if I could just respond,
Yes.
I've met with all principals recently within the last 2 days, and we've the instructions I've given them is to look first at things that are going to be least impactful to our student body. We know that we are going to have students coming back to school on all levels that have been out of school for approximately 5.5 months. So teachers are going to need extra assistance with academic coaches, because we're going to have to differentiate more than ever. We need to really look very carefully at every portion of a child's education. You heard principals today looking at social emotional. So there are things that we are looking at, but there are also those things that we need to keep in mind, that we're coming back with students that need to come back into a community that haven't seen each other and been in a formal education situation since mid-March. So those are in our minds all the time.
Other comments from the board? Yeah, I'd like to hear from everybody if people are willing. Emily, please.
So I guess my question is, I thought we had kind of a reserve fund or like a buffer fund in case some disaster or something happened. So is it the case that this proposed $1 or $2 million, depending on how the legislature acts, is how much of that would be buffered by using some of or any surplus or general funds that we have? I guess it's directed towards Frank, maybe.
Yeah. Well, we'd have to get voter approval. Frank, we have what, a couple of million in the undesignated reserve?
That's right. However, the bill that is being contemplated, both of these bills, and at this point, I think they're more concepts than bills because they don't actually have bill numbers assigned. You can't actually find them in the legislative report. But the concept of those discussions right now at the legislative level is that this action would replace the public vote. It would put in place an FY21 budget, and there would be no public vote unless a board wanted to go for a higher rate. And then back to your question, Emily. Yes, so we do have a reserve. It is approximately 2 million, and I'm sure we would want to be looking at how we might manage the pain over an extended period of time. Most folks are thinking this is probably going to take at least through fiscal year 23 to work its way out, assuming we do come back to some kind of no longer stay-at-home orders and so on in early June or mid-May. So, that's the case for not wanting to use all of the reserves, obviously, in the first year.
Thank you.
Yes, Liz?
So we will probably face some cuts, but I don't want anything coming out from this board that's going to panic people, because everything is still in play. We don't know what's going to happen with the state. We don't know what's going to happen with the feds. And I don't see any point in panicking teachers or staff at this point. I mean, if it comes to that, we need to establish some principles. But right now, we don't know what's going to happen. And I would caution the board to not set off some kind of stampede where all of a sudden we've got a whole bunch of teachers going, well, maybe I won't have a job, and then they go somewhere else. So that's my 2 cents.
Thomas, would you share your thoughts?
That's a very wise sentiment. I agree wholeheartedly. We have no idea what we're going to be facing in a month or 2 months, let alone September. I don't think this is the time to even talk about that. Everyone knows that we're going to have some problems. That's not in doubt. The question is, what do we do about it right now, aside from, worry people? Maybe drafting a policy, like Tim says, about our standards, like the principles we'll use. If we can think of something that is reassuring, that might have a positive effect. But I tend to agree with Liz at this point.
Okay. Jackie, Michelle, Ann, thoughts on this? Jackie?
I mean, I definitely agree that we're pretty far from knowing exactly what's going to happen, but it still would be prudent to at least start drafting some guiding principles. And, we might have differing opinions, but we have enough time now before we're really certain of what's going to happen that we could think about it carefully and vote on it. I think at least beginning to establish guiding principles for when that does happen is something better done now than later.
Michelle or Ann, any thoughts? Yeah,
yeah. Tim, I appreciate that this was on your radar and that you're thinking about it. I agree with those who have said that it feels too soon to really establish anything, maybe a general statement to reassure that obviously our intentions are always to maintain the best possible learning environments is, an easy thing, but to actually create bullet points, it just seems like we don't have enough information to know what we're doing moving forward. I do sort of have a question. As far as, and it's hard to even begin to think about cuts. I guess it was because that webinar, there was so much focus on well, I should say at least he mentioned it a few times, union contracts. And I'm wondering if ours has been finalized. The last thing I want to think about is cuts for teachers. But if it's still open, I was wondering, do we know, was there a growth this year? Was there an additional expense this year? Do you understand my question? Is somebody able to answer that?
Yeah, I think the Vernon voted Monday night to ratify the contract, so it's fully ratified. There may be some signatures that need to happen, but it's ratified. And there were, I think, well, I'm not sure what I can say until that happens. Lyle, can I address the percentage of increases, or do we need to wait on that?
I don't see why you can't. It's all ratified. Both the union and the board has now ratified.
So the increases are in the 2% range. They get spread across the salary schedule, but it was in the 2% range, and that's 2% of approximately what 70% of our budget. So you can do the math.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. And Anne?
Well, obviously we are going to have to consider what we are and aren't going to do, but I would caution all the members of this board that we don't necessarily know what the needs are or what cuts can be made, and we're going to have to depend very heavily on our administrators. For example, just because Brattleboro has big problems doesn't mean Putney doesn't have big problems, or Guilford. And we can think about it, we can have guiding principles, but I don't think we can make the decision that one group of grades should be benefited at the expense of others, or that we definitely know all the situations without relying heavily on their guidance and on our principals to keep making their budgets. So it's a good idea to have ideas, but remember, we don't know everything.
I wanted to, sorry if you
Yeah,
don't
go ahead, Thomas.
I wanted to say something. We're talking about a serious economic problem here. We do not have to approach this as what cuts will we make. We're so far ahead of this that we can put political pressure on making sure that, if necessary, maybe revenue has to be increased. I know we don't have full control over that as a board here, but we are far ahead of maybe the point where we have to worry about that. We can say right now, just as citizens and as a board, we're not going to react to this as what do we hurt in the school district. We're still so far ahead of it. We can put pressure on our politicians as well. So
great, thank you, Emily. And Sean, I think you wanted to speak again too.
On that, on that note, I did want to, so maybe it moves us into the second topic, which is, or what are we going to do about reaching out to the legislatures? I guess I'd like to move to, for us as a board, to write a letter. We can still individually contact them, but I think like the more we can get out as a unified group, a letter in favor of this, I don't, maybe Frank will help us with the language, but in favor of this additional fund, I think that would be prudent. So it's being proactive, but in a different way.
Thank you.
Frank, maybe you have some movement language?
Oh, yeah.
Frank, just before you do that, I just want to kind of assess where we are and see if I understand. Everybody has had an opportunity to speak, and I thank you. There really lots of really thoughtful comments. Somebody today asked me what I was thinking, and I wrote, the first thing I said is, well, here's what I'm thinking, or here's my comment, and then I immediately put in parentheses, but I always change it after I hear really good ideas from other people, and I think that the collective wisdom here is pretty sound, and I'm really grateful for the good thinking that's going on. I think we are at the point where we don't want to say or do or restrict or really define anything until we have more evidence or more certainty about what the parameters are, if there are parameters, what they are. And I think we want to be a lot more certain. So I think we can probably move on from that and get to Emily's motion, but I want to make sure that we we sort of had closure on that, the question about establishing standards. So Sean, if this is about further comment on the establishing of standards, I'd be happy to hear from you. Otherwise, I'd rather wait and move on with Emily's motion. So, okay, so Frank, do you have information enough of it? Can you give us some language for? You are a motion writer here. We're going to make you the clerk.
Sure. So what I had in mind was there is a well articulated position on the issue by the VSA and VSBA. It sounded like Lyle was under the impression, and I am as well, that there's a document being drafted for the legislature's consideration on Friday as part of public testimony, and that it represents the input of at least 15 of the 18 supervisor unions and their superintendents and board chairs. They were all part of this Zoom meeting at noon today. So that's a little background to say that a motion, a very straightforward motion, would be that the Wyndham Southeast School District Board requests the legislature to support the VSBA and VSA request to fund schools at the FY20 ed spending level plus the inflator. There's that could be the motion. I know none of us have seen the document. Lyle, you don't have a document, do you? Yeah, this has all been part of looking at something that was drafted in the Senate as a pre-bill, I guess as you call it, and then it was edited. One version added the inflator, the other version took it out. So the VSBA and the VSA's position is to support the version that has the FY20 budget plus a 4% inflator. And you know, we feel in this environment that would be a very good place to be.
Okay, let's. So I want to suggest here then that we entertain a motion to the legislature, I guess to the Senate Ed and House Ed committees.
Yeah.
A motion that the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory District requests the legislature support the VSBA VSA proposal to fund school districts without approved budgets at the FY20 rate plus the 4% inflator.
Excellent.
And Wendy, did you get that mostly?
Yeah, I think so. Can I read it back to you?
Yes, please.
Okay. The motion is for the Senate and House Education, is it committees, commissions?
Committees.
Committees,
Yes.
hold on, let me get that. To request here's where it's a little foggy, so you're gonna have to help me. So motion to the Senate and House Education Committees to request the legislature to support the VSA and VSBA's proposals to fund schools without approved budgets at the FY20 levels plus the inflator.
Yes, just say fund districts rather than schools.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I'll write this up and send it. It's actually the Senate Committee on Education. So, you know, I mean, there's specifics about it, but that gets to the heart of the motion.
Okay, yeah, if you could send that to me, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, yeah,
David?
in the morning. Yes, yes.
I could also make it's just technical, but it's important. When we refer to the rate, what we're talking about is the FY20 education spending.
Ed spending rate, okay.
And maybe instead of using rate, we would say amount.
Ed spending amount, okay, great, thank you. Okay, so between Wendy and I, we can get we can perfect this. Would someone like to move this motion?
So moved.
Emily, thank you. And second? Thomas, thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great. Now, Sean, you had a question on this topic further? Thank
Yeah,
you.
well, it sort of refers to, you know, contacting the House on Friday possibly. And one of the things I was going to highlight, if I do this, is to say that the reason we do not have a budget in the WSESD is specifically because of the COVID pandemic. Because we were going to meet on the 17th,
yeah,
and that was canceled. So just as, you know, so people start thinking, well, maybe we could use federal funds. That was a direct result of not having that budget passed, was because of the pandemic. So that's all.
Yeah, really good point. And one thing, we've got this resolution now that we're going to send up to the legislature, but at the same time, writing or contacting our legislators individually is really, it's really more important than signing on to this. It's valuable. The more people that sign on to the proposal, the better. But the more individuals they hear from, the better. And I think Sean's point about we wouldn't be in this fix if it wasn't for this pandemic. That's why we don't have a budget. And you know, we shouldn't be penalized by that. Except, you know, I mean, we'll share the pain with the rest of the state, but we shouldn't be singled out more intensely, I guess. So I just want to double down on what Sean said about contacting the legislatures and making that point. Anything else on this topic? Yes, Liz?
Maybe that should be in the letter that we send as a board too, because we didn't have our budget voted down like some of the other towns. We just never had the opportunity to vote.
Yeah, I'd want to redo the motion at this point. I think it'd be just as effective if each of us wrote to each of those committees. You can write to the clerk. You can write to the clerk of the committee, and they will get it to each of the members of the committee.
I know.
As well as our. No, I'm talking to everybody now.
Okay.
Yeah, as well as our individual legislators. Great, thank you. Anything else? Okay, well, the next topic is committee reports, which will be brief, but we are going to do some committee assignments. Hopefully, get people to sign up for committees, and also talk about leadership councils. And so what I'd like to do is, we've been at it for an hour and a half now, is take say a 5-minute break, or make it a 7-minute break, and we'll come back together at 8:35. Is that agreeable? Okay, so we're going to recess for 7 minutes. Everybody get up and walk around. Okay, if people can turn their cameras back on, so we can see everybody, that would be great. And we'll get started on the committee reports. I don't know that we have any actually committee reports. I'm not sure. I don't think any committees have met, including the supervisory union, in the last couple of weeks. Are there any reports or any updates? No. Okay. So 2 things we need to talk about are we have 4 new members on the board, Liz, Jackie, Tim, and Michelle, and we have 8 committees, and we'd like to get the new people on some of the committees. And I've heard from a few of you about some of your preferences, but I'd like to actually hear from you again in terms of the options. So let me just briefly run through the 8 committees, and they have very short mission statements, so it just take a couple of minutes to go through, and then talk a little bit about which committees you'd like to be on. Then we need to talk about what work the committees to try and convene on a Zoom platform, and talk about what they can be doing in terms of what we're facing right now, what they can be doing to support the remote learning, and what else, anything else going forward. So if that's agreeable, I'll just quickly run down the list of committees and we'll see what we come up with.
Can I ask a question, David?
Yes.
Just before.
Yes, go ahead.
So is it the case that all committees will have reassignments? Because I can imagine cases where, you know, maybe somebody feels like their skills are better suited. They've been on a certain committee, but another committee popped up and they feel like they maybe will switch. So, or are we just saying all previous board members are on the committees they were already on?
I was assuming that people would stay where they are, but that's a really good point because there's no certainty to that. So I would say yes, if for what's it, legacy members, previous members, if you want to change committees, this would be the time to mention that. Although it can also be done, you can do it any time for that matter. No one's required to be on a committee. So the first is the Personnel Committee, which manages and reviews personnel matters, approves the 1% requests, which when we talk a little bit about the master agreement, we'll talk about what that is, but it's basically 1% of the budget that's available for teachers, administrators, and school board members to use for special projects. The board approves that, and the Personnel Committee, now that we're a single board, a unified board, the Personnel Committee has taken over the responsibility of approving those requests. Participate in supervisory union negotiations and other personal matters as required. Currently, Anne, Sean Murphy, Kelly Young, and Carrie Amadon, representing Vernon, is on that committee. The Policy Amendment Committee, which is in the middle of drafting a couple of pretty important policies. We draft policies and article amendment changes, articles of our founding articles amendments and additions, and recommend and review the establishment of adoption of equitable policies for all WSC/SD schools consistent with education law and educational best practices. So that's the mission. And when we talk about we talked about the first document, the powers of school boards, and the first thing is to establish the policies for the district. That's that work. The very first work on the list is done in the Policy and Amendment Committee. The WSED Finance Committee reviews and recommends warrants, the capital plan, and the annual budget as determined by the full board. And Ann Beekman, Sean Murphy, Emily Murphy-Carr, and Christina Naylor are on that. Sean's the chair. I didn't mention who's on the Policy Amendment Committee. I'm going to go back to that. It's Ann Beekman, Sean Murphy, and myself. Tim Morris and Christina Naylor were on there. So that is very short-staffed committee at this point. And so I would encourage people who have an interest in a background in developing policy to consider that. It's an important committee. It doesn't have to meet a lot now that we're fairly well established, but there is some important work to do. The Diversity Committee this is not the School Diversity Committee, which is made up most primarily of teachers, I think, and some administrators. This is the board's Diversity Committee. And the mission is to foster learning environments in which all members of the school community are safe, feel valued, and are appreciated, as well as promote policies and procedures that value equity and diversity in our schools. That's Ann Beekman, Sean Murphy, Thomas Nolan, and myself. The Programmatic and Performance Equity Committee monitors school equity and performance and works with district staff to develop recommendations to increase equity and improve performance throughout the district. That's Emily Murphy-Carr, myself, and Kelly Young. Tim Morris was on that committee, so we need some more people on that as well. The WSED Communications Council mission is to increase public engagement with the board's work through effective communications. And an example of what this committee would be doing is when we start to get reports on the development of the proposals for the Academy project, this committee would be the part of the board that puts together the communication documents that would go to the media, public relations, or press relations and press releases. It would also, we got a pretty good list of social media as well that committee is working on. Tim Morris was on that committee. Emily, I think, operates in a kind of a support role and loans her skills to that committee. I was on it partly, and the other member is Jamie Contois, who is a community member from Putney and a former Putney board member. So that committee needs some additional support as well. The Sustainability Council, it was initially the Sustainability Council, it was renamed the Climate Crisis Task Force. And that mission, the mission of that committee is to assist the board in developing practices, promoting curriculum, and determining purchases that will lessen our environmental and climate change impact. And that committee has 1 and possibly 2 students on it. Thomas Nolan and I are the current board members, and Paul Smith joins us pretty regularly. We also have a community representative, Howard Burrows, who's a member of the Brooks Public Library Board, Brooks Memorial Library Board in Brattleboro.
I'd add
And then
Tim to that as well.
What's that?
Tim Maciel as well.
Oh, Tim is on that committee now?
You are on the committee, correct, Tim?
I guess I am. I didn't know it was official.
Okay.
It is now.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to speak for you. I was just trying to clarify.
No, go ahead, Thomas. I mean, that may be how we get staff on people on these committees.
I'm not going to force them.
But that's how hard it is to get on one of these committees. So let me just go down. With the Personnel Committee, we definitely could use at least, well, no, we're actually in pretty good shape there. So I think with the Policy Committee, the Policy Amendment Committee definitely needs 1 or 2 additional members.
David?
Yes, Tim?
Can you explain what the Policy Committee does that the entire board just doesn't do?
Yeah, the Policy Committee goes into the real details of developing the policy. We recently found out that we don't have a specific sexual assault policy, and everybody thought, oh my, why don't we? And so the committee looked into it and looked up the statutes, and it turns out that neither does the state. That sexual assault is mixed in with the hazing, harassment, and HHR. HHB and bullying. Yeah, with the bullying statutes. And so the committee decided that they wanted to look at some sample language and put together something explicitly addressing sexual assault. So that's what the board does. We confer with the attorneys, we confer with administration, and then we wind up asking Barb Nowakowski to figure it out for us, and she types it up and it comes out perfectly and everybody approves it. So that's the process. Sean, did you have something to add about the policy committee? I saw you leaning forward there.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
David?
Yes.
Are you looking for volunteers now?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'd like to be on personnel and policy and
oh, you do? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
No, wait. You want to be on personnel and policy?
Yeah, and a few more.
Okay. That's easily done. Okay. Other volunteers or people interested in the policy committee?
I'll stay, Dave.
Oh, thanks, Ann. Great. Well, we'll see how we do with 4, and maybe we'll draft Christina to continue to show up and help us with policies. The Finance Committee, I think, let's see, Christina is gone, so there's no representative from Dummerston. And I think, Emily, you had expressed an interest in that. Do I remember that correctly?
No, I'm fine with staying on.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so And for the finance committee, we need at least a representative from Dummerston. So I don't know if Michelle or Thomas want to consider that or already know what would
I had
work.
kind of wanted, I mean, unless Michelle really wanted to, that's the one I wanted to join.
Yeah.
But
Oh, great.
Unless Michelle wants to, because she gets first crack at it if she wants.
You can happy to hand it to you. The only my only hesitation to pat my hand up on all the things I'm thinking is I was trying to connect with David before tonight, and I'm just a little bit unclear on time commitments and suddenly having 4 kids at home. I sent you a picture of my Zoom schedule. It's literally like my whole week is lit up. And so I just don't want to take on more than I can actually give just because we're in this weird crisis time. I think like the policy and amendment stuff is really fascinating to me. I have a feeling that would be too much on my plate right now with all my children home and doing this remote learning. So, is it okay if I connect a little bit more with you later, or would you like
Absolutely.
me to tell you what?
No, you don't have to. You don't have to. If you have a
it.
couple of preferences, we should do that. Absolutely. Yeah, we can do that. And you can also connect with the chairs and
That's a great
get
idea.
more detail. And the other thing is that there's not going to be a lot of work to be done in the immediate future because it's just not things. I mean, well, there is some things to be done, but the difficulty of meeting in this format and the things you just described are true for all of us. You know, I have one child at home who happens to be a college junior who's actually working on a Spanish essay right now, and so you know we're all pretty crazy. But so yeah, there's no rush.
I won't put it off. I just want to be thoughtful and
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and the other thing is you can try them out.
okay. That's a nice thing to
You can do a trial run. Yeah.
All right.
Great.
I'll play with
Thank
that
you.
idea. Thank you.
David.
Yes.
How's the Program Equity and Performance Committee? How well staffed is that?
Well, that's a committee that can. It's got Tim Morris was on it, and he's not anymore. And so it's me, Emily, and Kelly. So we could use, I think.
This will replace a Tim with a Tim.
Okay, that's great. And
David?
yes.
I believe Ann, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that you didn't want to be on the finance committee anymore, and I said I would do it.
Sorry, my mute thing wasn't working.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, you wanted to take a turn at that, Liz. That's fine by me. You go ahead and take a turn at that. I can show up and be a pain in the neck if necessary.
Okay.
Okay, so Liz is going up to finance, and
I also wanted to be on performance program, the PP&E committee.
right. Okay. So so now okay, so we're still on the Programmatic and Performance Equity Committee. Other interests, Sean?
Well, I just wanted to mention at this time that the Finance Committee meets at 5 o'clock, the first meeting of the month. So before the regular board meeting, which is always was at the Cusick Room and now will be virtual, but it has a regular meeting schedule. I thought if people were interested in that, it might be beneficial to know that's when we meet.
Great. Okay, Jackie.
Well, I was first raising my hand for Finance Committee, but then also PPE.
Great. Well, good. Let me put you there and there. Okay, great. Any other, anybody else for performance or programmatic and performance equity committee? Good, that's a good, strong team. The Communications Council. Right now, the primary member is Jamie Contois from Putney. And so again, there's not going to be an awful lot of work for that group to do, but if you like communicating and working out effective language for public communications, this is a great spot for you if you're an articulate person. Jackie's got her hand up. You do that sort of in your regular life, don't you?
Sure do.
Great. Well, Jamie's going to be really happy.
I would love for Jackie to be the Brattleboro rep and for me to maybe recuse myself from the committee.
Great. And we'll just call on you when we absolutely have to have
Yeah,
help.
that's fine. Thank
Great.
you.
Great. Thank you. Anybody else want to try the Communications Council?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with adding my name to that. It seems
great.
pretty straightforward with what that would entail.
Yeah, and a lot of it, because we now have Zoom, it used to be a problem for the committee. The committee would have to physically meet to go over language, draft language and stuff. You couldn't do it online, but now that we have Zoom meetings, we can convene a meeting and record it, and you can work on language from home. So I think it's actually going to be, we may wind up working this way even after that we don't have to.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's great. Jamie's going to be really excited. The last one is the Climate Crisis Task Force, and I'm told that Tim is already on it. That's me and Thomas so far, and Tim, and boy, that's a pretty and then Paul Smith too. So that's pretty male-dominated committee. We also have Django Grace, who's an 8th grader who will be at BUHS next year. He's a fascinating young man. And I mentioned Howard Burroughs from the town. Any other interest in the Climate Crisis Task Force? Well, we'll leave it as it is for now. This is great. This is we're in good shape. I would ask let me just go through. Thomas is the chair of the task force, so I'd ask you to convene. I'd ask all the chairs to convene a meeting, or at least make email contact, and see about trying to get together at some point in the next few weeks. Next week is a vacation week for school, so it's going to be even harder for people with kids. But yeah, Jackie, question?
Sorry, did we skip volunteering for the diversity committee? I really meant to do that too.
Oh, well, I got your name there, but I think we probably did skip over it.
You just knew.
Yeah, I just knew. Yep. Yeah, the diversity committee is Ann Beekman, Sean Murphy, Thomas, and myself, and Thomas is chair of that as well. That would be fantastic, Jackie.
David, Kelly Young has her hand up.
Oh, hi, Kelly. What would you like to say?
So at the end of this, can you send out an email just confirming who's on each? So,
yes.
The chair will know who to send the email to.
Right, and I will, that's a really good point. And I will also send this to Barb, and she'll put it up on the web as well, but I'll send it out in the morning as an email.
Thank you.
Great, thank you for that suggestion. It's a great idea.
I just want to make one note.
Yes.
So PPC typically, but I'll email out everybody, but it's for something for you guys to think about. Typically, we met on the opposite Wednesday of the board meeting in the evening, so that could accommodate. And sometimes we'll often have administrators there who are kind of presenting or supporting. I'll email out to make sure it's good for everybody, but just to keep in mind.
Great, thank you. So Emily, you're going to take care of that, and Thomas, the diversity committee. I'll contact Jamie about the Communications Council. Sean will contact Liz, Jackie, Thomas, and Emily about the Finance Committee. The Policy Committee doesn't have a chair without Christina anymore. So, Ann, would you like to chair the Policy Committee?
Sure, Dave.
Thank you. Okay, great. And then Kelly on the Personnel Committee. So great, thank you. Now we now that we are 10 and we have 10 schools, it's time to sign up for Leadership Council. So we currently have Sean is on Leadership Council in Guilford. I think Ann and Liz, are you both attending the Putney one?
We have been, but if you want to officially assign me to the Career Center, I remain.
Oh, that's right. Right, that's right, Ann, I forgot. Yeah, you can obviously, board members can go to any of the leadership councils and attend their public meetings. It's never an issue. But yeah, thanks, Ann. I forgot about that. You wouldn't want to do. You already had one. So that leaves.
David, I'm always at the Putney Leadership Council.
What's that?
Meeting. I'm always at the Putney Leadership Council meetings.
Yeah.
So I'll be there.
Okay, good. Okay, so we have Academy, Green Street, Oak Grove, Dummerston, BUHS, and Dummerston, Guilford, Putney, Career Center, BAMS, and what am I leaving out? Guilford, Putney, Dummerston, Academy, Green Street, Oak Grove, BUHS, and BAMS. Well, that's only 9.
The 10 includes Vernon, doesn't it?
No,
No.
it includes EES.
Yes.
EES, thank you. Thank you. Okay, great. So anyone want to nominate themselves for any of those schools? It doesn't have to be in your community. It's nice if it is, but it doesn't have to be.
Is there any idea of when they meet?
No, there are only a few that are established, and the meeting, Sean's got some information on that, but I'll just tell you the little bit that I understand so far is that different councils are setting up their own times and shifting them. Sometimes they meet late in the afternoon, they meet in the afternoon, sometimes in the early evening, and so there's no real pattern. And we also haven't talked about length of term, although we can wait and see how things work out and then talk about that when we have a little bit more experience. But no, it's up to the councils to figure out when they can meet. And there is a tension between teachers who don't want to have to stay and administrators who don't want to have to hang around necessarily for a 5 or 6 o'clock meeting, and then parents who can't get to a meeting until 5 or 6 o'clock, or community members. So that needs to be worked out. But that's up to the councils to try and find their way through.
Putney has a meeting time. If anybody else wants to come, it's 4:30 the first Thursday of every month. We did a compromise between parents and teachers and administrators.
Great, thank you.
I'll volunteer.
Emily, go ahead.
I'll volunteer for Academy.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, so they're either getting some feedback on somebody's mic or somebody's trying to talk and I can't hear what they're saying.
It appears to be Kelly.
Ah, okay. Thank you. So Green Street. Now Mark's right there, so you better. Okay. Thanks, Jackie.
Oh, Jackie has it.
Yeah, she grabbed it. You gotta be quick, Tim.
Okay. What about Oak Grove?
That's you. Other Dummerston, BUHS, BAMS, EES,
I'll volunteer for BUHS.
and that was
Kelly.
Kelly. Thank you.
You can put me down for Dummerston.
Okay. And Michelle, you want to wait?
What's left? I was
Uh,
gonna say I would do the high school, but Kelly beat me.
Well, the middle school, same location, the Brattleboro area middle school.
Okay, so that's fine.
Great, then I'll take EES.
EES provides food. It's a good gig.
I know, I was on the policy council for years, twice, 2 different times.
David? And
Be
David,
nice to be back.
Deb has
Yes.
her hand up. Deb
Who
Gass.
does?
Deb Gass.
Oh, thanks, Deb. Go
You're
ahead.
welcome. So could we align this leadership council representation with our policy council, and so that could be part of our policy council?
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Okay.
you generally have staff there, and the leadership councils have staff.
Yep.
And you also have obviously parents. And the same thing is, the same is true for the Career Center, which has an existing council. What's that called, the Career Center Council? It's a state.
Oh, the Regional Advisory Board.
Regional Advisory Board, yep, the RAB.
Okay,
So
great.
it's not unprecedented. Yeah.
Great, perfect.
Thanks, Deb.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lyle, for seeing that. Well, that was easy. So I guess it's up to each of us to contact the administrator. Well, Liz, how has it worked in Putney? Does the, you've got your time set aside, or Sean, either way, how do you convene your meetings? Does the principal send out an email to everybody?
Well, we elected to go with a chair and a clerk. So that goes, it goes to central office, but I can certainly let the board know.
No, I'm trying to figure out how to convene, how each of these people each of us who just signed up for a board can find out when the next meeting is. So
it's always posted, but I could also let you know.
Well, no, I wasn't, not so much for Putney, because we know you're on Putney and you know when it is, but everybody else has to contact their individual schools to figure out when that committee is going to meet. So Sean, how do you do it in Guilford?
Well, they establish an agenda, so it is posted on the website, and then we also have a regular meeting time, so it's the first and third, I believe, Fridays at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And actually, now they're meeting every week since the COVID issue has come on.
Right. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna propose is that we each contact the administrator in the building that where we've joined the leadership council, and let them know that we're there, and to convene a meeting when they think they can manage. For those that are already in place, it's going to be a lot easier. For councils that don't yet exist, it's going to be more of a challenge. But because of the value of the input that we've been getting from Putney and from Guilford, from those leadership councils, it's really obvious that the idea was a sound one, and that having that voice, being able to have the teacher voice immediately available every few weeks or month, and the staff or the administrator and the parents is really helpful. It really does inform our work. So we want to get these set up so that we can have regular access to those voices in all of the school buildings. So please contact the administrator that you are going to be working with, and see what you can arrange to set up. It's going to be different in every building. There's not really a format except for the broad outlines that are in the policy. And so actually I'll send that out to everybody. I'll send that out again. It actually was an amendment to the articles, or to our articles of agreement that was amended this whenever that vote was. So I'll send that around to everybody. So it's a good template for how to proceed.
David?
Yes.
Sean, I think you're on the leadership council for Guilford, is that right? How are we going to respond to that letter of concern that they wrote?
Well, I could report back to them at the next meeting. That's usually what I do. They always have a board member report. So they had an administrative report, board member report at every meeting. So I can report back to them at that time. And I also, David's suggestion, forwarded on the webinar and the other information that we received on the budget, which was our question.
Oh, the webinar would be good. Yeah. Yeah, they certainly do deserve a good response.
Yeah. And I also suggested that since this meeting is being recorded, and BCTV will have it posted shortly, you can watch the meeting. And I believe BCTV has actually I'll check with Rich after we're done tonight and see, but typically they have a little table of contents about what time any particular item was talked about, and the financial stability item, that'll be notated, and then the rescheduling the annual meeting, which is another question that they asked about in terms of our budget vote. Those, they can find those on the meeting and watch the conversation. So, but thank you, Tim, for following up on that. And thanks, Sean, for sharing that that concern from the council. It really helps guide the work. So I think we're good for committee reports and for leadership council. So now, next topic is to reschedule our annual meeting. As you probably know, the Secretary of State sent advice that anybody that had one scheduled during this time of social distancing should probably reschedule it. And they suggested May or June. Ours, I think, was scheduled for May 19th, was it? May 9th? I had it in front of me previously, but
May 12th.
May 12th, yeah, I was wrong both times.
That's all right.
But so May 12th. So I guess I'm open to suggestions for what we should do. I think we should try and reschedule it just in case we could meet. The other suggestion from the secretary was that we consider remote or mail-in ballots. And so anyway, Thomas, you had a thought?
I was going to ask, is it illegal or completely impossible for us to do it like this?
Yes, it's illegal and impossible.
Okay.
There's no way to verify.
What the governor signs so that we can do this does not apply to that?
No, this is, people can find this meeting and they can tune in. The only people that are not, it's not available to are people who don't have internet access, and they've decided that was okay for now. That some people would not be able to attend the public meeting. But the annual meeting is, you have to sign in, you have to be checked in as a town resident, a voting resident of the town, and that's impossible to do online.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking.
To verify the voters. Yeah.
I say we push for however possible, mail-in absentee voting, because it has to be done. We have to do it, but it's not worth people risking their lives for if we can control it. So, just like what would happen in Wisconsin was ridiculous.
Yeah.
This would be ridiculous if we can control it. If we could do mail-in ballots, there's no reason not to, in my opinion.
David?
Yes.
So part of this pending legislation that we were discussing earlier, that we wrote the resolution on, that actually removes the requirement for a public vote. So you may want to not address it this meeting, just because that's going to be discussed this Friday, and there may be some more guidance that comes out relatively soon.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know that. That's really important. Is there anyone that I can't see any advantage, since they're going to be talking about this on Friday, and we might have some news about it within a week or so. I can't see any reason to schedule a meeting now and go through that whole process.
Right. We'll have to make sure, if we decide that we're going to have a meeting, we'll have to do the 30 day
Right.
warning. So that we'll need to keep in mind. I think part of the issue with Australian ballot is, can we bring the people in to count ballots safely? And that's one of the considerations that I think we'd want to make sure we're talking with town clerks about before we went down
Right.
that road as well.
Just a whole new group of problems to solve.
David?
Yes.
So unclear.
Done.
I'm sorry.
Was that Ann?
Well, it was. We put
Oh,
the floor vote in our articles of agreement, and by law, in order to change the articles of agreement, we have to have a vote on the articles of agreement. And I don't know if the legislation currently being considered would allow for that or not.
I can't imagine. Well, I guess I can't speak now knowingly. I can't imagine that the legislature couldn't set that aside, given under these conditions, and or that if they passed new legislation that would, for this 1 year, that would override what we're saying.
Yes, and I think in the guidance, either from Will Senning or from Jim Condos, it talks about 1 year in regards to the articles of agreement. I'd have to go back to reread it to be specific, but it seems like they had talked about articles of agreement in one of their.
Good point, Ann. We'll definitely got to have to chase that one down. Sean?
Yeah, I approached our town clerk in Guilford, and she didn't warm up to the idea of having an election through the mail at all, because you have to have the BOC there is too risky, and so it did not float very far.
Yep.
David, Carrie
Yes.
Amadon has her hand up.
Carrie? Thank you, Lyle.
Hey, David, thanks. I'm sorry, lawyer's daughter coming out in me. At the May 17th meeting, I think we just postponed to a certain date. Is there any legal thing we need to do? Do we actually need to get 7 people in a room on that date to postpone again?
Not if the legislation is passed saying that we don't have to pass a budget.
But if the legislation doesn't pass on Friday, is there some bizarre obligation we have to gather people in a room and say, we're going to postpone again? I'm sorry, just my brain went, wait a minute, what did we do at that meeting?
Yeah, we'd have to get clarification on that. It seems
Okay.
like, when you've got the governor saying don't meet, and then the statute saying meet, who do you listen to? So yeah, more unknowns.
Okay. Thank you.
Put it on the list of unknowns. Any other?
Well, I just wanted to clarify what was just said. There's not going to be a vote in the legislature this Friday. It's just going to be the subcommittee. So I think if the vote does take place, it'll be at a time uncertain.
Yeah, it won't be. They won't take a long time though, because they know about the July 1st deadline. Yeah, and just since you mentioned that, Sean, one other thing, that meeting will be streamed. If you go to the Vermont Legislature website, you can watch them to discuss that on Friday. Everything is on Zoom now. But what I'm hearing is that we probably don't need to do anything now. The July 1st is the deadline, so if nothing happens, we have to have a warning before 40 days, or probably 45 days before July 1st. So mid-May, we're going to have to finally make a decision. We meet again the first Wednesday in May. So I think it's the 5th or the 6th. So we can, between that, there's 3 weeks between now and then, so we can make a determination based on what happens in that period of time. And if we need to meet more immediately, we can do one of these really quickly and set a new date for the annual meeting. So can we move on from annual meeting? Great. Do we have to approve? Do we have minutes to approve? Oh, the April 1st and April 9th minutes. We don't have any warrants on this warning, Lyle, but we did get a couple of warrants in email. So we need to approve those warrants as well.
Generally, we've been doing all of those on the first meeting of the month.
Okay, great.
So
Thank you. I'll get used to that gradually.
Yep.
Thank you. So we do need a motion to approve the minutes of April 1st and April 9th.
So moved.
Thank you, Thomas. Second?
Second, Ann.
Thank you, Ann. All those in favor of approving the minutes, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Opposed? Okay, we got that out of the way. Do we have any visitors that would like to be recognized? Actually, you'll have to recognize yourself if you want to, or anyone from the public who wants to address something that is not on our agenda. Please unmute and speak so we can hear you. So no recognitions and no public comments. Do we have any communications, Lyle, that need to be
David?
shared? Yes.
Aaron Kachuk has a hand up.
Oh, great. Aaron, Deb Gass does too, or is that left over? Yep. Aaron, can you unmute and address us, please?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
I just want to thank you guys all for all your hard work in this crazy, crazy time. It just feels good listening to this meeting and hearing all these thoughtful you're just being so thoughtful with all of this, and I just wanted to thank you.
And thank you for showing us the way for so many years.
1 year, Dave.
Deb, your hand is up, but it's okay. Well, now it's gone. I can do it. Sean, but Frank, I see your hand.
Yes, are we in communications? I wanted
Yes.
to.
Yeah,
okay.
we're in free
Okay.
fall.
Let's see. We had. I'm not sure how correspondence came to between Mark Spino and Eugene, and then to me. But I just wanted to make sure I squeezed it in a point of information. Apparently we've got some trees that appear to be creating a hazard at the Green Street School playground and the walkway. So we had a consultant forester give us an assessment of that risk and identified some trees. I just wanted you to know that Mark and I will be working with these folks. We'll get some estimates on removing trees on that on the bank. It's just to the west of the building, you know, between the Kroll lot, the Powers House, and the Green Street building. I don't know if you can visualize that.
Yeah.
But I actually just did a quick stroll through there. There's some giant old trees that are just hanging right over the playground, and clearly safety issues. So I wanted you to be aware we'll move ahead with that work, but thought you should know.
Great, thank you. Mark?
Yeah, and I'll do my best to put together some communication for the neighborhood and then the greater Green Street School community. Whenever you take trees down, it's people aren't happy with you. So part of our plan, we're not happy about taking these trees down, is not only taking them down, but then replanting trees. So that's part of the scope of the project, not just removing, but also replacing.
The Wyndham County Natural Resources Conservation District is having their tree sale. The deadline for, they're very small trees. You might want to get something a little bit bigger, but they have trees that are particularly good for birds and for wildlife.
Great. Yeah, thanks for that. We have a couple other contacts as well.
Yeah, great.
Appreciate it.
Okay, I think that we are ready for executive session, unless is there anything else I've missed or people want to bring up or need to discuss? Okay, then we have Lyle, the executive. We have two executive session topics.
There's going to be just one.
Just one, okay. Yep. And what is it?
It's a report out on a request the board made, previous board, on a union personnel issue.
So it's a contract issue, a personnel issue. Okay. So I move that we enter an executive session to discuss a personnel issue where the board has determined that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the school board or people involved at a substantial disadvantage. Invited into the executive session are the superintendent and...
That's it.
That's it, great. So we invite the superintendent to join us. Could I have a second, please? Thank you, Thomas. So we enter executive session at 9:20, and I ask everyone else that we will be coming out. If there is any action, it will be recorded by BCTV, and we will communicate it to the clerk, and then adjourn. I'm sorry?
I said bye.
Bye.
Carrie's leaving.
Bye, Carrie.
And Wendy, I believe I'll after this I'll email you. You know who when we rose from executive session, all that. Okay.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's what I was raising my hand about. Just if you needed me to stick around, if you were planning on coming back out of executive session, and I needed to be present for that.
No, you don't.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Could I have a motion to adjourn? We can stay on, Rich, and we'll figure this out. Motion. Yes.
There being no further business before this board, I move that we adjourn.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
Liz? Oh, a lot of seconds to get out to adjourn. Before we do, I just really appreciate, Aaron Kachak said it kind of nicely, but probably better than I could, but I really appreciate the people willing to state their their deep values on these questions, and that all of us, regardless of what the view is or how we participate, it's everybody, we're all coming from the place of wanting what's really best to take care of our kids. And I'm just really grateful to be part of a group like this, especially at a challenging time, because it's good work. So thank you.
Thank you, David.
So all those in favor of going home? Oh, we're already home.
Oh, we're home.
Looks like everybody.
Bye.
Right. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
So thanks everyone for gathering. For those who are watching on the YouTube channel, we apologize for getting started 8 or 9 minutes late. We've just been waiting for the commissioner to be able to join us, having a tiny a video issue, and we thought it would be most helpful for us and for anyone watching to be able to both hear and see the commissioner. So we're in a bit of a holding pattern. Yes, and he's connecting the audio. All right.
Yes, okay.
Welcome.
I'm back. Thank you.
Great. So, Commissioner, we've been holding down the fort here while you've rebooted. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely.
We were hoping, the speaker and I had spoken with the governor. We knew that you guys were going to be announcing some new efforts to help ease the crush of UI applications and the new federal program. And today was the day that made sense to have you come on and give us some updates. So I think if you can begin by providing the broad overview of what, where you see things now, what the new strategies you hope are going to achieve, and then we'll open it up to questions from the committee.
Absolutely. So first, for the record, Michael Harrington, Interim Commissioner, Vermont Department of Labor. Let me just first start by saying thank you to everybody on this call and even the members that are not on this call. I think I personally have received tremendous support from each of you in terms of just patience and understanding, but also in wanting to help and letting me know that you're here to help. So with that, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody. We certainly, like you said, have had a crushing few weeks here. We've processed about 65,000 individual claims or opened claims. And then the number of weekly benefits we issue grows each week with that. Our biggest issue right now, if I were to ask each of you, I can imagine that what you're hearing from your constituents is that they can't get through to the department. And they can't get through because everybody's trying to get through at the same time. The reason they need to get through to us is because about 1 in every 2 claims, so about 50% of the claims that are processed have what we call a stop payment issue attached to them. And that could be for a variety of reasons. It's a checks and balance as part of the federal program that this happens. And so during normal times, it works well to make sure that people those people who are truly deserving of benefits are getting benefits. But in a time like COVID-19, it just quickly overwhelms the department with the number of claims that have issues attached to them. So from that perspective, we have, while at face value, the symptom everybody is seeing is that they can't get through to the call center, they can't get through to somebody to talk to them. the root cause of that issue is because there's an issue on their claim and they're not getting paid. And so we've got a number of different things that we're working on, strategies we're deploying to really shift our focus to clearing issues, which will in turn lessen the number of people who have to actually call or contact the department. Because the more issues we clear, the more people will get paid, or the more people themselves will be paid. So we've done a couple of different things just in the past couple of days, and we've got a couple more coming on. One is, you've probably heard me talk about soliciting proposals for a third-party vendor solution to provide additional call service. On one hand, this will bolster our call service. On the other hand, what it does is allow the vendor to provide the tier 1 service while taking our most experienced staff that right now are on the call lines 10 hours a day or whatever, and redirect them to issues clearing. So we can immediately say, we're going to take the 25 people or 30 people who are answering calls right now, we're going to turn them over to clearing issues. And by doing that, the call volume will drop. So there's twofold with bringing on that vendor. Another thing we're doing, and I announced it today, is, and this is voluntary, but asking people to go to an alphabetized calling and filing schedule. Unlike other states, we're simply just asking this to balance the load out. So what happens is, for instance, the first day you can file your weekly claim is Sunday. And our system, on Sunday, you can imagine everybody tries to file and the system crashes. So what we're asking people to do is, whether you're calling the claim center or you're filing a claim, we're just trying to balance that load out over the week. If someone calls and they don't have the right last name for the day, we're not going to tell them no. And we're not going to tell them to call back a different time. This is purely voluntary, and we're simply asking the public to help us so we can better help you. The other piece is, we've started to launch these special teams, we're calling them, and they are just work groups that consist of some workforce development folks. They consist of some tax department folks. They're going to consist of some additional folks from DMV eventually. And again, their focus is going to be on those issues clearing. So we're training these staff up to be able to remote into our mainframe, take a batch of issues, and be able to clear those issues. So again, our number one priority right now is issues clearing, because that's what's causing people to have to call. The biggest concern right now that I have is the pandemic unemployment assistance program, which we're talking about rolling out over the next 2 weeks. There'll be a phase 1, which is the application process. Then the phase 2 is the actual claims processing and payment process. But as soon as we open that door, I mean, we're probably looking at roughly 40 to 50,000 additional claims that are going to come in from independent contractors, sole proprietors, and so on. So that's my biggest concern. Just again, because all those claims will again have issues attached to them. So making sure we've got the staff trained and committed to doing issues clearing will keep the volume on the lines down. So that's kind of a brief overview of where we're at. I'm happy to answer any questions, but we do have a number of people that we're gearing up, including some staff at the governor's office, to be able to access our mainframe and clear constituent issues as they come in. Many of you have emailed me and copied one of my assistants, Amanda, and we're having Amanda get trained in how to access the mainframe system and clear issues, so that we're not just passing them on down the road to someone else to clear, and that should help with timeliness as well. Just so people know, there's the $600 we get a lot of questions on. Those payments started going out this week. I think in total, and I'll pull up the number here, in total we have issued In total, we've issued about 41,000 payments and to the tune of about $25.8 million. Again, we update that on a daily basis, but we're also tracking how much we're putting out week to week as well. Again, those numbers will rise just as initial claims gets processed and people start filing their weekly claims. But that will increase our, just so the committee is aware, our trust fund balance as of yesterday was 486.6 million. So at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can you, Commissioner, can you begin by the third-party vendor solicitation? Can you just say something about the timing of both the selection and then when it will actually help lighten the load for the department?
Yeah, so we're expediting it, although, you know, there was question early on about do we do a sole source bid or a expedited bid process. To make sure we were eligible for FEMA money, we did have to go through a bid process. And so I believe that the bid request will be going out today, hopefully, if not first thing Monday, but I think we'd like to get it out today. And then we'll look for a few-day turnaround and selection. I do know, you know, one of the bidders is likely to be someone who already provides call center service to the state of Vermont right now. So that may be an expedited process depending. I think we would love to have a call center stood up. So part of it is the contracting, which is, you know, relatively insignificant. The other part is the technology piece. And then the third piece is the education and training, or the rules generation for the logic, if you will, for how the call center staff will process claims. But I think we would like to have something up for the week of the 20th.
And then one last one before I open it up. When you described trying to train some of the people either in the governor's office or some of your more policy staff in how to address some of these cases, it raises the question for me of the large state workforce who are working remotely, some of whom have work responsibilities which have died down because people aren't filing permits or doing a lot of other things. Can you just say the extent to which the normal labor staff has already been supplemented by additional state workers before having to turn to an outside vendor?
So it's gone up and down over time depending on availability. It also has to be people who have access and are knowledgeable about computer systems. And I would also say that in ideal circumstances, it's helpful to have somebody who has unemployment insurance knowledge. So for instance, part of the reason tax was so appealing to us to reach out to them was because many of the tax professionals that are over there came from the unemployment insurance division. I think we can continue to lean on state staff, and I think we will, to get through these issues clearing. There's only so many people we can ramp up at any one time, so you'll see more of a phased approach. We also we're seeing again that shift from the people who are handling initial claims calls, which have gone down, now switch to issues clearing. So I think we'll continue to reach out to state staff. There's a couple different pieces that run into this. One is they have to be trained, they have to receive some type of security training from the department. They have to have access to our mainframe system. They have to be trained on our mainframe system. They have to understand at least a little bit about unemployment insurance to be able to clear these issues. It's not rocket science. It's just, you know, it does take a little bit of time, especially when everybody is also remote. So now you're also doing a lot of it virtually. And I think we're also, I'm not concerned. I think we're just trying to be mindful and very deliberate about how we give people access to our mainframe system, which also holds a lot of confidential information. So we are also trying to pull on groups of people who already handle personal identifiable information in their regular jobs already. So that's why you see DMV folks and tax folks are really been the first ones we've leaned on.
Just in terms of scale, though, how many additional people have been brought to join the normal Department of Labor?
Sure. So we probably ended up with around 20 to 25 people through GMP, Vermont Gas, and Efficiency Vermont. We then added somewhere between 8 and 10 DMV staff. We'll have another 9 tax staff that start on Monday, and we have 17 workforce development staff that started today. That's on top of essentially taking every other function that we do in UI and dedicating our full UI staff to both calls and issues. So some of those are focused on typically on the tax side or the auditing side. Those people are shifting over to claims and issues clearing. We have some of our finance staff, and we also have had some additional workforce development staff from the beginning who came from UI. So it was really easy to just give them access again and get them working. So I would say we, in total, we probably have close to 50 or 60 people who are working on this, and we'll continue to add these specialty teams ongoing.
So if committee members and Marcotte and Sorokin, anybody who has questions, just if I can visually see your hand, I will take it in order. Senator Ballant, then Johnson, then Sorokin, then Long.
Commissioner, thanks for spending some time with us.
Absolutely. I have to apologize. I think I have an email in my inbox that I owe you a response on. So.
That's all right. I know you're putting out fires. In addition to not being able to get through, the other issue that we're hearing about is the issue of the Social Security numbers. And so many people are saying, I filed all the paperwork. I thought everything was fine. Then I got a letter saying my claim can't be processed because they can't find my Social Security number. And so I'm just wondering, I've been telling them that it's a glitch in the system because it's happening so much, it can't possibly be particular to that person's Social Security number. But I'd love to know if we could get a little bit more information about why that's happening and how quickly that will be resolved, if you know.
So yeah, so there's I don't know if it's a glitch. I think what we're trying to discern, because it happens a number of different ways, is that so if someone is determined to be not monetarily eligible and then they try to log into the system, it's not going to have them in the system. That's one thing. If they have an issue on their account, they're not going to be able to log in with their Social Security number. So I think part of what's happening is it's not that the letter they're receiving, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not that the letter we're receiving is that your Social Security number can't be found. They're getting a letter that says there's an issue on your claim. And then I believe what is happening is they're going to the claimant portal and they're trying to log into the claimant portal, and it's saying, we can't find your Social Security number. And at least that's what we're hearing. And part of that is because their claim is not fully processed yet. So again, that's where if we can clear some of these issues, then they populate into the system and they start getting their weekly benefit amount, and then they can log in with their Social Security. So it's not, that's what I'm hearing is the biggest issue right now.
And that's why they need to speak with someone to clear that up before they can get to the next step.
Yeah, so let me give you an example. One of the special teams that we're starting on Monday, so the GMP number that people are calling, we're calling it a supplemental number. They were originally getting predominantly, I need to open my initial claim and I need someone to help me do that. Now they're getting a lot of, probably 60% of the calls they get are, I need to reset my PIN, or the system's not recognizing my Social Security number, or something like that, right? People are just dialing every number they can find. So we've got a group of 12 or 15 that will start on Monday. on the GMP line where the GMP folks can literally pass those people on. But when you dial our supplemental line, it'll say to open a claim, press 1, to reset your PIN, clear an issue, get the status of your claim, press 2. And now we've got people who are able to handle that issue there.
Okay.
We also, what happens is we've got other issues and we divvy those out to the various teams of people, and they literally start calling the people on the sheet and say, I see, for example, one big issue we get is Senator, if your last day of work was Tuesday of this week and you filed your initial claim on Wednesday, then when you go to file your weekly claim the following week, when we ask you, did you earn any wages day by day and did you work any hours day by day, people are just either leaving it blank or putting in zeros across the board. And the system is smart enough to say, wait a minute, you told me your last day of work was Tuesday. So you should have had hours and wages for Monday and Tuesday, and you shouldn't be reporting zeros, right? So it immediately sets it aside as what we call as an 81 issue, right? So we're giving this batch of 81 issues to this team of people. They're literally calling people up and saying, hey, I see you got an issue on your claim. Let me solve this claim, and if you missed a week, let me go back and fix that claim too. So they're fixing every issue that's on the account.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Speaker Johnson.
Yeah, there's a slew of questions that came from House members, but while we're on some of these first-time filers, because I think, people are, as you well know, really panicked about not having any income, about not being able to buy groceries, pay for bills. And I know you appreciate that. It's a concern we all have to make sure that everybody's stable and has what they need during this time. But this issue with PINs, if we're getting multiple messages that saying they've been trying to get through for days, they need a PIN number in order to file an online claim. But so is there a way to get a PIN number online, or does that have to do with the 50% that got tossed into the problems pile?
So again, I think what's happening is someone is so we don't send PINs to people, just so you know. So what happens is you essentially open an account or a profile on the claimant portal and you set up your PIN. And what happened is people aren't able to get in to set up their PIN because there's an issue on their claim. We're also getting some where they need a PIN reset, and we're trying to work through why that is and why there's so many. Short of resetting everybody's PIN, part of that is why we're having this group begin to handle phone calls about PIN resets. But I think what you're hearing about is one symptom. When we actually drill down, we're finding, oh wait, your account had an issue on it, and that's why you weren't able to get in and set up your account or set up your profile, because so they're thinking, well, I just need a PIN and then I can get through, when really it's, nope, you had an issue on your account and you're not even able to set up a PIN yet because we don't have you in the claimant portal system yet as a claimant. But it is something we're hearing a lot about. And as I think pretty much everybody on this committee knows, part of this is how the mainframe has been hard coded over the years. And so it's a COBOL mainframe. We literally have, one person who is really familiar with the system, and he works tirelessly to keep it, one, operational, but two, trying to find workarounds about how do we, can we batch release some of these? Can we clear a simple issue on a group of claims as opposed to having to go one by one? But it's very minute by minute, and it's touch and go depending on what we can actually maneuver the mainframe to do. But yes, the PIN reset is another one. That's part of the reason why we have this other group coming online to be able to help with that and expedite some of those.
Okay. One member had a terrific suggestion. Obviously, the uncertainty in all of this is a huge part of the problem, and people just not being able to get through and not knowing what the issue is. And so a member suggested having a flow chart that's just up there saying, here are the steps. If you're getting this message, it may mean this. And, and just to create a little predictability so that people don't feel like they've hit a brick wall and can't go anywhere, and that they know what the next step is and they know what issues to look out for. Just to try to create a little broadly accessible information about the predictability of the system might go a long way in helping people. And I'll just one other quick one before I'll then jump to the back of the line. What about back claims? If people can't get through for a few weeks, they'll still be able to file back claims for previous weeks that were missed?
Yeah. So I love the idea of the flow chart as a step-by-step process. So I'll definitely look into that. I think part of that too is maybe reassuring people that they're not the only one with the problem. So if we recognize it as a common issue that people are running into and we let them know we're working on it, but here's the process to follow, it may let them know that, okay, it's not just me whose social security number isn't caught in the system while everybody else is getting through. And then with the back claims, yes, everything will be backdated to the date of separation.
Commissioner, before I turn to Senator Sorokin, one question that has arisen is people who have been encouraged on the one hand to fill out the initial enrollment form if they're self-employed or independent contractor, then receive a letter in the mail saying that they've been denied, and they then get confused, call the number, can't get through, worry about benefits. Is there a reason why people who are being encouraged to fill out that form are getting any sort of automatically triggered form letters?
Yeah, so the system is set up so that what they're getting is what we call their determination letter. So for most people, when they file, it says, you've determined to be eligible and here's your maximum weekly benefit amount. And so again, the system does a calculation somewhere between $1 and $513 of what someone is eligible for under UI. What some people are getting is you're not eligible for unemployment insurance. This could be something as simple as if they filed as an independent contractor and they have no wages in the system yet, then it's just going to say you're ineligible. Now, we've been trying to communicate via email and some other forms to let people know you can file as an independent contractor. It gets your information in the system. Just know that it is going to kick you out as not being eligible until the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program is stood up. Other things, again, may be that somebody was already temporarily employed and they didn't actually have a loss of wages or a loss of they weren't eligible because they were a temp employee or a part-time employee. Something else, it came up just the other day. We had someone who called and said, I want to file as an independent contractor. I also have a full-time job working for X company, but my independent contracting job has slowed, so I want to file for PUA to get those wages back. And obviously, we said, listen, you're not eligible because you still are earning full wages from your other employer, your full-time employer. So again, there are a variety of scenarios.
If I can maybe just put a finer point on it, because I think in your opening remarks, when you indicated that having a third-party vendor might take a couple weeks to have, well, you said that the federal program for self-employed and independent contractors might not be ready for a couple weeks, which means that all the tens of thousands of people who might soon wish to see benefits are going to be contacting the department. It does seem that if people enter the Labor Department website, where it encourages them to put in an initial thing to start the process, that the system should not be sending them form letters of any kind that are discouraging at that point. Even if we know there's another step, it just creates more calls and more confusion that your people have to handle. So I'll just flag that for you. You don't have to respond further, but I would think if we're encouraging people to go halfway there, we shouldn't then send them a letter that confuses the heck out of them and results in more work for you.
Yep. Thank you.
Senator Sorokin?
So the issues that, the three big issues that I've seen is one that Senator Ash was just talking about, and the Social Security issue and the inability to get through. And there was I had some communication with your office this morning. And by the way, thank you for all the work you do. I can't imagine. But what is, and I heard back from Jessica Vickner that it's still under review as to what the best advice you can give to claimants who have gotten this letter that you were just referring to, saying you're ineligible for benefits because you have zero earnings as in our system. You're an independent contractor. So I don't know what to tell people, whether they should call back again, because the message has been that you will get in contact with those people once the pandemic assistance program is up and running. Is it smart to rely upon you getting back to them? Are they going to complicate things further by following up and filing it again or getting in touch with you? What's the best course for those people?
Thank you. I appreciate the question. So if things didn't get complicated, if they weren't complicated already, the feds have not done us any favors as they built the pandemic unemployment assistance program. So one of the requirements, which we learned about this past week in a webinar with USDOL, is that in order for somebody to be eligible for, our hope was we build the pandemic unemployment assistance program and we literally open the door and say, file your claim through the PUA program, and we'll start issuing, we'll make determinations on eligibility and start issuing payments. Well, this week we were notified by USDOL that everybody initially has to go through and be denied unemployment insurance under the general program before they can be eligible for the pandemic unemployment assistance program. And so what that actually does is it's going to create, unless we can work something out with USDOL, and we plan to reach out to them over the weekend, but unless we can work something out with them, it just creates a two-step process and delays payments to people who need it. But they're essentially saying you've got to submit a regular claim first, be denied, and then you can file your pandemic unemployment assistance. Our hope is to be able to push back on that. What we have told people, getting back to the senator's question, what we have told people is that if you give us your name and email, we will let you know when the program is up and running. But we have had people who have applied. I think what I took away from the pro tem was that, I don't know whether or not we can recode the system to not send, because they're not, in the original application that was created, they're not actually indicating that they're self-employed. So it's just showing that they're not monetarily eligible because they don't have wages in the system. But just because you don't have wages in the system doesn't mean you're automatically self-employed. So we can't just turn that feature off, because there are some people who just literally are not monetarily eligible and they're not a sole proprietor or self-employed individual. But what I think we can do is provide more information about one, we hope to have, starting Monday, a page that starts off the application that allows somebody to select, I'm self-employed, I'm an independent contractor, I work for an employer, right? So there's multiple selections that send you down a different chute, and that will allow us to cater our messaging on the back end to them. So when they receive their confirmation email, it may say, you may be found to be ineligible for unemployment insurance, but you are eligible for pandemic unemployment assistance, right? So that now we can begin catering the communication that's going out.
So just to follow up on that, what should somebody do who's filed before, who's a self-employed individual and got back a determination that they're ineligible because they had no earnings. Should they
So
wait for the new program to start up and contact you, or will you be in touch with them?
So it'll be both. We are sussing out or pulling out as many of those, because many of those people, when they had to put in their employer, they put self or myself originally. So we are able to at least sort by employer and pull out all the ones where someone listed self-employed. And it's about 7,500. So the good and the bad is that the bad is they got that letter that said they weren't eligible. And hopefully we can find a workaround for that. The good part is their information is in our system, and they've actually, without knowing it and without us knowing it up front, completed the first step in the process, which was they were denied regular UI, which now makes them eligible for PUA. And so those people can be immediately shifted over to the PUA program for processing there. So when you're hearing from people like, what should I do next? If they are self-employed and they've submitted an application and they were denied, we now have their information, we have their email address, we know who they are, we will instruct them in terms of next steps as to the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program. I think our hope is that somewhere between Monday and Wednesday of next week, we're able to at least launch the application process. So the first batch that will likely go in are the 7,500 that submitted their application already. And that at least just allows them to go into the PUA application, fill out some additional questions that are federal requirements. And then the second phase, which would end up being rolled out sometime during the week of the 20th, would actually be the processing and the payment issuing. So that's why I said a couple weeks. It's going to be, phase one is going to be sometime next week. Phase two would be the following week.
It might be helpful in this particular context, given that there's so many people in this boat, to maybe on your webpage have some link to a frequently asked question.
Sure.
Walk somebody through, because there's so many people in that category. I also just wanted to follow up on the new organization, the new company that you're putting out to bid to help you with these things. It sounds to me like you were going to move 25 experienced people, 25 to 30 experienced people who are now potentially taking calls, and move them to issue resolution and backfill with this new company. Is that the size of employment that you're looking for from this vendor? Because I have a concern that it sounds like things are sort of frozen now, that people can't get through and things like that. And it helps to get 25 or 30 new people in with the vendor, but that's coming right before this onslaught of self-employed and independent contractors. And so we're getting more help, but we're also getting a bigger problem coming. So don't we have to just not replace those 25, but maybe put 50 people in place?
So I think we're looking at what will be the call volume that we'll need up front. So again, it may be higher than 30 people for this vendor, and it may be more than just turning those 30 over to the issues resolution. To give you an example, I mean, at our call center, we process, because you can only process so many claims in a given day over the phone, because each issue takes X amount of time. We end up processing, I think, somewhere around 600 calls out of our call center a day. But I think with that same group of people, if they were on issues clearing, we could probably clear 1,500 issues a day, if not more. So we can double or triple our throughput, if you will, by having them focus on the issues. But I do agree. I mean, I think we're going to see another surge when the self-employed comes through. The good part about the self-employed is that we're building the system so it's predominantly self-service. Doesn't mean that everybody will be self-service, and some will want to get through to the system, but there's new system is way more robust than I'm being told than our current mainframe system. But it may be that we need to start off with 40 people at the vendor call center, you know, and we would have to be able to staff up and staff down, and we would look for a vendor that can do that depending on what the volume is.
Let me, Senator, let me, why don't you save some of the other questions? I just don't want to miss the chance for others. Representative Long, I think you had your hand up before.
Yes, and Senator, thank you. Senator Ballin asked my first question, so about the Social Security. So I'll just very quickly, and this might be an easy answer. I have been fielding quite a number of questions from constituents who actually are employed or have been employed in more than one state, New Hampshire, for in my case here, in Vermont, and them running into some significant issues about, you know, even not having income coming from another state being included in anything. And I'm just wondering whether you have any advice. Of course, these same people are having a really hard time getting through, have been. So maybe it's just a matter of we just need to speak to someone. But do you have any advice for those folks who have mixed income coming from more than one state?
Yeah, it creates another piece of the complex puzzle. You know, they certainly should be filing in the state where they are doing most of their work. But if, you know, if over the course of either they're working in two states or they had partial wages early on and then switch states, that can also play a role. There's a program, I think it's called SIDES, that we run, and it is a cross match between you know, dual state wage earners. I don't have an answer to your question, and I'm happy to follow up on that, but it is something that is on our radar and we are aware of it.
Okay, great.
But in terms of status, I wouldn't be able to give you that right now.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, other hands of questions? Representative Marcotte.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner, a question came up in committee the other day concerning people that are partial UI because their hours have been cut back. Are they eligible for the federal $600 also?
Yeah, so the last I heard, or the way it was phrased to me, is if they are eligible for at least $1 of UI, they are eligible for the $600.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
We didn't design it. We're just
well, and luckily we don't have to pay it either.
We don't design it. We just take the heat from constituents who wonder how that made sense.
Yeah.
Was that Becca? And
So
then Mitzi.
Or Mitzi can go since I already spoke. I'll come back to me.
Dick Mazza, was your hand up just now? Okay. Mitzi.
Just one quick thought on your FAQs that somebody suggested. If you could somehow clearly define an independent contractor versus somebody who is self-employed, I think that would help a lot. I have two separate things. There are people that have been able to file their initial claim, but then they still haven't received the paperwork or determination letter that was supposed to be sent to them. The DOL website says that should take 3 or 4 days from processing, but for some people it's been weeks and they haven't received it, or there's been a problem because there's a backlog at the business that has to confirm something and the business is now shut down. Can you talk about that process a little bit?
So I can talk about the process. I may have to look into the issue. So my understanding is there isn't much of a backlog in terms of initial claims that weren't processed. There's a couple different scenarios that fall into that, or caveats, but we also are not waiting on businesses to, typically, if I filed a claim, opened a claim against a business, the business would have 10 days to respond and contest the claim. We are still allowing businesses to contest claims, but we are not waiting to issue benefits for that contestment. So we are moving forward. And then if the business contests after, we can move to adjudication of the claim thereafter. But it's not holding up the process. So if someone has opened an initial claim and has not yet received their weekly determination, what I would be curious in knowing, and if you'd be willing to just send me an email, I would want to reach out to that person or have someone reach out to that person to find out what the actual holdup was on that account. We're trying to do some spot checks. So when we see anomalies in the system, the easiest way to do that is to talk with the person and say, okay, how did you fill this out? Did it accidentally complete the wrong information? Was there not a complete social that was put in, and therefore it didn't even get processed because it was incomplete information? So if you'd be willing to email me, I'm happy to do a spot check on those people and see if it's a bigger issue that we're just not aware of.
Sure. And if somebody is self-employed, and that's the process that it's going to take another couple of weeks, because there are some people that have tried to, but they can't get on because it doesn't recognize their business because they haven't paid into the system before. So that's just that's if you're a self-employed, then you're going to have to wait until that system gets set up.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine. I mean, it feels like we've been living COVID-19 for a month, but it's only been a week and a half, or it's actually only been a week since the actual federal guidance on pandemic unemployment came out. So it's been 2 weeks since they delivered the CARES Act, but the guidance on PUA only came out last Tuesday. So part of, the reason it feels so long is because we've been waiting and telling people it's coming, but we've only received the guidance less than a week ago, or roughly a week ago. So I think we're actually.
It just has been that long for people that have been living without employment and a paycheck.
Exactly. Yeah.
Other questions from committee members? Sorry about that. My computer was a little busy. Becca and then Dick.
So I've got a couple questions from senators who are watching. Just to follow up on what you were just saying, when can we tell Vermonters to expect that the system will be set up to process these additional claims for $600?
The $600 is being processed already.
You already are. Okay.
It started Monday of this week.
But maybe the question should be clarified. That 600 is going to people who are
already eligible
for conventional unemployment.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So if we're talking about self-employed, independent contractors, sole proprietors, it will be, we should be able to start processing actual claim, like weekly certifications and benefits, starting sometime during the week of the 20th. And those will include the $600 in those as well.
And just to clarify something earlier, do you still have an active appeals process that is up and running simultaneously? I know the volume that you're dealing with is incredible. So it seems like it's all one big pile of people that need to be addressed, but I'm just curious what's happening with folks who do want to appeal the decision that came back.
So we still are functioning in appeals process. I think my hope is, but I think we've got to be prepared for the alternate, is that given the fact that it's really hard for somebody to be denied right now, in that we've loosened the restrictions, that there are going to be fewer appeals. There may be more employer appeals than there are claimant appeals, depending on the employer, but at the same time, the employers are also being relieved of charges. So there's also that counteracts that. So there is still an appeals unit. There's still part of what we also are going to need to get back to full time, we're still doing it, is adjudications. So it's the same part of the appeals, but it's the first step in the appeals process. So when there's a contestment or a conflict between an employer and an employee, or let's say someone, we need to do some type of a back audit on someone's wages that they've earned, it may go to adjudications. And so again, we're trying to clear the low-hanging fruit first, which we can expedite, but some of these will have to be formally adjudicated. And
Thank you.
that is still happening, but yeah, the volume is going to quickly overtake us.
Thank you.
Senator Mazza.
Thank you, Commissioner, for doing all this, and I appreciate it. But what happens if an employee decides they do not want to work, and if they're collecting, let's say, $300 a week unemployment on the state, and the $600 from the government, that's $900 a week. Can they choose not to work, or do they have to be officially laid off by the employer?
So they have to fall under one of the requirements that I believe came out in H742, which was, they choose not to work. It's because they have a documented health concern. They've been instructed by a healthcare provider not to go to work. It could be that they are taking care of a sick family member or somebody with a compromised immune system or childcare issue. So as long as they meet one of those requirements, they're eligible. In your case, it sounds like maybe the person is eligible, and then the employer opens back up for business and says, hey, I'm ready now for you to come back to work once the restrictions are lifted. Under standard UI law, if you have a job to go back to, or if you are offered gainful employment, you are either required to take it or forfeit your unemployment insurance benefit.
Okay, because I'm fearful that some might, decide,
Yes.
hey, I'm making $1,000 a week.
Yeah, right.
Well, why do I want to
So
go back to work?
it is a concern. It's come up a couple different times, but if that employer offers them full-time employment back and they refuse it, they're at risk of being ineligible. Yeah.
Okay, I think one of the instances where that is most likely to be a practical issue is if there is a kid home because school closure, and maybe both parents don't necessarily normally need to be there for the childcare purposes, but could elect to both be home utilizing the flexibility that's been granted.
Yeah,
that's probably maybe the most frequent thing that will probably pop up. Representative Johnson.
Yes. So one quick thing. A House member wrote in saying that they had a constituent that was told by a DOL employer or a DOL employee that her only option for registering was by a computer. So is there a way to register for this by phone for people that don't have internet access, don't have a computer, or struggling with technology?
Yeah, so we're talking about where we are right now with traditional unemployment, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so so it's all electronic, but what we did with bringing on Green Mountain Power, I'm looking up at my wall up there because I have the numbers and where everything is at. But with Green Mountain Power and Vermont Gas and Efficiency Vermont, that was a way for us to help bridge the gap. And so someone can call that supplemental number. We're calling it the initial claims number or the supplemental initial claims number. It's on our website. And there actually is a person on the other end who answers that phone and literally just fills out the form, the electronic form for the person. So so if that's what they heard, then either something was lost in translation or there was miscommunication that because it is electronic, but there are support services to help people bridge that gap.
Okay, it may have been a question from a time before you brought on those additional people.
Yep.
And for people that own their own businesses that have employees, they will eventually, those business owners will be able to qualify for the self-employed when it comes online. Yes.
If they are if they've had to close or lose. So I mean, in most cases, if they have employees, they're likely not considered a self-employed business or an independent contractor because they have their own employees. So they're probably some type of corporation or LLC. And so they would again, they would not fall under that self-employed, but if they saw a reduction in wages, then they would be eligible too under this. If for some reason they were considered self-employed but had employees as well, then again, they would, for all intents and purposes, would be eligible. I'm talking in generalities because there's a couple other factors there.
Right, but for, so let's scrap the self-employed part of the question and just, so for a business owner that has employees that's required to close or sees a drastic reduction in business,
yes,
can they now apply for current UI, or
yes,
or they're not part of the category that can apply in a couple of weeks?
Right. So if they were an employer and they closed, and just because they were the owner, they're not disqualified or negated in any way. So they should be able to apply to it as long as, there's a bunch of eligibility requirements, but my understanding is that they would be eligible.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Senator Sorokin. After you unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay. So a quick question is, the $600 check, does that get added to the regular UI check, or is it said separately?
It's added.
It's added.
Yep.
Okay. And I for one would just like to encourage, to the extent possible, that we side on the side of hiring more people or starting up with more people with this vendor than less, because even though it might be proved to be overkill, I can't emphasize enough the messages I'm getting about how frustrated people are that they can't get somebody on the phone. Even if that person on the phone says, we'll have to get back to you, or I'll pass it along to somebody else. Just having a live person on the phone and having more lines, I think will help with the angst that's out there.
Great. I've made a note. Thank you.
Commissioner, I'd like to echo that because of something I hadn't quite appreciated until you mentioned a new platform or whatever for people who are going to be applying for this second new kind of benefit from the feds.
Yeah.
And I thought your honesty revealed itself helpfully when you said that it should be easier and should be self manageable. And then you said something like, I hope, or so I'm told. And I think all of us in state government, just like most in the private sector, know that web systems don't always go according to plan. And I would hate for us to not skimp, but to go on the conservative side of the number of bodies to assign for this task, basing that on a belief that this software is going to do the trick, only to find that it has glitches all over. And then we're dealing with all the people upset at the same time we're trying to find another solution. And there is an amazing amount of goodwill, I think, towards the department and towards all of the other departments in state government right now because of what you're going through. And but we will be about if the April 20th date you mentioned holds, we're talking 4 or 5 weeks since many people have earned a penny or received money, even if they might get made retroactive. The worry about paying bills is it's just growing with each day. And so I believe we should be treating it, frankly, just like we're treating hospital beds.
Okay.
With surge capacity, so that we hope we don't need it. But if it's there, we have handled people humanely through what is, for some of them, the first time they've ever suffered this way economically in their lives.
Thank you.
Other questions in the few remaining minutes? Representative Marcotte and Representative McCoy, any questions? I don't want to miss you before. Senator Benning, I know you're with us by phone. Any questions that you wanted to add before I turn back to Marcotte?
Nothing further, Tim. Thanks.
Okay. Representative Marcotte.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner, one thing we didn't talk about yet are the seasonal workers. And we have a number of businesses that are wanting to come back online, and they're not able to because they're not an essential business currently. And so how are we looking at those people that are currently on unemployment? Now they're going to be extended. Are they eligible, continue to be eligible for regular UI, but will they also be eligible for the federal $600 payment?
My understanding is yes. So the $600 should be applied to all. I'll confirm that and get back to you. We haven't really had a deliberate conversation about people who are already on UI, but they will also, if they're coming up on either their return to work date or their 26-week maximum, they will also automatically go into the extended benefits. That is the additional 13 weeks that the feds have created. I'll confirm the $600 for existing claims though for you, but my understanding is I believe they do.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, we've got time for maybe another question or two. Any questions? I'll close with one last question, Commissioner, for myself. Sorry, you were probably hoping you could.
No, that's fine.
Attend to. When people are putting in initial applications, they're submitting their email address, which is one of the ways they're receiving updates. Why are they receiving any hard snail mail when you have the email address?
So part of that is because our mainframe system, so we are able to capture their email address separate before the claim goes into the system. The mainframe system is so old that email addresses didn't exist when it was built. So there's actually no spot left for it to collect email addresses, let alone know what to do with them. But it does have the automated process. So it runs a job every night, and that job may be to determine, calculate eligibility for 5,000 people, and then literally issue out and print out 5,000 determinations,
okay.
Which then they go to the post office. So part of that is just, that is how the system was built. Again, when we talk about modernizing systems, when we envision the next system, which we've done some of that already, it would be predominantly, it would be little to no paper and predominantly electronic.
Okay. With the committee's indulgence, I'll leave the last question to Senator Starr.
I noticed, thank you, Commissioner, for all your hard work and the people that work for you. They are really appreciated. I wanted to ask, I got some correspondence from the U.S. Department of Labor, and in that article, it says PUA provides up to 39 weeks of benefits to qualified individuals. So is it 39 weeks or 26 weeks that you can get unemployment assistance?
For a second, I thought you were going to tell me the U.S. Department of Labor was calling you back to service to help out with processing claims. The 13 weeks is the 26 weeks plus, or the 39 weeks is the 26 weeks plus the 13 extended benefit weeks. So it's the two added together.
So it is 39 weeks total then, 13?
Up to, yeah. So again, the program, even the self-employed program, many of the same guidelines follow the state's existing UI program. So the maximum benefit amount and the 26-week max. But one of the pieces in the CARES Act also allowed for what the federal government calls extended benefits. And so they simply just authorized extended benefits across the board. So it gives anybody on UI up to an additional 13 weeks of benefits beyond the 26 weeks, which hopefully will not matter to those people who are recently unemployed. and hopefully we're able to go back to normal at that point, but there will be people who remain impacted, and this will help them. But it also becomes critical for those people, say, in the construction industry, who are already maybe 10 weeks in or 15 weeks into their unemployment. And so that 26 weeks, they're already approaching the end of that 26-week period. So the 13 weeks makes the added 13 weeks makes a big difference to them.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, committee, for letting me ask that.
Yeah, thank you, Bobby. Well, I think that's going to be a wrap. That was the last question I had seen. Commissioner, if, one of the things I think we all worry about, my guess is out of 180 legislators, almost all have forwarded a particular case or several to you or one of your crew. In a sense, it's natural that we would want to help the people who contact us. On the other hand, it's then putting them a leg up over everybody else. But what I'm going to suggest is if committee members have process suggestions based on some of the concerns we're hearing, and this applies to our colleagues who aren't on the committee, that's what we should primarily be focusing on sending to you and your direct team to solve the problem for many people if we identify something that we're hearing.
Yes, and I always welcome the communication. So please feel free to reach out if there's anything I can do.
Okay, great. Well, why don't we sign off then? And I think I speak for everybody that we appreciate just the unbelievable, unprecedented volume of activity in your department. Please thank all the people who are on the phones, especially whose jobs I cannot imagine how stressful it is, because every person they're speaking to is going through a very difficult time. So obviously it can wear down even the most resilient person. So thank your whole crew, and thank you.
I will pass that on. Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you, Michael.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we are officially starting the new Fane Select Board meeting. It is Monday, April 6th, 2020. This is the very first time that we're doing some virtual meetings, including Zoom and somebody on the phone. So Chris Williams is on the telephone, Shelley Hubert is on Zoom, Angela Sanborn is on Zoom, Mike Fitzpatrick, Jay Wilson, Lynetta, and myself, Marion Gowan, are here at Town Hall meeting. And in the future, if the public would like to join in our meetings, and this is probably the way it's going to be for a while, it's going to be virtual meetings. The town hall will be open to the public to come in and sit and participate. Tonight, we don't have any people as of yet. So, I'm calling the meeting to order. The first item is additions or amendments to the agenda. Is there anybody who has an addition or an amendment to the agenda, please? Okay. So we're moving to approval of minutes. And we have the minutes of,
Marion?
we have no minutes.
Two things I wanted to bring up to talk about was the emergency management plans, if it's been updated with the forms. It's kind of important that we all kind of know who is on that and what the document says. And also the town finance discussion that came through the Vermont League of Cities and Towns recommendations on how to handle certain things. I had asked Juanetta to make a copy of the town finance FAQs related to the COVID-19.
Okay, the first item that you mentioned, the people.
Excuse me? Oh, the first one, where are we on the emergency management plan update? Do we have the forms filled out?
Jay Wilson was here at our last meeting.
Okay.
And he reported at that time that basically he's following the emergency team is following state of Vermont rules. And we can have Jay talk about that maybe at the end of his road foreman report. The purpose of tonight, really, Shelley and everybody, is that we're going to try to get through this meeting without many extra things on the agenda, because some of us are sitting here without masks and gloves on. This is the first time we're trying virtual. And also, after this meeting, Angela and Mike have to stay here for quite a while doing the pay orders. So, because it's the first time working on all of this, I think Jay can talk about emergency.
Well, I think I can, we can wait on the emergency. I just wanted to know what the update was, because I know there are forms that need to be filled out, and I think each board member should have a copy of it. So in the future, let's put that back on the agenda as something as a follow-up. And the other is the town finance discussions. I think we need to discuss some of that. That needs attention.
Is that an emergency?
This isn't an emergency meeting. This is a regular board meeting, correct?
Yes, it is. But tonight we're only working on things that have deadlines that we have to deal with. And also a letter from.
Well, I think it's going to come up regarding the.
We'll put it on the future agenda.
People.
Chris?
No, excuse me.
Oh.
Never mind. I made my table and I'm saying what I think.
Well, I think it's really inappropriate, Chris.
You think it's inappropriate? When I sit at my table, I can say any goddamn thing I want to. Well, just realize that.
Okay, Chris, can I just remind you that this is going to be on public TV?
I don't care.
Well, I'm asking you to please be respectful to everybody the way we will be with you.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, dear.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Okay, so we don't have minutes to make.
Oh, I got somebody off already.
So can we just table the minutes for the next one? It's not a big rush. And keep moving right along, please.
Make a motion to table.
I make a motion to table the meeting approval of minutes till the next meeting that we have, date uncertain.
Okay, Mike, second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. I'll have it, and then we'll postpone that for next meeting. Okay, the next item on the agenda is road business and the road foremen and road commissioner support. Let's start with Wilson, please.
We had another burglar alarm at the town garage Friday morning. It's the same motion detector as 2 weeks ago. The home security came, replaced that detector, and replaced all the batteries.
Excuse me, Jay, can you speak just a little bit slower? It just comes muffled. Thank you.
We had another burglar alarm at the town garage Friday, and it was the same motion detector as 2 weeks ago. So home security came and replaced that detector and replaced all the batteries in the rest of the system. The permitting process continues on the sand salt shed and the Depot Road box culvert. Both of those, the people continue working. Still doing stuff. They're falling partially over and taking the back with it on South Worth Road. I'm working on someone to remove the trees. Mark Pickering and Scott Jensen are looking at it to come up with a plan for permanent repair. We're busy getting roads repaired for mud season. And I've been on a daily basis wiping down all the common surface Clorox spray at the garage, either after everyone has left for the day or before they come in. We're doing our best at having people drive only one vehicle or wiping them down if we do have to spray. If this goes on for a couple months, it's going to be very annoying process.
I'm not sure what he said.
Wiping down everything.
They're wiping down everything with Clorox.
Okay, so my thought here is, again, if it's not a, what is it called, like an emergency, I don't think that the highway crew should be out unless there's a failure in a road or a bridge, et cetera.
Well, that's what he was saying. They were fixing a spot on South Warsboro Road that needed to get done for people that need to drive on it.
But is the staff on duty now, though?
Yeah.
Because the governor has made an emergency declaration, and it's only for essential services. So unless there's an issue, I think we need to discuss about what their role is, and if they're not essential, they should not be out working. There's $1,000 fines that are going to be imposed.
The highway crew is considered essential employees.
May I say something?
Yes, Chris.
The town crew works on the road. They aren't together. They're working on the roads, grade the roads. One fifth person is doing one thing, one person's doing another. Let the road crew keep working on their road. If you don't, you're going to have a real problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Well, I think that the roads are very essential.
Because it specifically talks about municipal employees and road workers. So I don't know if we need to call a vote on it. It sounds like you're all, allowing this to happen. So, I mean, I'm just worried about people getting sick.
Can I say something about that?
Yes.
These gentlemen work apart. Jay has separated them. Each truck has a driver. The loader has a driver. Everybody has a driver. They're not doing anything that makes everybody sick. Now, let the road crew do their job if you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Thank you very much.
Okay, my suggestion.
Chris, it's really inappropriate the way you're talking. Really inappropriate.
Okay, Shelley, I would like to say that probably, but my guess is that Jay Wilson and Chris, who are the people who oversee the roads and the road crews, would not be working if it was detrimental to anybody. I think right now what Jay and Chris are saying is it would be detrimental not to work on the roads because it's a very difficult time of year with mud season coming, trees falling down on the road. It would be terrible if they didn't work. So in my opinion, and I think in others, it is considered an essential job.
Mary, can I say one more thing?
Yes.
The road crew is working on the road. They're working, just like I said, separated. They're doing what has to be done. And if the town would leave them alone and let them do their job as it needs to be done, everything will get straightened out. Everything will be all right.
Well, I think as a select board members, we have the right to have questions, to make questions about what's going on and to follow the law.
Shelley, it's fine to have questions, and that's not the problem. The problem is that I think that right now the road crew.
I get it, Marion. I understand that the springtime, the roads need work.
Yeah.
I understand that part of it.
No, so I'm saying that Jay as a road foreman and Chris as a road commissioner, I think are going to be the ones who know the best about what is important and essential for us.
Yes, but Marion, we are select board members, so I mean, there are staff. They're hired to do the work of the town. So, I mean, if you guys want to make a ruling that we're going to overrule what the governor's law has stated, that's, I'm just stating that I'm not real keen about it.
But that is only if they're considered not essential. If they're essential employees, they can still go out and work. And unfortunately, with mud season, our dirt roads need to be taken care of. They can't just sit and wait.
Hello?
Well, I'm just saying that if they're not out, if they're out there doing an emergency thing, that's one thing. We have a gentleman over in Wilmington that died of this virus. It can happen to any one of us.
Like I told Jay, I said, town of Putney over there, the crew is not allowed to drive.
Can you speak up, Mike?
Town of Putney, when I was talking to Karen, their road crew's still working. They're not allowed to mingle in the drive-through right there. You can't go out to lunches and stuff like that. They're there to assign a vehicle. They all come in the morning, they get the vehicles to go to work.
Well, that's what Chris is saying.
But I mean, right now, they're still running out the drive. Still running out the drive, and just like that, one thing, Christopher probably shouldn't be done. You know?
Okay, so is my understanding that when the men show up from work, they go into the garage to get their vehicles, and then one by one, that they each their own vehicle,
The
they
buddies
leave?
actually park all the vehicles outside. They don't do them outside, they're not in the garage, not allowed to.
I can't hear what they're saying. Can you, Angela?
No, I can't hear Mike.
Yeah, what Mike is saying is that in Putney right now, the garage and road crew people are not going into the actual building of the road crew. They are picking up their trucks which are parked outside. And I think right now without the snow anymore, you could probably do the same, right? And then the gentlemen just come in the morning and pick up their vehicle, and then they go off on their own to the business.
I think that's fine. And then I also think that if any member of the road crew feels that they shouldn't be at work, they should take it upon themselves to talk to Jay and explain that. We all have that decision, whether we go in or stay home. You know, anytime you should make that choice for yourself.
They're aware of that any one of them are welcome to not come in. So, there's days like you get a heavy rain, you can't go out too much on the road. What do you want to do? If they stay home, how do they, do we still pay them? How do they do it? I don't know how to.
Oh, that's a good question.
I think the road foreman should work with the road crew, tell them what's going on, tell them how things are, let them do it themselves. I don't think we should micromanage them and tell them what the hell's going on. They know what's going on, they know if there's a problem, they know if it shouldn't be there, they know everything. Those people are not ignorant people. Just leave them alone, let them do their job.
Mike Maine has the butchering to do so with Dr. Bell, and they gave whatever.
I can't hear him.
That's fine, but I just didn't know if we have a day where we feel we can go out and do something separately. How do you want to handle it?
Thanks. Yeah, I think that a little close to tell it easy.
I don't like this whole thing, no matter what either, you know, like I said, I'm no different than the person. I go to work and buy myself. As of tomorrow, they're gonna find things out what's up. And I said, I don't know why the hell, what's the difference between us and the road crews or anybody else like that? There's a lot of jobs, a lot of guys that are logging. There's work by themselves off this, just to come out with this order that they don't start finding everything, people go to work, well, maybe they'll have to be in money backing it up.
I can't hear Michael.
Michael was saying, he's talking about the rule that's supposed to be in effect as of tomorrow, that people shouldn't go to work. But at the same time, it's essential work that the road crew has to do, that Mike and other people, loggers have to do.
Oh, I know, I said, we're no different than the road crews or anybody like that.
They're no different than the road crew.
Yeah, we're not with a bunch of public. You're by yourself all day long.
Right.
And all that stuff like that, but as of tomorrow, they can either find here, they even said they even could put you in jail.
So, Jay, I was out calling the state first thing in the morning and saying, did the new thing go through for me? We would like to know.
I mean, I know this is serious shit going on.
No, I know.
It's really going to be looked at, no matter what. I mean, it's can't just take it for granted. I mean, you know, we all know how very angry. I mean, it's not good. But, you know, I mean, on the other hand too, you know, people have to survive, you know. You can't just shut everybody. I mean, places they tell you can go to work, and places you should be going. That's the stores. You know, you go in there and there's 100 people in their shop and tell you to get up and you got the place, you know. And that's everybody's all right, you know, you can go to that.
Well, would everybody agree that Jake called the Vermont State tomorrow, the governor's office, whomever he has called, and ask permission and see what they say about road crews being essential?
Sure. That sounds great.
I agree with that. Can everybody agree with that? Kelly, do you hear me? You're muted. Kelly, don't mute.
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
What I'm saying is I would like to have a vote, so to speak, in terms of having Jay call State of Vermont tomorrow morning when he gets to work and ask, is the road crew considered essential for the people to work on the roads where their trees have fallen, where there's mud, or do they want those people to stay at home also?
Yeah, I think you need to get clarification. It, in case of an emergency, yes, I could see the road crew being out there, but it's supposed to be, everyone's supposed to be staying at home and away from other people.
I want to know what the governor's office says to Jay as road crew foreman. I can't hear you.
I said I read it. I read the material. What's essential?
Get them going. The guys are not working tight together. They're away from everybody. Let the gentlemen do their job.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to take a vote on it. I think Jay should go and contact and get the essential, who's essential, and regarding the road crew.
Does everybody agree?
Get clarity on it.
Andrea, is that okay with you?
Yes, that is fine.
Thank you. Chris, is that okay with you?
Repeat that to me, please.
That I suggested that Jay call the state of Vermont first thing tomorrow morning from the road crew garage, and ask if they are considered essential workers.
Yes, no problem.
Okay, great. And Mike, you agree? Okay, we all have voted yes, that Jay will call.
Great.
Yay.
Yay.
Thank you, everybody. We need a motion now to accept Jay's road crew. Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, any further?
I'll second.
No. Okay, motion and Jay's report. And Chris. Okay, moving right along to administrative assistance report.
A very brief one. I've been working from home remotely in the evenings, checking emails, looking at the mail, talking with Mary and setting up conferences and planning what's going to be essential to the select immediately, and just trying to keep things moving and efficiently.
Also, Renetta is doing training with BCTV to get this Zoom on and to get the office working to have this happen. And Peter, who is the assistant to Carroll Town Clerk, has been in here working with Renetta this afternoon and maybe before that. So there's good teamwork going on in this building.
Definitely.
That's wonderful.
there a motion to accept Juanetta's report?
I'll make the motion to accept Juanetta's report.
Further discussion? Discussion? No, thank you, Juanetta, very much. Okay. Now, we don't have any unscheduled matters to cover. So we are moving on to the important business at hand tonight, the old business, which is now has a time limit to it, and that is to review the lease agreement for the cat excavator. And the question will be to consider renewing the excavator for at least another year or return it. And we need to know this within a few weeks.
I'll make a motion to renew it for another year. Thank you very much.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a second in order to discuss it. So now discussion. Jay, do you want to start?
So the guys have their ideas of what they would like. They feel the tracked one that's a little smaller would be handier. Logistically, I think that could be a nightmare moving it around all the time. It has to be trailer. This one's nice. You're able to drive where you need to go. So it's very hard to find one machine that will do everything we want to do. I think this one's a little more versatile than a smaller track would be. I just can see that we were able to go through the covered bridge with this one because we're able to sneak through, whereas the other one we have to go over the.
Can't hear you, Jay.
We're able to go through the covered bridge with this one, and if we had a tracked one, we'd have to go over to the beach work, which if it's slippery at all isn't always good. I don't know. I think we've been able to do quite a bit of stuff with it.
How often is it used?
We put about 340 hours of move on this summer.
40 hours in the summer?
So we've had it for a year. And so what are the projects that have been done up with it?
The lake, two spots. We did ditching on Newfane Hill. We did ditching on Elmsville. 20 plus culverts. We did the work for the Hunterbrook bridges, moving of the old ones and the.
Can't hear you.
What was that?
Can't hear you.
We did the Hunterbrook bridges with it. Pulled a number of stumps and rocks that were, hitting lanes, plows. Quite a bit of stuff that we haven't been able to do with this tobacco before. We had a rock that was thrown inside of a small car. We got out of one of the roads. So,
Have you been able to use the brush cutter?
we used it some. We ran into a lot of problems with neighbors. The power company had come through and everybody was still a little raw from all the cutting they did. And so it was a lot of people were coming out and questioning why we had to cut the road back and so forth.
Why you were cutting it back?
Yes.
Really?
Did you say 340 or 500?
340. I think the normal usage for town was like 3.
I can't hear you.
Looked up what they usually figure the hours. They base our warranty on how many hours the towns usually use them.
Yep.
The range was 350 to 500 hours was the average for a town per year. The machine that we rented the previous year,
You have to sit forward, I think, to project.
the machine we rented the previous year, the wheeled excavator, was $5,900 a month, which comes out if you rent it for the summer, like $29,000 or something. If you rent a smaller one, I think it comes out to $20. Something like that.
Well, the track one, they'll cover 3,500 a month.
Right.
And like I said, you wouldn't have to rent for summer, you can rent for fucking.
I can't hear what Mike's saying.
No, the thing is, if you're only putting 300 hours a year on it, that figures up to like $100 an hour. Right?
Yeah, it's cost-wise.
Losing it, and then you got the guys running it, you got fuel, you got carry insurance. Almost to the point where it's a lot cheaper to hire someone just to do the work.
So you're saying the cost of using it versus the cost of renting something or buying something, it kind of is the best situation.
Shelley, wait, let him finish and then you can talk.
I couldn't hear him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like I said, if you put on roughly 300 hours or so a year, that's $100 an hour.
Right.
Then you got the operator running it, which is costing, what's the guy cost it down, 30 some bucks an hour? So then you got 130 some bucks an hour there, you got your insurance on that, you got fuel going, that's where you're done spending, you're spending probably, you're probably spending goddamn, 150, 60 bucks an hour for that machine. Where you could hire somebody for a hell of a lot cheaper.
A lot of our ditch work, though, you can't just do all of it in one shot. You have to do pieces, place the culverts, so the machine sits a lot. Whereas it's not like you get to go out and run it for 300 hours. It takes you months to get that done because so much time has to sit while you do the other part.
Like I was saying before, right? And this grant money, that should be off the market by the time. You didn't have, that should be good, but you get a better deal. People, if they put a contractor to do it, they can count it. And furthermore, it takes away from the town doing the maintenance on the road. The way I look at a road crew, it's a road crew is the maintenance. Many of them do it on the road. And they never have, and most of them don't. They just doing the project, they put it down there. And I think that's the way to go. I mean, especially if they right now, they got people out of work, get it done for a little now. I'm not the, like I said, when we first started about getting one of these, we were looking at randomized, get a good used machine for when they're operating the road, they can take that out there. Everybody I talked to just think this thing's way too big for our road. I don't really give a shit one way or the other. I've had a lot of people back there just off and together.
The grant money paid for $16,000 worth of it this year.
so 16,000 is paid. Thirteen thousand is paid, but people who got the town. Is that a grant that we can apply for on a yearly basis?
Yes, we apply for 2 every year. We've got 1 so far.
That's the good word. That ain't we're doing, what he's saying is, by what they get by hours on it, you figure so much an hour, that they get that.
If not, well,
No, you don't, they're not just gonna give you a grant.
They give you a grant for the good work. All your equipment, so our backhoe gets reimbursed, our dump trucks get reimbursed, guys, based on how much use you use.
so the grant is also for salary. So let's say we didn't use, what was the alternative? Anybody?
Use one for you, need it for the gym, send it back.
And how much is that?
That's what- the one that set up grocery shop is out there.
Can you hear? No.
The one they thought they wanted is $3,500 a month. For the rubber trash, for the buckets and all that stuff.
So that's more than, but it's.
Marion,
Yes,
I make a motion to renew police. The taxpayers have paid it. They have already offered it. Renew the lease for another year. That's what I got to say.
They've already come back. That's set. Now we discuss it.
yeah, you made that motion, Chris, and Michael seconded, and we're in the discussion period right now.
Okay.
So we're considering it.
I think what we should do right now is go over it for the next 2 weeks. There's no way to get out of it. So I do say I think these grants. Broker has always got plenty to do with maintaining our. Last year, when they were on Sunset Lake Road, they occupied and they put them behind over a month and a half because they were working on that road. Instead of working on the town road.
We can't hear Michael.
I'm just saying, I think what we ought to do tonight, we'll look this thing over a little bit more, take it the rest of the next, between now and our next meeting, look this contract over, go through it. And if you can't get out of it, so you gotta rent it one more year, we'll rent it one more damn year. But I said, I still think all this grant money that we get for different things can be put out to bid. And the guys, they only use that to work on the road as maintenance, use it for that. I heard the head got that too, and that, you know, kind of brush. And you got Chris do it. Now, that's so much, they said that that's a vibration to it now too. That's what they said, they tell. Be like a balanced shack, right?
I don't know, I tried it.
Well, it's really good. But I mean, balance, there's vibrators, it's gonna pull the bearings out of it, and see it out of it.
I would like to reword the motion, and I don't know if that's allowed with that. So you correct me, you and Chris is correct. But what your motion is to look over the lease and see if you can get out of it. And if you can't get out of it, then we'll lease it for next year. I would prefer to say, to make a motion saying that we look over the lease in the next 2 weeks, not with the purpose of getting rid of it, but then making a decision based on real facts. Should we keep it? So that it's still, we're not wiping it out. So that we can be respectful to both
I mean,
sides.
it's just like what I said that I wanted to do last year.
Can't hear you, Mike.
I said what I said last year, even when we got it, I didn't like the idea of just putting it as a lease payment or rental equipment, you know. And the thing, I'd rather have it go as a damn article in the town vote if they want to buy it. But like I said, right now, you're hearing a bunch of this in the morning. That should have been put into an article in the warning. For us to vote to spend $30,000 a year to purchase. This right?
Yes.
Right now, we're going, right now, every year, we're putting in rental equipment money that we pay for rent. Doesn't say that we're buying it.
Well, no, I remember talking that whether we would buy it or rent it.
Mary, we can't hear you.
Chris would like to say something. What would you like to say, Chris?
I got one thing to say. That loader we bought, it's the same type of purchase. And that was perfectly all right. Nobody complained about that. Now, what the heck is the problem? What we're doing now? Thank you very much.
Because it says that it goes to that loader, doesn't it? The payment every year goes to that purchase, that loader. Bratt divided the bucket. This is just in there with a bunch of money. There's not a separate line item that says that. There's a grand total of X amount of dollars that they voted on to put in the budget. What I'm saying is if it should have been put as an article, that's what Caterpillar is saying. We should have an article in our town report saying that we were going to allocate $30,000 to rent and purchase the rubber tire excavator.
Are you talking about this year's town report?
That's what the Caterpillar thing says.
That's what the lease actually says that we should have brought into the town.
So I think what we should do is take this thing and you gotta reach out a copy, let's look it over, talk back and forth with the Caterpillar guy. And if there's no other alternative, we're gonna have to pay $30,000 this year. Another year, put it in the goddamn article that we're gonna vote on. Everybody knows it. If they don't like it, they come and vote the thing out. You can even have it go into an article like the Australian ballot, not just a show of hands. Throughout the day, people come in, they put their yes or no if they want to purchase that thing. If they don't, the thing goes bye-bye.
Did you get that, Shelley? Shelley?
I hear it.
Okay, Shelley.
It's better if you speak towards the computer, I think.
Okay, what Mike was saying was that, I think what he's saying is that it's possible that we might have to lease it again.
Yes.
But we have to talk to the person, the company who owns the excavator and talk about the lease. If we don't return it, then Mike is suggesting then we have to rent it, lease it for one more year, and then it must be an article on the time when town meeting comes where even the public would be able to vote on having this equipment being leased the third year or not. Is that correct?
Well, even if they voted on it one time, to put this money in every year to go to a rental purchase of this excavator. Right now, we're just throwing this in as a one thing in the budget. So the, like I said, it's comes up about $100,000, $120,000. It's crazy for different things. And half of them don't even know what it's for. Now,
Is there a reason that it wasn't?
And according to Caterpillar, it should have been voted on at town meeting in an article, unless it says it's one that you removed.
Well,
so that was overlooked.
Yeah, Caterpillar didn't say that. Okay.
So as I said, we'll have to go over this thing, talk to them a little bit, see what it is. So they can't get out of it, we'll have to lease it one more year. Come down meeting, bring it as an article. We'll get the vote on it, I'll show you the ballot throughout the day, just like we do the rest of the thing. And at the end of the day, they say yes or no, there you go.
So it seems that it could have been voted on at town meeting this year as an article. And for whatever reason, that didn't happen. So Mike is suggesting that we might lease it again for one more year. That we might have to lease it again for one more year. And then put it in an article for town meeting day where the public will vote on whether to spend the money on this excavator or not.
Well, I read the lease, and the lease did state that it had to go before the board for this last town meeting.
Right, but it was overlooked.
I understand that.
Okay.
So let's just go through the paperwork.
May I speak, Marion?
Yes, Chris.
Okay. We both do it. Then it's gotta be, put it on a ballot whether they want to purchase it or lease it for another year. And that will make things very much simpler.
That's the way it was supposed to have been done.
We're gonna look everything over and then.
I looked it over, but I don't think everyone else has yet. But I think we're obligated for another year.
Yeah, we've looked it over.
Yeah.
We've looked it over.
Excuse me, I realize that we're obligated for another year. Now, we've got to work out what we want to do future. Now, we've had it 2 years. It might be smarter for the town to buy it outright after that. You've got to look at the purchase price, what the town can buy it for, and it might be a lot smarter just to buy it.
Well,
That. I don't know how I'm not making any sense. But
no, I understand. I think we understand what you're saying. And I think since this is an issue that we want to have come up on next town meeting day.
Correct.
In 1 year, a little less than a year, we have quite a bit of time to make sure that we will put an article out, we will discuss it, we will go over the leases, we'll make sure that it'll be done correctly.
Does the rest of the board agree with me or not?
Do you agree, Mike?
Well, it's like I said, I want everybody to copy it, the story is complete.
Yeah, we're gonna go, everybody.
Well, I just like to say that we can get out of the lease, but we would have to pay a penalty, and it would be, if we wanted to push it on the lease, so that we could break the lease. But at this point, if he feels that he's going to be using the machine and it's worthwhile, we're into it for another year. And when it comes back up for next year before a town meeting, we need to get it in as an article, and we can discuss it prior to town meeting day.
That's what I just said, that we have almost a full year to discuss this now.
Right.
We review the contract, and we will make sure that before town meeting, that everything is in place to put an article into the town meeting day and be voted on.
Now, the article should be put in, what to redo it, what to purchase it.
Well, that's something that I think we need to decide as a select board at the time.
Well, all right, I'm just telling you like I feel.
Right. We're gonna go. Right. We're going to go through the lease next meeting. Everybody has a copy of the lease, is that correct?
Yes, and I think we should also ask the dealer to give us a summary of what the lease requires us to do. And and what it would cost for us to get out of it if we chose to do that.
Okay. It's in the agreement.
That's what I said. But between now and the next meeting, we'll all read over the contract, I ain't had a chance to read it, and then we'll decide by that point.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, there's no sense of point down there, it's all here. I haven't looked it over there, I think Shelley's looked it over.
I looked it over.
It has.
When and I,
So,
spent a long time looking
I
at it.
mean, it's just like I said, what you told me the other day, that wasn't in the article, the vote on it. If Putnam pulled it out, you could get out of it.
I can't hear you, Mike.
Well, then talk to them. I don't care if he's fucking him or not. I don't care. He's been saying it all night. So.
Okay, we're gonna clean it up.
Now, I just want to say that I want to go this thing. We got till the end of the month.
Yes, we're going to do that. And our next meeting is the 30th. Yeah, we're on the wrong calendar. Sorry, that's the mark.
20th is our next meeting.
April 20th. April 20th is our next meeting, God willing, we're all here in the library. Okay? Is that good for everybody? Angela? I can't hear you. Can't hear you.
April 20th?
Yes, Angela, you're not on. Angela? Nobody can hear you.
Are you muted? Muted?
You say yes?
Yes, you will.
Yes, okay. Okay. So do we need to vote again?
Okay, so can I make a motion that we contact the dealer?
No, we have the motion already on the floor.
Motion on the table was
So you can vote on that, but then I wanted to make a motion to contact the dealer if we're not going to do that.
So we're gonna vote on that motion and put another motion.
Because it only references the meeting on March 3rd, 2020. Hello?
I think it's including, Mike has offered to go and talk to the lease person.
Yeah, but I think we need it in writing. We need a statement in writing from the dealer so that we all have it in black and white.
I will have that done. Who's going to go with you? You and Jay? Jay and Mike are going to go and talk to the dealer and have it in writing, whatever the decision is. And we will discuss, we will vote on it.
Regarding how we can go forward as far as another year.
That's what we're talking
about. The motion on the table was Chris made a motion.
Yeah, I know, Marion. I just wanted to clarify because it's kind of hard to understand what's going on.
Mary, the motion on the table is Chris made the motion to remove the leaves. Mike seconded in order to discuss. So we need to have a vote on that motion or amend.
Can't hear it, Juanita.
The only one that can amend the would be the one that made the motion.
Can you hear me now, people?
Yep.
You can? Yeah. Good. I'm all set.
I can. But I can't hear Juanita.
Somebody is doing a motion. You can vote on the motion. So the motion was made by Chris to review the lease. Mike seconded it in order to discuss. You either need to vote on it that way, or you need to amend the motion. Anybody can.
That's the case, and I guess, we'll just go through this contract and our next meeting, we'll go through.
I can't hear it.
Okay, so Mike is making a motion that we're going to go through the lease during the next 2 weeks. We're going to read the lease, and you also should add that you and Jay will go and talk to the dealer. That's part of the.
So that is an amendment to Christopher's motion.
Right.
Okay.
We will meet at our next meeting, April 20th, and vote on it. Okay? Is that good for everybody?
Can I second his amended motion?
Yes, you may.
I'm seconding his amended motion, please.
Any further discussion before we vote on it? Okay. All those in favor of the motion that was made, that Mike and Jay are going to talk to the dealer during the next 2 weeks, and we are going to reread or read for the first time the whole lease, and we will discuss that at our April 20th meeting and make a final vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chris?
Marion,
Yes.
I'm the road commissioner. Whatever I say doesn't mean shit. Thank you very much. I'm all done.
Are you going to vote?
No, I'm not going to vote.
Well, Chris, we had your motion and we added to it that we were going to read over the lease during the next 2 weeks. And Jay, okay, and Jay and Mike will go and speak to the dealer, and then we will come back and discuss everything that was found out and what we read, and then we'll vote on it next time. Are you willing to vote on that, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. So the ayes have it, and the motion passes. Okay? Thank you, everybody. Okay. We don't know, we have to find out.
We can't hear you out here in Zoom land, folks. Just saying.
It's really frustrating because you guys need to project your voices.
Would you have everybody on Zoom? No.
Next time we need to get a microphone on that table.
Right.
And then we come up with this, but I mean, we're doing a whole freaking agenda to try and bunch of it. I don't think we're not supposed to be hanging around together. We shouldn't be hanging around. Then we're yelling.
Mike, can you lean forward?
I said, I don't really like this whole TV deal, you know, because we're not supposed to be hanging out. And now we're having to yell at the top of our damn lungs so you can get it so everybody can hear me. I said, our last meeting, the only thing we were really going to be doing was
pay orders.
To do the pay order. This is turning into a full meeting.
Yeah, because we found out about this deadline, which you, the ones who pointed out to us, thanks, which was great.
Which I think probably would get totally handled, you know, on the side. I don't know, but it's.
How would we handle it?
Marion.
Yes, Chris.
I agree with Mike 100%. And this is a bunch of BS, having a big blowout meeting. And I disagree with it. We voted not to do it. And Mike's 100% right.
We voted not to do what?
Have regular meetings. It was just supposed to be Mike and I getting together to do pay orders. Because we're really not supposed to be hanging out with each other around a table.
Right. No, I understand that, but
people don't like the Zoom meetings, which is frustrating because we can't hear everything. However,
you guys hear each other all right?
There's still
oh yeah.
We need a microphone on the table.
I can hear Shelley and Christopher clear.
So if we were all, then it would be easier.
Right.
Yes.
Then we have to, what we have to do.
Well, you have to have two people come in and do the pay order.
And that's supposed to be myself and Mike, so that's fine too. I could also do a Zoom meeting in another room at the town office with my laptop, so that's fine too. It's all good, but I think we need to start wrapping this up and moving along so that we can get all of our business done. And
fine with me.
All right.
Everybody got a letter, I think, by an email from the letter that Bob Fisher wrote a letter regarding the select board to follow the oath of office, particularly about when to do that we cannot change things. Please read that letter. We can go into correspondence.
have we all read that letter? Do we need to make a motion or anything to accept his guidance? And
I haven't read it because I got it late this afternoon.
You didn't get it on Wednesday last week when I sent the agenda?
Yeah, I was here when she sent it out.
Oh, I didn't get it. Sorry. I just saw it this afternoon.
Yeah, I was sitting with Winetta when she mailed those out last week.
I personally do not think that this is an emergency that we need to deal with this evening.
Okay.
Personally.
Okay, we're not having executive session. I and Angela are going to be doing pay orders, so we can adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We'll be in touch about how to do this on April 20th.
do we have Damien, Beth Festigi, Tom,
Bye, Tucker.
Steve Howard here? And is that who we have?
Yeah, Damien's on the call.
Damien, Beth?
Damien, how are you feeling?
I'm still a little under the weather, but I think I'm getting better.
Have you been sick? I didn't know.
Yeah, I took part of the day off on Friday. So it seems like a bad cold. That's it.
Get yourself tested.
Hello, we have two callers, one whose number ends in 519 and another who ends in 191. Can you identify yourself, please?
This is Beth Pierce, 191 2298191.
Thank you.
Tim Duggan is the number ending 519.
Thank you.
And Jeanette Beth Festigi has joined us.
Okay, great. Thank you.
With
and
that
is Steve Howard
Good
here?
afternoon.
Hello?
Ashlyn Doyon, 5953197.
Thank you.
No Steve Howard.
Steve Howard. Okay, great. Thanks. So I think that this section on state workers, I apologize if there was a little confusion here, but we aren't talking now necessarily about the retirement issue. That's, I believe, on for tomorrow. Is that right? Yes.
Tomorrow, okay.
But today we were just going to get a what?
I thought it was Thursday, but I might be.
Oh, I mean Thursday.
It's Thursday.
Thursday, that's our next meeting day. I'm sorry. But today we're hearing an update from the on the state workers, what we need to do. There were some questions last time about how many were working from home and what some of the issues were. So we thought we'd get an update today. So with that, how would you like to proceed with the committee? Steve first and then Beth?
So Madam Chair, if I could, this is Beth Pierce. I'm going to sign off, and I believe Tim will as well, but I'm hoping Ashlyn will stay on the line just to listen. And
Sure.
And thank you very much, and we'll talk to you on Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Beth.
Bye.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
All right, so Steve Howard, would you like to update us on any issues there are and around the Pay Act, and if we know what we're going to be doing with that?
I don't know if Steve is here. Oh, there he is. There he is. There he is.
Oh, there, I see him.
Okay. Steve? Are you unmuted?
Yeah,
Yes.
we hear you.
We hear you. We just don't see your mouth.
We only see you from the nose up.
And you apparently have renamed yourself.
Yes. My drag name.
There you are.
You look like an Amy.
Oh, don't get started.
Okay. Would you like to update us a little bit on where we are with state employees?
Me, yes, I can. I'm sorry?
I said thank you.
You're welcome, Madam Chair. Thank you. I don't know if there's a record, but if there is a record, my name is Steve Howard. I'm the Executive Director of the VSEA. Let's see. I think there's a few things that are on state employees' minds. The first is there are a number, I think we're starting to see the flow of masks finally getting out to at least the healthcare facilities. There's a lot of stockpiled masks and materials. There's a lot of concern in the prisons that protective equipment has not been handed out there. And it's also true in the healthcare facilities that they have a stash, they have a stockpile. Management's waiting for something to happen in those facilities. Our members would like those materials distributed to prevent the spread of COVID to those facilities. So there's a difference of opinion there. But it would be good to get sort of a public inventory so that everybody knows exactly what each facility has in terms of their stockpile. Because we hear differing numbers and it's not being well communicated to staff what's actually being stored. We're also, the VSEA is strongly urging the administration and the legislature. We have talked to the appropriation leadership and the appropriations committees to follow the lead of the private sector, like the folks at the co-op, that just in the grocery stores and the other private sector entities that are providing hazard pay to their workers. Those workers, of course, in the grocery stores and the pharmacies and all of those private sector businesses that are keeping us together deserve the hazard pay. They're doing great work. But it's one thing to be stocking shelves. It's another thing to be guarding a murderer. And that, I think, is something that we have to consider as part of the $1.3 billion that's come to the state. We think some of that needs to recognize the danger that these state employees are putting themselves in by going into work and dealing with the public, with patients, or with prisoners, frankly. We remind people that in our prisons today, we have some of the most dangerous offenders we've ever had in Vermont's prison system. So that is a very big concern. And we are also waiting. I see Commissioner Fastigi, and she's going to get an email and a call from me probably this afternoon. We are waiting for a proposal to be able to answer the hundreds of phone calls and emails we're getting from state employees wondering what the leave situation is going to be after the COVID leave agreement expires on Sunday on April 5th. You know, we have parents, single parents with kids who don't know what to do with their kids or trying to educate their kids. And a lot of folks who are relying on that COVID leave, and we're counting on the administration to have a proposal sooner rather than later so that we're not backed up against the deadline with parents panicking because they don't know what they're going to do with their kids, or people who are sick, frankly, are taking care of somebody who's sick and they don't know where or what the situation is going to be after Sunday. So those are the main things. The other thing I'll just flag for you, and we have flagged it for the administration and also for the appropriations committees, is there's a small amount of money in the budget, $120,000, that is appropriated as a result of the contract for the Child and Elder Care Committee, which is a contractual committee that gives out reimbursements every year for child and elder care expenses. You can imagine in this situation, there are going to be quite a few of those, some unanticipated. It's a small amount, it's $120,000. But because they're likely going to have to extend the deadline to July 15th, because they rely on the federal income tax forms, we are concerned that the administration may sweep that money in their normal end of the year sweep. And we'd be stuck in a situation where there would not be grants for state employees for either child care or for elder care. They're small grants, they're like up to $250, I think. So we flagged that for the appropriations committees, and Commissioner Gresham has been made aware of it. The Secretary of Administration has been made aware of it. Small amount, but to the committee members and the recipients, it means a great deal. I won't even mention Woodside because it's such a disaster. I'll let the policy committee take that up, but it is a huge disaster, and it's an example of what happens when you don't listen to state employees and you don't include them in the decision-making process before you abruptly make a decision and move kids to what used to be apparently a doctor's office, an unsecure situation where we now have kids escaping from Woodside because the windows aren't locked, the doors aren't locked. It's a complete disaster. And someone should have spoken to the state employees before they made this decision. So that's my happy, cheery report.
Well, thank you for happy, cheery. And just in terms of Woodside, Judiciary is looking at that. So I think that it's best to leave it to them because that's such a specific case there. But we can recommend, committee, do you have any questions for Steve?
Yeah, actually, I would just wonder if is there a way to give me a picture of what hazard pay looks like? A certain amount per hour or something like that? What do you mean by hazard? I mean, I know what you mean by hazard pay.
For instance, the members of the United Electrical Workers who work at City Market just got a $3 an hour bonus.
Okay.
You're seeing that also being offered in some of the private sector grocery stores. A lot of the private sector employers are recognizing the hazards that people are putting themselves, facing themselves, putting themselves in the dangerous situations that they're willing to face in order to keep what's left of our society functioning.
Right. And you said the leave plan ends this Sunday? Current leave plan?
The current leave agreement expires on April 5th.
I'd just say, if I may, Jeanette, on hazard pay, where I've heard it rolled out in the private sector, people were only earning minimum wage. I would dare say the correctional officers are earning a lot more than that. I mean, they may well be due hazard pay, but these are people who are well paid on the whole, right? I mean, it's the Hannaford's employees are a different kettle of fish in a way. They're paid a lot less than correctional officers.
I'm not sure that's true in every case. I think it depends on each officer, but it has less to do with their pay and more to do with the danger that they're exposing themselves to, the lack of protective equipment that's provided, and the danger they're exposing their families to.
So, Steve, if you were to suggest hazard pay for state employees, would it be pretty much limited to those who are in kind of congregate places like the prisons and the healthcare facilities?
I think the way I would look at it is if you're being called in to serve the public, if you are serving patients or prisoners, like for instance, we have family service workers who are still doing supervised visits, who are still going into homes to investigate child abuse and neglect. They are now finally getting some protective equipment, masks, but those are pretty dangerous situations even without a virus. And I think that would be an example. I think if you're being called in to serve the public, patients, or prisoners, if you're working in a state office building, you are not able to work from home, and you're serving the public, patients, or prisoners, you definitely should be on the list for hazard pay.
Okay. Would you make a list of all of those?
We can definitely do our best to do that.
Okay. So some of those, any more questions for Steve?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Fastigi, do you want to help us understand some of these and whatever else you wanted to tell us?
Sure. Hi, this is Beth Fastigi, Commissioner of Human Resources. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Great. Okay. Yes, let's see. I think I'll just take Mr. Howard's order and just kind of run through where he is on that. Let's see. I don't really have any updates on corrections and personal protective equipment at corrections. About stockpiles, I can't really respond to that. This is the first I've heard of issues with protective equipment there, and I'm sure Steve has brought this up to Commissioner Baker, and I'm sure they're working through all that stuff. So I don't have any real response for those. He talked about hazard pay, a little bit hazard pay. I don't know what we call it, if it's if it's hazard pay or heroic pay for people who are working with people who are known to or expect to be exposed or have COVID-19. That certainly is something that the administration is interested in exploring with the VSEA. I would have to say that I don't think that employees who are working in state buildings, for example, are doing their regular job where they may have to go out in public but have no more exposure than they might if they're actually going to the grocery store, would actually be eligible for hazard pay just because they're actually coming to work. That doesn't seem to make sense to me, but I think that we recognize that there are situations where some employees aren't used to or expecting to work in situations where they might be exposed to a pandemic illness. So certainly healthcare workers in 24-hour facilities, especially if there's a known COVID outbreak in a prison, or if you have to work in, if there's an area of a prison you might have to work in where there's known COVID-19 patients. I mean, that certainly is something that makes sense to consider. Let's see.
The leave.
With leave, okay, so leave, with respect to leave, I mean, we did have a agreement with the VSEA, and for the past it was about 14 days of leave. We provided extra leave for employees. So even if employees had enough sick leave, accumulated sick leave or annual leave or comp time or personal leave, if they had to take leave because they were exposed to COVID-19 or under quarantine, or if they had to take care of their kids, the state actually provided some extra leave so that it was kind of at no fault of the employees and no harm to the employees. We provided an extra leave that was good until, as Steve said, this weekend. So what we've been doing now is digesting the 2 new federal leaves. There's an emergency sick leave federal legislation, and there's also kind of an extension of FMLA. So we've been reviewing those and seeing what we need to do to make sure we're in compliance and alignment with those. And then once we've figured all that out, we'll be meeting with the union and having those discussions if there's anything else we can do to make it easier on employees. Employees still are, of course, at any time able to use their accumulated leave, and we do have generous leave plans. But we do recognize that this is extremely exceptional circumstances that we are under, and we want to make sure that our employees are taken care of. And I just have to say, I'm seeing Senator Polina's beautiful flowers at his location, and it's just cheering me up and making my day a little better by seeing Senator Polina's beautiful flowers that he's in.
I know.
So thank you for cheering me up a little bit.
My pleasure.
So
I have a question for Beth. So when the emergency leave or the extended leave was 14 days, but it ends it was for a certain period of time. So what happens if people did not feel a need to use those 14 days, then they just lost it? Was that?
Yeah, it was just it was kind of a bridge to get us through an uncertain time. We had, we were closing, schools were closed. I think it was probably starting the day that schools were closing. So people were really nervous about that. So it was, I think, it's just kind of a bridge to kind of see what was going to be the new normal for the past, the past couple of weeks. Now that we know schools are closed basically to the end of the school year, I think we have a much better understanding of what we're looking at and what's out there, and can take a little bit more of a comprehensive approach to kind of the next step. So we do have some time. I know it makes people nervous not to know what's going to happen on Monday, but we want people to know that that our employees will be taken care of, and we'll be working with the VSEA to figure out how we can do that.
Okay. Any questions?
I have a general one for either Beth or Steve.
Sure, go ahead.
This is Brian. Is there an existing policy now on what you're calling hazardous pay?
There is not. We don't have a hazardous pay in our current contract. And all the sick leave scenarios that we have that we're experiencing under COVID-19 are actually outlined in the contract, but when employees are kind of working in an environment that they're not used to working in, they're not typically in that, I would say, they're not normally most of our employees aren't normally working in a hospital type situation or a healthcare type situation. So that really isn't addressed in our contract.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I had a few more things to respond. And Steve's bringing up the child and elder care money. There is money in the contract to pay for that. I think it's kind of too soon to find out what's going on. I'm not really sure why he wanted to raise the flag on that. Sometimes it's better just to lay low on some of the on some of that. But I think that employees probably won't have some of the expenses that they've had in the past because some people aren't able to get childcare, so won't be paying for childcare. So we expect probably there may not be as many applications for that. It's also extended into the new contract, so that will be effective July 1st. So we'll see what happens there. It's not a top priority. I'm sure it's not a top priority for the VSEA. It's just something that he wants to put on the table and make sure we're aware of. And I think we'll be able to work through any issues related to that. As you said, it's not a large amount of money, but it's important to the people who are typically benefit from that. Let's see. And I as well will let Senate Judiciary hear all about Woodside or the new Woodside. Hazard pay. I think that's really about it. With respect to teleworking and trying to get an idea of how many state workers are teleworking right now, we have Governor Scott and Secretary of Administration did tell. And I think this is not an update. I think this is the same as the last time I testified, but did direct appointing authorities to make teleworking available for any employees whose job would be kind of telework available. So like in my department, everybody is able to telework. I have one employee that's coming in for half of the day at Vermont Veterans Home, but normally she's been teleworking. So, and one employee that's deployed, but the rest of them are all teleworking. So I can tell from my departments, and I think we're tracking it by department, but we don't track that in a common system. So it's really hard to get those numbers rolled up. And I am at this point, Agency of Human Services, they're just so busy recovering that I don't feel like it's appropriate for me to ask them and try to get any data from them. But maybe by next week I would have some information for you on some other agencies that are tracking it, and we're trying to get some a little bit better way to track that. But I think we are teleworking as much as we can, and it's a big change for a lot of state workers because a lot of departments really hadn't embraced teleworking. So we've been putting out information to employees on how to successfully be able to telework, and for supervisors to, how to communicate with your employees remotely. So I think it's a learning curve for everybody, and we're all trying to make the best of it while, keeping state government operating in this difficult time.
Can you talk? Do you know about the judiciary employees? Because I know that we were so short before anyway, and that there were having to do both with courthouse security and a lot of other issues. Can you talk a little bit about that? Or
I don't really deal with Steve may have some insight there, but I don't really deal with employees in the judiciary branch.
Okay.
All the resources that we provide to employees are available to them. So we have set up on the Human Resources website kind of a employee resource page that has a lot of links and information for telework and wellness, other items as well. But I don't really have any information about judiciary. I guess you'd have to ask Pat.
Okay, I'll also ask Steve, but I just have one last question, and other committee members can. When you talked about the leave, you are waiting to. Did I get this right? You're kind of waiting to see what is in the federal bill around emergency sick leave and FMLA extensions, and then working with the SEA around making best use of that.
Yeah, what we do want to make sure is that we're able to track that and make sure that we're in complete compliance with that. So it's just a little different. Before, the way we were tracking it, we just have everybody kind of lumped into one group. But I think we're going to have to start tracking it a little bit separately and differently so we can demonstrate that we have met the new requirements.
Is there money in the federal bill for that?
Excuse me?
Do you know? Is there money in the federal bill for that?
No.
For emergency sick leave? No.
No. Okay. There is money, or it's for employers of fewer than 500. Except for governments. So state governments are included in it and have to meet the provisions of it. But the money for it is only for those other employers. It's not for the public sector employers. There's
Okay,
no
thank
money
you.
available for that.
Okay. Committee, any other questions?
No, although if you guys reach an agreement with VSCA, between you and VSCA on the hazard pay or the leave, please let us know.
Okay. It's probably, yeah, we will let you know.
Thanks.
So I have a question, Jeanette. Does Marie, who sends us those wellness updates every once in a while, does she work for HR?
Maura?
Is it Maura?
Maura O'Brien and Grace? Yes.
Somebody sends us wellness, tips and recipes and things.
Did you get one today?
I may have. I haven't had an
It's
opportunity.
the HR Connect piece. Yeah, we actually sent a special one out last week, a special kind of COVID-19, and we just sent another one out today. So that is us. I don't think there's any recipes in there today.
Does it have a workout video?
There
That's
are
what
on our
exercise.
On our website, actually, we do have a link to kind of a lot of things. So I haven't looked at it thoroughly. I don't know if there's a workout video, but we can talk offside, Senator. I've got some workout videos for you for free, but I probably shouldn't advertise them publicly.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Please.
This is Steve. I can tell you that the judiciary, the Defender General, the housing, the Judiciary and Defender General units, the VSEA, are following the executive agreement. We have a side letter with the Judiciary, and while there's not specific funds earmarked in the federal bill for leave, the state is receiving $1.3 billion that has to be spent by January 1st to cover COVID-related expenditures that come after the passage of the bill. So it can't be used to backfill, can't be used to pay bills that the state would have owed before the bill passed. It can't be used to fill deficits. It can only be used to cover COVID-related expenditures. So leave could be one of those expenditures. Hero pay or hazard pay could be another one.
I like hero pay, Steve.
Yeah, I like that too.
Yeah, and I think we will have.
If we can use it to cover the. I know it can't be used to cover the extra leave that we already provided prior to April 1st, which was when the leave bills were passed. But I'm not sure when the stimulus bill was passed and if there'll be any changes to that as well. So we're keeping all that in mind, of course.
I can tell you that our Appropriations Committee is, while many people are drooling over $1.2 billion, our Appropriations Committee is scratching their head because it will not be enough.
That's probably true.
Anybody else? All right. Thank you very much, Steve and Commissioner. And I guess if other issues come up, we won't continue to schedule an update, I don't think, unless specific issues come up. Does that make sense?
That makes sense to me. I just also want to congratulate you guys for your use of this technology. I think it worked really well. And so thanks. Great job.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so we are now going to look at EMS issues. And what we thought we would look at is what was in S124 that we passed that might be beneficial to speed up and do it in response to this emergency for our EMS people, and then any other EMS issues that have surfaced that we need to deal with. Is there anything else, committee, that under the EMS that you'd like to address?
No.
No, but
Betsy has sent us the details on S124, by the way.
Right.
In your email.
You emailed that? You just emailed that?
Yes.
You emailed that at 1:50?
He did. There it is. Thank you, Betsy Ann.
No problem.
You
So
could be in Vancouver today.
Do we have on the phone with us Drew, Pat Malone, and Shayla?
Drew is here. I don't see the other two.
Drew was there a bit ago, and then he just, oh, there he is.
So you can see Drew?
Yes.
Drew, I'm on the phone, so you can't see me because I didn't comb my hair today. So.
Oh, that's all right.
And what do you know if Pat and Shayla were going to join us?
I assume so, but I don't know for certain.
All right. Well, let us. We're 3 minutes ahead of ourselves, which we never do. But so maybe we can just Betsy Ann can start walking us through the EMS provisions in 124, and we can see what might be necessary for us to deal with sooner rather than later. Does that work, committee?
Sure.
Okay.
Great.
Betsy Ann?
Sounds
Do you
good.
want to walk us through that portion of the bill?
Sure. So, and Drew, do you have access to that as well? I included you on the email.
Yes, I just looked at it.
Okay, great. Well, so what I did.
Everybody has it?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes. I hope.
For the record, Betsy Ann Rask, Legislative Counsel. So what I did is I provided this 2-page document that summarizes, gives a high-level overview of the main provisions that relate to EMS that are in the Senate GovOps proposed S124 strike-all. And so what I did is I went through S124 and just summarized each of the main provisions. So the first thing that you can see that the bill would do is one of the more minor things is just to substitute the Department of Health for the State Board of Health in all of the provisions in Title 24 that relate to EMS. So it's the department rather than the board that divides the state into the EMS districts and issues the licenses for ambulance services and first responder services.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
can I ask a question here, committee? If when we're going through this, does it make more sense to have Betsy walk us through the whole 2 pages, or does it make sense for us to look at each of them and say, this is something that can wait, this is something that we definitely should do it, or this is something that needs more discussion?
I would do it that way. Tick them off one by one.
I agree. And I'd also like to hear from Drew as we go through it if there's something that's really pressing.
Yeah, we would definitely will include him in the comments.
Okay.
Chris?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I guess we should then, Drew, what about the first one here? That probably isn't necessary to deal with right away.
Yeah, absolutely. That's more of a, that doesn't have a huge effect on EMS services where the licensing comes from. So certainly not opposed to it, but not important to us.
Right now.
Right now, correct.
Yeah. Okay. So Betsy Ann?
All right. The next one is eliminating the requirement for credentialing by affiliated agencies. So as you remember this conversation, EMS personnel do have to be licensed, and as part of the Department of Health rules, licensure also requires certification by that national entity, the NREMT. And then in addition, Vermont state law requires the EMS personnel to be credentialed by their affiliated agency, such as the hospital. So one of the more substantive things that your bill would do is eliminate the requirement for that credentialing by affiliated agencies.
I'm going to ask Drew to comment. Oh, sorry, Betsy.
So this is a requirement that has created a fair amount of difficulty in the best of times of EMS as far as their ability to achieve the kind of the requirements that were listed as, part of credentialing and kind of understanding those. We saw a fair amount of EMS personnel that were kind of pushed out of the EMS realm because of the increased credentialing requirements. So if we can address this now, I think it will help not only in the short term, but in the longer term as we kind of recover from this COVID crisis at rebuilding EMS. So I think this would be something that would be helpful short term and long term if we can keep it in.
Okay. Committee?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the third one, ambulance services.
Yeah, so another thing that is more substantive is the requirement for when an ambulance service applies for its initial license or to renew its license, that they would have to agree to provide their services in what I've described here as a non-discriminatory manner. This is similar to the requirement that home health services currently have to abide by, that standard for not discriminating on providing their services. In the bill, it is, if I go back to 2681, the language in here, I can read it to you. Oh, sorry.
Was this the cherry picking thing?
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we need the exact language.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. So right now the language, they don't discriminate on the basis of income, funding source, or severity of health needs. Sorry, I just found it now.
Drew?
So I don't know how much of a problem that is today, given our current situation, but it was an issue that was coming up and starting to come up over the last 6 or 8 in the area. So I don't know that it's a huge concern today, but I think it will continue to be an issue kind of as we move forward and we look at what the structure of EMS is, beyond 2020. So whether you want to address it now or later, I do think it's a problem that will need to be addressed. It's just a matter of the right timing.
So the way that what we've been instructed by our leadership is that what we should do first is things that absolutely respond to the COVID-19 and that would be better to do right away. And then kind of a midterm as things that are really necessary, but they aren't exacerbated by the COVID-19, and we need to deal with them. So does this fall into we absolutely need to do it right now, or that we should do it in the midterm?
I would say that the midterm is probably more appropriate for this conversation if that's what you're going for.
Okay, because we're trying to get something together very quickly that we might even be able to deal with next week.
And Madam Chair, I see that Ms. Shayla Livingston has joined us now on the phone. Hi, Shayla.
Okay. Hi, Shayla.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So were you here when we talked about the second bullet? Do you have Betsy's email with the summary?
Sorry. Yes, got it.
Okay. That we thought that the first one didn't need to be dealt with right now. We're going through these one by one, and that the second one would be good to deal with right now, and that the third one doesn't need to be. It could be more midterm. That's as far as we've gotten.
Well, and I think we're almost to the conclusion that number 3 can be done in a bit, but not immediately also.
Right, so, that's what I said, midterm.
Oh, I'm sorry, right. So we're on to number 4.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, that's Ann.
All right. The next one is extending ambulance license terms from 1 to 3 years.
Drew?
It would certainly help with the time frame that starts in August and goes through November. So if we're still in a crisis mode by then, extending those licenses out to 3 years would be a huge benefit. But it doesn't come up until the fall. So depending on what your kind of timeline is versus immediate versus midterm, this doesn't come up until fall as an issue. So that's.
What do you think, committee?
Well, they tell us this, we still may be dealing with some of this stuff come fall. I hate to say it, but I think it's possible.
I would say if it's a chance that it has to be dealt with in 2020, we should do it.
All right.
I
We'll
agree.
put that on. We'll put that on for now to discuss.
Yeah, I
Okay.
agree. Yeah.
All right.
All righty. Want me to move on,
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yep.
The next one is the explicit requirement for the Department of Financial Regulation to enforce the current law requirement that health insurers directly reimburse ambulance service providers.
Okay, that one should have been done a long time ago. Where are we?
That seems kind of important.
I think now.
Okay. Anybody else?
I was waiting for Drew.
At this time, anything that ensures funding streams through to ambulance services is going to be absolutely critical to services maintaining their service level and kind of getting through this. And I've said it 100 times, the financial reserves of our services are non-existent, and we were in danger of EMS collapse before this pandemic. So if we can assist money flowing to services by making insurance carriers pay them directly, I think that is very critical and should be dealt with.
Okay, good.
I agree with Senator Clarkson. I think we ought to do it right now.
Yep. Okay.
And committee, just to confirm, Sec 22 of your strike all would have a corresponding DFR report back on January 15th of 2021 that would report on their enforcement under this new provision. Do you want to include that in your bill?
Yeah.
Sure, they can do a report by 2021.
Okay.
And see if we can see if it's working.
All right. Great, got it. The next one.
Okay.
Sorry.
Hello?
Hello. Sorry about that. Okay. The next one is the HRAP specifically needing to address EMS resources. So this language is that Green Mountain Care Board puts together the HRAP, which is the state's health resource allocation plan, and your bill would specifically require the HRAP to identify priorities in regard to EMS resources and needs. And related to that, the existing EMS Advisory Committee would need to identify those EMS resources and needs and report them to the Green Mountain Care Board.
So Drew and Shayla?
So if I understand this correctly, this is a requirement that would have the EMS Advisory Committee looking at the kind of the state, or a closer look at the state of EMS, and coming up with a more cohesive plan for EMS statewide. And I definitely think that this is going to be very important, not only to get through our current pandemic, but to rebuild, what's left of EMS when this is all said and done. So whether it's, formally done in a bill or done through other means, I think it's very important that we assess the system, the needs of the system, and make sure that you folks are understanding the current state of EMS in Vermont and how it fits into healthcare. So if that's the intent, then I would support it.
So maybe the section 23 is, I don't know if Shayla, can you comment on the section 21 that talks about the Green Mountain Care Board?
Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to find. Yeah, I mean, so anything that requires any work from a state agency or an EMS agency that is new work right now is probably not great.
So
My
maybe
official assessment.
maybe what we could do on that is just not pass that right now, but just suggest. I mean, Drew is pointing out that the EMS advisory committee should be looking at this, and they probably in all of their work will be doing this, but not to put it on them as a requirement.
Yeah, we will certainly be, working on it. We're meeting by conference call regularly, and we'll be putting out our assessment and our needs as much as we can. As we kind of work through the challenges that we currently face in the system surges. So I think you're going to get this information from us, whether it's required or not, because that's the only way that we're going to be able to continue to support healthcare in Vermont, is if we can, like I said, reach out for resources that we need and let both the health department as well as legislators know where the gaps are. So I think that's coming one way or another. If it is not a requirement, you're going to get it. If it is a requirement, then we'll certainly do our best to provide it as well.
So then it makes sense to include it.
I feel like it makes sense to include it.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay, I guess I'm on the other side. I think based on the nimbleness of EMS and also the state workers, if you're going to ask them to do something extra right now, I just don't see that as an advantage. I think they should be laser focused on the current situation, and studies and reports and stuff to me can wait.
Chris?
Not a bad point.
Chris?
I agree with Brian. Some reports are easy to put together. Others can be a lot more demanding than the people asking for them, I imagine. And it seems like EMS has its hands full these days.
So does DOH, yeah.
Madam Chair, just one other thing to note that maybe points in the direction of not an immediate change is that I'm just noting in statute that the HRAP only gets revised periodically. The Green Mountain Care Board goes through this process of updating it, and it says that the statute says that the Green Mountain Care Board updates the HRAP at least once every 4 years. So I'm not sure when the HRAP, where they are in the process of updating the HRAP at this point.
Yeah, I tend to think that what we want to do is we want to make sure that what we put into any bill here is really kind of directed exactly at the response to the COVID-19, and that this would cause a lot of questions and a lot of why are we doing this now, and can't we just trust them to come up with it and then next session. That's my feeling. I agree with Brian. Let's let them come up with what they can through their daily work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. The last thing on the bottom of page 1 is to establish 3 levels of EMS instructors. This would require DOH to do this by rule. To remind, right now there is just 1 level of EMS instructor.
So this is Shayla. I'm going to ask that anything that requires the health department to do anything that's extra not be passed right now.
Would this rule have to go through LCAR then?
It would.
Chris? Yeah, so that's another kind of twist to this. I don't see that as particularly advantageous to add more work to that committee either.
So from our perspective, we would agree at this moment the additional work in order to put these levels into service are not likely to be able to be supported, not only by the health department, but also by the people that are out teaching the classes. And I'm certain that we can work with the health department to come up with a process to get instructors out. as the pandemic moves on, so that we can kind of replenish those EMS providers that either choose to step away or are forced to step away. So at this time, I would support the kind of delay of implementation of new instructor levels.
Jeanette, may I ask a question?
Yes.
So, Drew, are you finding in these first couple weeks of the pandemic that there is an increased interest in volunteering and or coming into the EMS service? I mean, my only concern here is, are we going to be able to train people fast enough if they're interested in joining EMS now during this pandemic period? People may want to be stepping up to the plate and helping. Are we going to be able to train them fast enough to make them useful in time?
So the answer is all training has stopped. So right now we're not actually providing any in-person EMS education. There's a little bit of online education going on, but practical testing sites have stopped. Some of the written testing sites have opened back up, but for the most part, the written testing sites are down, and the in-person classes have been either postponed or canceled. So,
it doesn't sound like you're able to deal with new recruits, particularly at this point.
No, I know that even paramedic students at the end of their schooling right now are unable to get their clinical ride time requirements met. So we've almost put a complete pause on new people coming into EMS, which creates a significant problem in the short term as well as the long term.
Yeah.
Don't have a lot of classes going on. Incredibly thankful for the class that we did in the fall that's helping us out right now.
You know, one of the things that we have done or for nurses is that nursing students who have done everything except take I don't think it's called the bar exam, but their nursing exam, are going to be allowed to practice during this time. I wonder if there's something like that for EMS people who might have completed a training but not completed the testing.
I'm thinking along the same lines, Jeanette. I think it would be great if we could do that and facilitate more being able to help during this particular period.
So
I would leave that to Drew and Shayla. Is that something that can happen or not?
The health department has been working on easing of requirements, as well as suspension of rules that require 2 licensed providers on an ambulance as a way to bolster the number of responders that are on the road, which is greatly appreciated. And I think will help our overall response. I don't know what else the health department has planned as far as policy or rule changes, but it seems as if they're actively working on trying to support the response effort by making things easier for us.
That's good. Shayla?
Great.
Shayla, did you want to comment on that?
No, I mean, I think that right now, like Drew said, it's really, we are in a crisis management mode. We have the Health Operations Center and the State Emergency Operations Center running. They are, there's whole teams of people in charge of identifying personnel resources that are needed and ways of procuring those resources. People are getting really creative about how to, find and get folks who are retired or in other positions in the medical world into the positions that we need right now. So I don't think there is any need at the moment for legislation. We have a lot of authority under the executive order and our current authorities to do what we need to do at this time. I have not heard of a need to make any other changes legislatively.
Sounds good. Okay, are we ready to move on to the next one?
Yep.
All right, I'm at the top of page 2. And so this is about an examination that you need to take in order to get your initial EMS license. Right now, the statute says that as far as you have to take an exam. As I understand, this is happening in practice. A psychomotor exam is required. A psychomotor exam from the NREMT is required for all license levels. this language in your bill would eliminate that NREMT psychomotor skills testing for the EMRs and the EMTs. It's like a two-step process in the bill where either the NREMT psychomotor skills exam or demonstration of skills competencies would suffice in either or until the future effective date of Section 24, which is July 1, 2021, where the NREMT psychomotor exam would be eliminated. So just that EMRs and EMTs could just demonstrate their skills competencies and psychomotor skills.
Drew and Shayla, this sounds like we don't need to address it right now, but I don't know.
Yeah, again, this is something that's.
This is something that is going to be important when we look at the how do we refill the ranks of EMS after this crisis is over. Once we open up education, we are going to need to really look at the burden of EMS education and testing, but it's not a top priority today.
Got it.
Good.
Fine.
Okay.
All
right.
Next one. Thank you. The next one is a requirement for DOH to establish by rule an entry-level certification for a new Vermont EMS first responder.
And I can just hear Shayla saying, yes, let us have it.
I think that's a no.
Is that true, Shayla?
Sorry, I guess you can't see me right now. I would again ask that we address this post-crisis.
Fine with me.
Sure.
Under the current rule changes, we are allowing, or the state has allowed us to reach out to those people, and we are utilizing them now. So in some ways, to Senator Clarkson's answer, yes, we have had new volunteers that have emerged that are kind of filling those roles through the exemption to the two provider rule that we've already been allowed to use. And those will hopefully become, EMS providers of the future when this disaster is over.
It's great.
Okay. And the next one, another one that I think Shayla really wants to do right now.
The next one would require DOH to conduct sunset reviews of the continuing competency requirements for EMS personnel. There's a corresponding session law section that says DOH has to conduct its first sunset review in conjunction with its rulemaking that's required by the S-124.
Next year.
Yeah, again, well, that's something that actually we really don't have any problem doing and think is a good idea. It's and we just want to do it in conjunction with our rule reviews, which we do every 5 years now. So I would ask that we leave that one until we do the rule changes for all the other stuff.
Fine with me.
Okay. Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
The next one is to require the current EMS Advisory Committee to establish from among its members an EMS Education Council that would sponsor or approve EMS training and education programs.
Drew?
So again, I think this is something that is really important as we move forward. It's not going to happen in the next 3, probably 6 months, but as hopefully we kind of wrap up the first phase of the COVID response, getting EMS education out to the areas that need it, identifying those areas, making sure that they're supported is going to be really important. And if we don't take it as a priority, then I think long-term our system is going to struggle. But I certainly understand adding more work today is going to be problematic. Everybody's overwhelmed already. So in the short term, it's not critical, but in the kind of the near future, it is going to be very important to figure out how to get this education out.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, what's the next one?
All right. The last two are in regard to funding for training for EMS personnel. Reading section 25 and 26 together, section 25 just updates the statute that says where current EMS training funds go, and it would just be two things: adding the new certified Vermont EMS first responder to the list of professionals that can get funded training programs. You've already decided not to pursue that new certification. And also the statute would be updated to add current licensed EMRs to the state funding for training programs. But I think I'm seeing that as more of a technical correction, because really the meat of your appropriation is in that last section 26. Because that is just a appropriation, $450,000 from the EMS special fund and $400,000 from the general fund going to the Department of Health for EMS personnel training. And the way that that section 26 is structured, it just refers to training opportunities for emergency medical personnel generally. It doesn't specify to what types of EMS personnel. So I would say the more substantive provision is that section 26 appropriation language, the last EMS provision.
So this is a question for, I guess, for Drew and Shayla. If we've kind of suspended training at this point, we want to make sure we reserve money for training when we go back to doing it.
Absolutely.
But do we need to also address other funding needs for our EMS system? And when will we know whether any of that is going to be available through the federal money, or how we should we've been asked by appropriations to give them suggestions for how to spend money.
This is Shayla. So, Senator, that's a great question that I unfortunately don't have the answer to today, but I will try to get that answer for you as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you.
So from an EMS agency perspective, I do believe that training money will be absolutely necessary once we start running classes. We've already seen in our region services that have had people that have had to step away or wanted to step away. So our ranks of licensed personnel have already shrunk as a result of the crisis. So I think it's going to be more important than ever to have funds for education. On the other additional funding question that you asked, a lot of EMS in Vermont is small nonprofit based EMS. So the money that's coming and being spent right now for things like additional personal protective equipment, sanitation, is coming out of checkbooks, which were generally filled based on donations or fundraised dollars. Most directly tied to a municipal budget. And even at this point, with the interruption in business that we've seen, we're already starting to see a likelihood that our Medicare, Medicaid, and private insurance payments are slowing. So if we're going to be able to kind of mount a appropriate response to the COVID crisis, we're going to need direct EMS funding to support that response. And that goes across the board from the larger services to the smaller services.
Is there any way that you could, without spending a whole lot of time on it that you don't have, come up with some kind of a figure of what might be needed and for what things, so that we can see if that money is available through the federal money? So
we have a schedule, right? No, I'm not muted. Okay, we have scheduled a EMS advisory meeting for Friday. That's one of the topics that we're going to be asking is where people are seeing needs. Our ambulance association is also hosting a conference call. We've reached out to our members to see where, who's in trouble at this point, who believes they're going to be in trouble, and what their needs are. And it varies based on the service. So we're in my area, we're pretty fortunate. As one of the larger services, we were able to, on the early side, absorb some of the costs associated with increased equipment and personal protective equipment, where some of the small services didn't have any cash resources, so they were left unable to purchase equipment and are currently without. But as this crisis moves forward, we are going to see increase in labor costs, increase in equipment costs. So equipment that we were paying, for example, N95 masks that we were paying $1.25 for, we're now paying over $5 for. So, we're seeing these numbers drastically increase. We're also having to buy from kind of non-standard vendors because our vendors no longer have basic medical equipment available, and we're paying much more than we historically have. So I can certainly ask all those questions and try to get back to you early next week with our projected needs or where we're, if that's helpful.
I think that would be helpful, committee.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. May I just ask a question on equipment? Is
Yes.
there any interface between the National Guard and EMS in terms of their sharing some of the equipment they seem to have?
So again, I guess I can let Drew respond from on the ground, but at the health department level, that is all coordinated through the State Emergency Operations Center.
Right, I understand that, but can a group like EMS appeal to the EOS and ask for that?
So yeah, there's an online resource request form that all providers can use and fill out in order to ask for specific resources and materials.
And Drew, have you done that?
Yes. So there is equipment request forms and equipment that's going out, and I know that we've asked for equipment and received some, and other services have asked. I'm sorry, truck's backing in.
No, it's okay.
And there are other services that have also received some levels of equipment. The challenges associated with some of the equipment that, especially the smaller departments, have received, they've received, for example, 20 masks for an entire department. And those masks then need to be fit tested to providers. So most of those services do not have the capacity to do fit testing, so they're relying on regional or partnerships. We've been out fit testing first responders for weeks. And every time a new style of mask comes, there's additional fit testing requirements. We have some first response squads right now that are responding to calls in raincoats because gowns are not available. It's an imperfect system, but yes, some of the national and state stockpile stuff is making it to EMS.
Good.
At some level.
And that is not unique to EMS. I mean, there are shortages in resources, and we are acutely aware of that. And everybody at the State Emergency Operations Center, Health Operations Center, Governor's Office, Secretary's Office is shaking every bush and banging every barrel in order to try to get more resources out to communities.
We have heard. Joint Rules has been one long PPE discussion. Large measure. I mean, that's been a large piece of what we've heard about.
So, committee, are there, Drew, Shayla, are there other issues that you need, that have come up that you need legislative help to respond to right now?
and that would help speed up enable your response.
So one of the suggestions that I would that's been asked was, can we suspend or delay the provider tax payments that are due next month from ambulance services as a way to preserve the available cash that they have while we're trying to get through this?
Drew, I got that. I received that request and forwarded it to Diva. You should be hearing back from Diva.
Okay, so we probably don't need, that doesn't need legislative answers,
No,
right?
that does not need legislative assistance. Thank you.
I didn't think so.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else that either of you can think of that right now that would be helpful?
If you could make this whole thing go away, we'd greatly appreciate it.
Yes, well, I do have a magic wand, but unfortunately, it is at the State House, and I am at my house in Putney, so I can't wave it. Sorry.
Senator, I will send out a second request for any additional ideas or needs, and I will get back to you as soon as I can with any response that I get.
Okay, and do the same thing, and then what we're going to try to do, I believe, is get something ready so that early next week we might be able to get something passed. So if you have anything, let us know, and we are going to meet again on Friday. We'll see if we can have time to do it. Otherwise, we might have to meet on Monday.
Yes, because if we're going to meet as a body on Tuesday, which it sounds like we might, we'd want something ready to go.
Yes. So what I have right now is I have that the credentialing from the affiliated agencies, extending the ambulance licenses to 3 years, and the DFR making sure that insurance companies fund directly to the systems instead of to individual people, and then leaving the money in the budget, but we don't have to put that in here now because that'll I think that we'll just forward that to appropriations. Does that make sense, committee?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. That was good to find 3 things we can, and 4 with the money. That's great.
Chris?
Yes.
You've been very quiet.
Chris is in the Senate, so he's having to be quiet. Yeah. Or somewhere. What room have you chosen to put yourself in?
I'm usually in Addison County, but today I'm in the Senate chamber there.
That's what I thought.
You are?
Yes, he has. He's put himself into the Senate chamber. We've been appreciating this.
I didn't think we were allowed in the building.
Well,
or with electronic equipment in that room.
Honestly, Chris, you violate all the rules.
And my phone has been on, I leave it on mute unless I'm speaking. That's why I'm so quiet.
Anthony, where are you? I mean, not where are you? We know you're with your flowers, but what do you think? Are we?
I'm in the greenhouse. No, I think it's good. I think we did good.
Okay.
Well,
Brian?
Agreed.
Okay, so we'll, Betsy Ann, can you write that up for us as a potential piece of legislation?
Got it.
Okay, and then if you can send that to all of us and we can look at it and send it to Drew and Shayla also?
Yes.
Okay, anybody else need to see it and weigh in on it right now? Okay, and then we'll, we're meeting again. Okay, so I guess that takes care of today, did it?
Well, I'm just looking at our agenda. Yes, that takes us through.
We are ahead of ourselves. Okay, committee, do you have a few minutes? Thank you, Shayla and Drew.
Right.
Thank you
joining
so much.
us.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye. It's been real.
Madam Chair, I have a question about how you're thinking. How will this move? Are we looking for a bill we already have to return, and has something been picked out, or is there a boat that's a boat or bus being assembled to load bills on to ship them to the House again?
Well, I do know that Judiciary is working on a bill that is in Judiciary. So what I'm going to do is two things. First of all, we need to get permission to vote because we have permission to meet, but we have not yet been granted permission to vote by the Rules Committee. So we will vote on this once we get the permission and the draft from Betsy. And then the way Eric did it this morning in Judiciary is he put the Senate bill, and for a number he put XX. And then we'll leave it up to leadership to figure out how they exactly want to do it. If they want to put it all on one bill, if they want to, I'm going to have to send all of this to the House to make sure that they actually are in agreement with this, because we want to make sure, and then I guess we'll talk about it at an all-Senate meeting. So the answer to your question I should have just said is I am not exactly sure how it will work.
Okay.
We've got
Madam Chair, are you planning on requesting our ability to vote as a committee from the Rules Committee today?
I'm asking them for permission to vote on Friday.
Okay.
I'm going to ask them today for permission to vote on Friday on whatever we come up with from today. And then if there are other things in 124 that we feel we need to do right away, and there may not be anything else in 123, but I'd like to hear if there is from other law enforcement people.
Okay.
And then the fire and safety, I do know that there are some things that I believe we're going to have to vote on for that. And then I don't know that we'll do this voting protocol. We're going to leave that up to the Rules Committee about whether we should or not. And then the last thing on Friday is the electronic signatures, the notaries, and the communities at risk. So I'm going to ask for permission to vote on all of them.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, when I wrote to Rules 2 days ago, I just asked I said, this is a formal request under Rules Senate 29A to request permission for Senate Natural Resources and Energy to meet and vote, period. I didn't distinguish between meeting and voting. I also haven't received any formal reply. Did you make a formal request in writing? And have you heard anything that said we actually were allowed to meet today? I'm just checking in on how this process is working.
Well, we were allowed to meet today because it was set up through Peter. I cleared the times with him, so we were allowed to meet. But this morning in Judiciary, I think it was made pretty clear by Joe Benning, who is on Rules Committee, that the permission to meet does not necessarily grant permission to vote.
Correct.
Okay. Well, so far they haven't said anything in reply to that email, period. So I'm just wondering what your experience has been.
I just sent times to Peter and asked if we could meet then, and he wrote back and said yes.
And is this is joint rules, not Senate rules, right, Chris?
No, this is Senate rules. Joint rules doesn't give the Senate the ability to vote. It's Senate rules.
Got it. It just joint rules had been the ones working on these, so I was just curious. Yeah.
On whether we could meet and vote?
As a body.
Yes. Yeah. Joint rules is also.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. So just Senate rules. Okay.
I think that just Senate rules has been talking about, because the House rules are going to have to do their own thing.
Right. It was just for the Joint Rules Committee is, I guess, what I'm confusing with.
So that is what I had thought the way we would do it. And we may or may not have, we should have this done and ready to vote on, I think, by Friday, maybe even by Thursday afternoon. If we could do that in place of if we don't do the voting protocol, because I'm not sure that what we'd talked about was Chris Bray had brought up the fact that maybe we should be looking at because since we're the committee that deals with voting, that we should be looking at the voting protocol for the all Senate, the remote voting. But I don't think that'll be ready by Thursday afternoon. So we'll take that off there and maybe we can vote on this part of the bill on Thursday, and then do anything else. And is there a possibility that people could meet on Monday if we need to?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And is 1 o'clock a decent time?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay.
Right.
Gail? Does that work for you?
Yep, I muted myself. That's fine with me.
Okay. And Tucker and Betsy? If you're
Tucker's
still there?
gone.
Okay.
I was just
I'll send
checking
him a note.
on LCAR. LCAR, I think is scheduled to meet on Monday, but 11 to 1, I think is
11, right.
how it worked out. So 1 o'clock for SGO should work on Monday.
Okay. Well, maybe we should do it, start at like 1:15 or something. Give people time to go visit the horse.
Right. Well,
or whatever that was.
I'll send a placeholder meeting to you.
Okay. So is there anything else, committee, that you can think of that we need to look at right now?
well, no, just a quick thing on Monday. I because rules is being, I don't know, careful about what we can and cannot do with permission and what ways. Is it fine to meet on Mondays? It's not a legislative day, right?
Oh.
Well, we've been asked by Luke not to meet on the weekends, which I think is very reasonable. We shouldn't be doing that. But given the fact that there are so many committees trying to meet and overlap each other, I don't know. I'll ask about Monday. I had assumed that
we've never had to ask permission to meet on Mondays when we get near the end of session. We always do. I mean, I don't recall it ever being an issue that we met on Mondays.
Right, but there is an issue because when you come in on Monday, you're authorized to do it. You're paid to be there. So that's why the pro tem's office usually says you can start meeting or you can't start meeting on Mondays to be.
No, you're not paid to meet on Monday. You get your same weekly salary. You don't get an extra day.
But you get extra expenses.
But we're not getting any expenses now anyway, so what difference does it make?
And also, did we not just have an all Senate caucus this past weekend? Or at least one of these weekend days? And nobody seemed to.
Monday.
Yeah, nobody seemed to have an issue with that.
Yeah. I don't think there's a problem with Mondays.
Monday sounds great, as long as we start after LCAR.
Yeah, how about, does 1:15 work? Does that give you enough time?
Yes,
1:30?
may not need to meet, so it's just a precautionary thing.
Right.
Yeah, if we need to meet.
I'm looking forward to Monday.
We'll set aside Monday from 1:30 to 3:30 to give you time to recoup from LCAR if we need to meet.
Okay.
Okay, so 1:30 possible.
What?
Yes. And okay.
That's better.
Got it?
Great.
Okay. All right.
So thank you, and we will see you Thursday.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to put out that the sun shines down its pine.